33. A sale rematerialized at the rear of his mansion, back by the garage. And one after the other his cousins followed suit, appearing beside him. Fates, it is a good job you both remain ambulatory. He approached the kitchen entrance to his home and entered in a code by the door. As the lock released, he glanced over his shoulder. I feel quite certain that you were in need of hydration. All he got back was a mumbled response from Avail, which was a surprise as he was typically the silent one. However, an evening of fucking seemed to have reversed their personalities, draining all conversation out of Eric and leaving Avail to be the one who spoke. Rather amusing, really. Inside, he removed his coat and tuxedo jacket. They did not have to. Evidently, fully reclothing had required greater stores of energy than they had had. Their outerwear was draped over their forearms, their shirts barely buttoned to the sternum, their white ties stuffed into the pockets of their slacks. Food, Avail said. We require sustenance over that inconsolably small meal. Avail, you have the oddest vocabulary. Sit, Eric. I shall endive to service you prior to our retirement. Avail rolled his eyes. Endive is a vegetable. Endeavor is the word for which you search, and it is serve, unless you wish to refer to your previous endives. Deceive. Leaving the pair of them to do whatever they would calorically speaking, Avail proceeded onward to his office. As he took a seat behind his desk, he adjusted his cocaine levels first, and then fired up his computer whilst he placed a call upon his cellular device. The Brotherhood house answered with, It's official. I do talk to you more than I talk to my mother. Don't get excited though, I can't stand her. With your warm personality and pleasant demeanor, I cannot fathom any kind of estrangement in your life. You don't have to jerk me off with the compliments. Speaking of such, may I just say that Nasha is a rather pneumatic little female with a taste for exhibition and an all-access policy that does not refer to her Helren's venerable landholdings. After all, when he had tried to leave the dungeon and do a little exploring, she had sent a naked female after him within moments. My cousins are happy if exhausted males going into daybreak. So apart from the fucking, what do you know? Thro is ensconced in the household. He has a room and her affection. He stated to me that he is estranged from Eker and the band of bastards ne'er to return unto their questionable fold. He had to sniff as his nose ran. There is something worrisome about that male. I do not trust him. When do you go back? She has invited me unto her Helren's epic birthnight celebration. Has the invitation come through to Rathenau? He sniffed again and brushed at the base of his nostrils. I believe she is intending to present such soon if it has not already arrived. There was a shhhhht and an exhale, as if the brother were lighting up something. Not yet, but we'll be waiting. He has no intention of going, but members of the Brotherhood will be there for sure. As shall my cousins and I. Avail frowned as something occurred to him. Pardon me for going a bit off topic, but please allow me to inquire about your armaments. There was a long pause, and then the brother's voice, which was already low, bottomed out completely. What do you want to know? Are you in need of any? Why? I have contacts with my black market suppliers that could facilitate such purchases. Now you want to be an arms dealer? Have your ambitions always pointed you toward lofty pursuits? There is naught lofty about graves, is there? At any rate, consider the offer extended. They contacted me for further business and I declined their kind and generous offer with respect to certain powders and potions. But it did get me thinking that there could still be some exchange of money for goods that Wrath would permit me to engineer. This house laughed in a deep purr. Always looking for an angle. And will you stop with the coke? You've been sniffing through this conversation like a human in a hayfield. I remain loyal to you and your king, Avail concluded. Contact me as you wish. If I hear anything further or have any further contact with her before next week, I shall call you immediately. You do that, true? Avail ended the call and, recoiling, he looked down at the back of his hand. There was a streak of bright red blood across the flesh, and droplets upon the white of his starched formal shirt. Getting to his feet, he went into the nearest bathroom out in the hall and flipped on the light. Damn it. His nose was leaking all over the place. After cranking the water on, he took a hand towel that he had washed and folded the day before and put the thing under the cool rush. Then he wiped away the blood that was streaming out of his nostrils before applying the cold compress in a pinch and tilting his head back. He was rather some time with that, all the while standing before the mirror and brushing at the stains on the fine cotton of his shirt. OxyClean, he decided. He would start there as blood had protein in it. Then he would resort to bleach before throwing the fucking thing out if he had to. When the exsanguination had been extinguished, he took the towel with him and proceeded to the kitchen. Whereupon he found his patent leather shoes faltering. It was the smell in the air. Rich and spicy, yet delicate as well, the combination of spices exotic to his old country palate called out to his stomach, making the thing growl. Portuguese food, which had been prepared by an authentic, loving, if slightly belligerent, hand. He closed his eyes. Marisol's grandmother had prepared he and his cousins many foods prior to her departure, and those two had clearly availed themselves of said carefully packaged and frozen entree packs. "Would you care to join us?" Avail said as he waited at the microwave. "Or are you just going to stand there in a lure?" Avail shook himself. "I believe the word you are thinking of is leer." "Have you seen your face?" the male asked as there was a bing. After popping open the front, he carried a heaping plate of his own to the table. "Hardly welcoming, are you?" "Which is the definition of leer. And you should not eat that." "Why ever not?" Eric asked as he took his first bite. "Ah, 'tis masterful." "Indeed," his twin agreed. "Mercilessly so." "Also not the word you want." Avail held off explaining that they should not eat the food because then it all would be gone, and the only tie he had left to his Marisol would be, "I shall retire for the day the now." "Adieu," Eric said. "Anu," Avail tacked on. "That's anon, dear cousin of mine." Avail proceeded into the laundry, whereupon he dropped the bloodied towel in the wash, shrugged out of his tuxedo jacket, and removed his dirted shirt. Both of his cousins had looked at the stains, but neither had said anything. Were words really necessary, though? As Avail passed back through the kitchen bare-chested and with his jacket over his shoulders, he said to no one in particular, "I shall endeavor to employ us a proper dog gen. One who is well versed in the caretaking of a home and all that entails. I tire of doing laundry and vacuuming. Are you certain it does not have to do with a dwindling supply of certain frozen foods?" He glanced at Eric. "I believe I shall employ you unto Nasha's underground again soon. I prefer you quiet, even if your brother butchers language as if it were a pig upon the slaughter." Avail proceeded onward to the stairs, and he waited until he had made the corner and turned away from them to massage the ache in his chest. Would the missing of that human woman ease? As Rage waited for his Mary to come home from work, he walked in and around the pool tables in the billiards room, cue in hand, balls in play on the felt, mind. Back on that vacant lot. That little girl. Man, Destiny could be a real bitch, he thought. Talk to him just now. Leaning over the table, this house performed a re-rack, getting things set for the next game. He wanted to know if we needed more guns. Trying to focus, Rage frowned. "I thought Avail was a drug dealer?" Branching out, evidently. This house picked up a chalk square and blued his tip. "What do you think?" "The new training class is coming in soon, right?" "Yeah. Might make sense to do a test order on some autoloaders." "That's what I was thinking." Rage braced his hip against the table as V bent down and cracked the triangle into pieces. As the colored balls rolled all over the place, Rage shook his head. "You see that elephant gun Avail had at Brownswick?" Those diamond eyes lifted. "Fuck yeah. We need to get us one of those, true. Just on principle. Think of the target practice. Yeah, we could strap a small car to Lassiter's back and make him run around by the pool." "Hey," the fallen angel called out from one of the sofas. "I'm in here, assholes." Rage glanced over at the guy. "You're awake, huh?" The blonde and black bastard sat up and yawned, stretching his arms over his head. "Time for my shift to start. Shit, I'm late. Gotta go." As Rage and V watched the angel take off at a dead run, both of them cursed. "You know," Rage muttered, "it's getting really hard to hate him. Just think of Punky Brewster. Everything will recalibrate." This house prowled around the table, his massive body moving like a panther in his leathers and his muscle shirt. "And fuck me, I never thought I'd know that show." V made quick work of things, all kinds of pockets getting filled, but he flubbed it 3 strokes later. "Hollywood? My brother, it's all you." Rage tried to refocus, but he just couldn't get Biddy off his mind. After a moment, he looked across the green felt and was glad that all of the dog gen were in the kitchen and dining room and that most of the other brothers hadn't arrived home quite yet. And hey, he was always glad when Lassiter left a room. "What?" V said. "And do I need to light up first?" "You ever?" Rage cleared his throat. "You ever think about having a kid, V?" "No." "Why?" As the guy stared back, it was as if Rage had asked him whether or not he needed a new toaster. some laundry done, an oil change. You don't ever wonder what it would be like to be a father? No. Never. No, Viz House shrugged. Not sure why you're asking. There've been some kids, coming into this household. So, that doesn't affect you at all? When V shook his head, Rage frowned. What about Doc Jane? Does she want them? Okay, first, she can't have any. And second, she's never mentioned it to me. Ever. She's made it to her job hell. Her idea of a romantic birthday present is a new autoclave. And I fucking love that about her. But what if she changed her mind? She won't. How do you know that? As V just blinked a couple of times, Rage waved his hand. Sorry, none of that's my fucking business. Is this why you got problems with your Mary? And don't play. It's been obvious she want kids. No, nothing like that. Rage rubbed the tip of his cue with his thumb, transferring the bright blue chalk to the pad of his finger. I just was wondering. Hypothetically. About other people. Look, I don't mean to be dismissive, but come only have a god-awful relationship with my mother and had a sadist for a sire. That mother/father business has only ever had bad connotations for me. Besides, I'm about as nurturing as a sawdofficent, that the way the saying goes. Like I said, I'm sorry I brought it up. You gonna play now? Rage shifted his weight from shit-kicker to shit-kicker. I got one other thing to ask you, actually. 34. The last thing Mary did before she left for the day was go to her office and check Facebook on her computer. Like if she fired the URL up on something other than her phone, the search would give her a different result. Okay, let's do this, she muttered as she signed on. As the machine came to life, she got a front and center of the closed, vampires-only group she was looking for because it had been the last thing she'd been on before she'd gone downstairs to wait for Rage earlier in the evening. Hitting refresh, she waited for the internet connection to show her any new posts, and ended up tilting her head back and looking at the ceiling. Biddy was moving around in her attic room, and Mary fought the urge to go and try to talk to her. But no, it was time to go home, and the girl was tired. Also, Mary had an almost superstitious notion that for once, the pair of them had parted on a relatively optimistic note. Biddy was ready for ice cream after nightfall tomorrow, and Mary was hanging on to that one fleeting smile in the back of the GTO as if it were a lifeline in the ocean. Okay, what have we got? She whispered as she focused on the screen. Nope, nothing. There were probably only 500 males and females in the group, mostly females, and the few new posts she saw covered conventional topics that even to human eyes would seem entirely normal. No one had responded to her query about Biddy's uncle. She was disappointed, but that was kind of crazy. The logical part of her knew there was no one out there for the girl, but hearing Biddy talk with such desperation about a hypothetical relative, it made you want a miracle to happen. Shutting everything down, she got her purse and her coat and went out, pausing at the base of the attic stairs. Good day, Biddy girl. About 20 minutes later, she was driving up the maize-covered hill of the compound, going at a slow pace because she didn't want to go off the lane or hit a deer. Shit. Slamming on the brakes, she yanked the steering wheel to the right, just as Quinn's Hummer nearly T-boned her. The SUV skidded to a halt and all kinds of fighters jumped out and rushed toward her like the Volvo was on fire. Mary! Mary! Butch ripped her door open. Mary! Motherfucker! She had to laugh at the expression on the cop's face. And on Blaze. And John Matthews. And Quinn's. Putting her hands up, she said, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Honestly. I'm calling Doc Jane. Butch. Seriously. She undid her seatbelt and shoved the Bostonian out of the way. See? And the airbag didn't even deploy. Although I'm getting a little flinchy with all these close encounters. I nearly hit a lesser the other night. That shut all four of them up. And then they just stood there, staring at her as if they were going to synchronize vomit. Boys, you didn't even hit me. I'm fine. She nodded at the dirt path they'd been on. I didn't even know that was there. Where are you coming from? Nowhere. Butch took her elbow and started to try to help her around to the passenger side. I'll drive you the rest of the way. No, she dug her heels in and nailed him with some serious eye-to-eye. Butch, there's nothing wrong with me. I want all four of you to take a deep breath and maybe put your heads between your knees so you don't faint. Close calls happen. We both reacted in time, so let's move along. I'm going to call Fritz and have all of your bedrooms painted pink. Right after he puts potpourri on your bureaus and Elsa and Anna pictures up on your walls. She means business, Blaze said with no small measure of respect. Hell, yeah, Quinn muttered. Man, no wonder you can stand being mated to Rage. He gets out of line, you just whip him right back into shape, don't you? We're just worried, John Matthews signed. And we really don't want to tell your hubs that we hurt you. That's all. She went over and hugged John. I know. And I'm sorry if I'm a little bitchy. It's been a long couple of nights. Come on, let's go eat. Back behind the wheel of the station wagon. She started up the hill, going the same slow speed as before. The Hummer stayed a DMV-worthy 6 car lengths behind her, and she was very aware of the fighters watching her every move. Because all 4 of them were pressed up against the SUV's front windshield, clustered like a bunch of mother hens worried about an errant chick. They sure filled her rearview mirror with love though, which was never, ever a bad thing. After they all pulled up in front of the mansion and picked their normal spots in the lineup of cars, hers by Manny's Porsche. Theirs over by V's new thingamajiggy, whatever it was. She got out with her bag and was prepared to fend off a bunch of how about a quick physical suggestions from the leather-bound peanut gallery. And what do you know, the pack of 4 came at her in formation. Putting up her hands, she said calmly and reasonably, I can't die, remember? Also, in case you haven't noticed, I'm up and around, speaking in complete sentences, even smiling. See? She pointed to her mouth. So how about last meal before you all fall over? There was a chorus of baritone fines and whatevers, and then John Matthew put his arm around her shoulders, gave her a quick hug, and everybody strode up to the vestibule. Fritz opened the inner door for them. Greetings. How fare thee all? As the butler bowed and everyone filed in, Mary had to pause. She had walked into the foyer how many times in the last however long, but it had been a while since she'd actually looked at the 3-story-high ceiling with its mural of majestic fighters on their war horses, or paused to appreciate the malachite and marble columns with their ornate headers and footers, or taken a second to listen to the layers of conversation as members of the house came down to gather in the dining room. Everything seemed over-the-top luxe and multifactorial loud, and altogether wonderful, from Z and Bella descending the grand staircase with Nala to Rath and George walking across the mosaic floor with Tor to John Matthew and Shex wrapped in each other's arms. Heading into last meal, she thought back to what Rage had told Biddy about the people here. His wonderful, purposely laughable, verbally scribbled caricatures of the very real blessings this family had. Then she pictured him and Biddy leaning over the engine of his car, him taking the time to explain all kinds of things to her, not one bit of this is just for boys tinting anything, his face open, his eyes kind. He had been amazing with the girl. Mary mine, came a whisper in her ear. As she jumped and turned to Rage, she didn't think for a second. She put her arms around him, pulled him down, and kissed the ever-loving crap out of him. Okay, yeah, wow. As Mary licked her way into Rage's mouth, his mind went blank in the best possible way, especially when he reached for her and brought her body close to his, curling his greater height and weight around her. His Shellen's lips were soft and warm, and her tongue slipped and slid against his and her breasts, even though her coat seemed to be brushing naked against his chest. Let's go upstairs, she said into his mouth. He resumed the kissing while he eyed the staircase. Yeah, so steep, so long in their bedroom? Shit, it was like 500 miles away. More like 5,000. Come here, he groaned. He ended up shuffling her backward, his hands desperate to get under those clothes of hers, but he couldn't risk that kind of contact. He felt her bare skin. He was liable to take her right there on the mosaic floor. The pantry was located just off the kitchen, and it was about as luxurious and comfortable as a laundry room, with the tragic lack of a washer or dryer that you could put the female you were in love with on and have her at hip height with her thighs spread wide. There were, however, 2 benes. One, there was a lock on the inside, as if Darius had known what kind of alternate spice might get thrown around among the cans of peaches and jars of pickles, and 2, there was a shallow counter 4 feet above the floor with a good 2.5 feet of surface depth that went all the way around the room. Ostensibly, the thing was there to accommodate the banks of drawers that were under the stacks of shelves. At the moment, it was the closest thing to Maytag Rage could get. Oh God, I need you, Mary said as he slammed the door shut, manually turned the deadbolt, and popped her up off the floor. As she grabbed the bottom of his muscle shirt and yanked it over his head, the thing got caught on his nose, nearly shearing his nostrils off. But like he gave a fuck? And then her shaking hands were clawing at the zipper on his leathers. I need you and me, hurry, I need you. Oh, fuck, Mary, you have me. The second her hand came into contact with his cock, he arched back and shouted something. Her name? Something about the scribe virgin? F-bomb? Again, who the fuck cared? Let me get you. Next thing he knew, she was off the shelf at his hips and pushing him back until he slammed into the opposite side of things so hard cans of soup bounced down and rolled across the floor like they feared for their lives. Maawi. That mouth of hers sucked his erection in deep, and though the warm, wet hold and suction were out of this world erotic, what was even hotter? The sense that she was so fucking desperate for him she couldn't wait for him to get his pants down and hers off. She was so damn hungry and greedy to have him she didn't want to waste time. She had to have him. The bonded male inside of Rage howled in satisfaction and the beast surged in a good way under his skin and oh yeah, he orgasmed. God, did he fucking orgasm? And as Mary milked him until he sagged and then sat back and licked her lips, he felt some part of himself return, a part that had been gone for a while but that he hadn't really been aware of missing. She still wanted him, still needed him, and there was something about that connection that filled him out in a way he'd been previously deflated. And it was time to return the favor. With a growl, he launched himself at her, taking her down to the hardwood, kissing her and tasting himself as he tore off her slacks, shoved his leathers to mid-thigh and got her to straddle him while he rolled over onto his back. Mary sat down hard on his cock and both of them cried out. Then she leaned forward, propped her hands next to his head, and began pumping her pelvis, his erection going in and out of her sex, their bodies slapping together. Rage's eyes latching onto her as she stared back at him with a combination of fierce determination and utter adoration. She still had her coat on. The thing was flapping around her, and though he would have loved to see her breasts and her neck, her stomach, her sex, he was too caught up to be any kind of coordinated with his hands and his thoughts. It was just really fucking awesome to be wanted like this. Ridden like this. Taken like this. They came at the same time, their hips racking and thrashing, until he somehow ended up rolling her over and mounting her from on top. Thank fuck for that jacket of hers and the cushioning it offered. As it turned out, grabbing onto one of her ankles, he cranked her leg to her shoulders and went in deep, hinging his pelvis freely as he banged her across the bare floor of the pantry until they got crammed in the corner. With a growl, he arched up, held on to the lip of the counter, and got even more leverage. And the sex just kept going. And going. And going. 35. As dawn threatened in the east and the peachy light cast by that unrelenting fireball in the heavens gathered into a thin line at the horizon, Zypher stood by the burned-out shell of a car in one of Caldwell's back alleys. All around him, the band of bastards had gathered, their bodies tense and twitchy, their weapons holstered, but their hands at the ready. Balthazar spoke up. This was his last coordinate. Yes, Zypher thought they all knew that. Indeed, they had started here at nightfall the evening before, after Eker had not returned to their new headquarters, which now had to be abandoned. Clearly, their leader had been injured severely in a fight, whether it was here or at some other locale, and one could only assume that he and his phone had been taken into custody either by the Lessening Society or the Black Dagger Brotherhood. There was a possibility that he had been wounded and had dragged himself onto some discreet cover for a period of time, only to expire either of natural causes or from sun exposure. His phone going up in smoke with him or being stolen from out of his dead hand, but considering the foes they were facing, it was unwise to rely on such a premise. Better to assume capture, torture, and possible information exchange. He would not want a memorial, Zypher blurted. Somebody agreed. And he must have entered the fade in quite a lather. There was a grumble of laughter, but Zypher wondered if their leader, or any of them, would be granted access to that heavenly sanctuary. For their ill deeds, surely they would be turned away? Sent unto Dund, the Omega's evil playground of eternity? Either way, as they stood around, he decided that the alley seemed a proper place for this gathering of mourning, the remnants of the old car a fitting grave marker, the lack of specifics an appropriate closing to Eker's life. After all, although Zypher had worked with the male against the lessers for centuries, he could not say that he had e'er truly known his fellow fighter. Well, that was not entirely true. He had been well versed in their leader's cruelty and calculation, both in the war camp and then later, as they had been travelers with temporary housing, and later still, when they had settled in their castle fortification in the old country. And there had been that one private moment after Eker had stabbed Thro and punished himself for it. What do we do now? Balthazar asked. After a moment of silence, Zypher realized they were all looking at him. He wished they had a body. The course would be clearer then. At the moment, even with all circumstantial evidence pointing them in a certain direction, taking control of the group felt like insubordination. But there was naught else to do. Cypher scrubbed his face with his gloved hand. We must assume our base has been compromised, or soon will be. We must also destroy all cellular devices. Then we will wait a given period of time before we shall return unto the old country. There is a life worth living o'er there. The castle still stood and remained in their names. But money. They needed money. Shit. What if he attempts to reach us? Balthazar asked. If we do away with our phones, how will he find us? If he has survived, he will locate us. Leaning to the side, Cypher glanced between two buildings. That glow of dawn was ever increasing, and if they waited too much longer, they were going to follow a similar fate as this vehicle, as mayhap Eker himself. Let us proceed back to, he frowned. No, we shall not go back there. He wouldn't put it past the Brotherhood to wage an ambush inside the farmhouse even in broad daylight, and not because those males were reckless, but rather because they were that deadly. And if slayers were who had gotten Eker, then such an attack was even more a possibility. Glancing around, he focused on a nearby door. The building it opened into was abandoned, going by the boarded-up windows and the condemned sign plastered on its brick. Cypher walked over and slammed his shoulder into the portal. As the metal panel broke free, the lock splintered into pieces, littering the floor of the darkened interior beyond. The air that greeted him was cold, wet, and smelled like various strains of mold and decay. But the oppressive blackness that surrounded him was good news. They had no food, only the weapons and ammunition on their backs. And this was an iffy shelter at best. It was just like the good old days, save for one rather large and noticeable absence. As his fellow bastards filed in and found places on overturned crates and stretches of countertops littered with plastic containers, rats scuttled out of the way, squeaking their curses. Upon nightfall we shall return unto the farmhouse, pack up and determine our course. Cypher chose a section of floor by the door, wedging himself into a crevice between shelvings such that he was propped up with his autoloader in hand and ready to discharge. In his long history as a soldier, there had been many days such as this his body required to catch its sleep on the fly as he rested with one ear and one eye open. And before all that, as a student of the bloodletter, he had feared for his life when the sun had risen and the trainees had been forced to retire unto the caved war camp until nightfall. This was a vacation compared to what he and the others had endured. Closing his lids, he found himself wondering how Eker had died, and where the troubled soul of his had ended up. Some questions were destined to remain unanswered, and it was strange for him to discover that he most certainly missed their leader, though he found that difficult to admit. Eker had been as fearsome as the bloodletter at times, yet his absence was like that of a limb or a crucial organ. Habits died harder than mortals, however, and this ennui, tied as it was to centuries of cruelty, was hardly a recommendation for the male's soul. 36. Yes, of course. I will get a message to the buyers before the closing next week. Yes, the walkthrough is scheduled for Thursday at 8 a.m. Is that still convenient? Very good. My pleasure. Goodbye. Jo hung up the phone, made a note in the client's file, and then checked her personal cell. She couldn't possibly have read the text right. The damn thing was from Bill. You played me well, but not for long. You should have tried this with someone who has no research skills. What the? They had parted the night before on good terms, heading back to his car when her sense that they were being watched had become too overwhelming for her to ignore. The plan had been for them to meet up at lunch and head over to the school campus again. She hit him back. What are you talking about? Returning her phone to the drawer, she tried to look busy as real estate agents walked back and forth in front of her desk without acknowledging her, which was a good thing. If they stopped to talk to her, it was usually because they were upset about microwave etiquette in the break room, had an IT issue she couldn't help them with, or were acting out their frustration with the current less-than-robust seller's market. Meanwhile, Bryant had been out all morning, but he had been busy with his phone. He'd sent her 15 texts, only half of which had been office-related. The others had had a strange tone to them. He'd wanted to know why she'd left at 7 last night. When she'd replied that he'd told her she was free to head out, he'd asked where she'd gone. When she'd told him that she'd headed straight home, he'd replied, "Are you sure about that?" Which had been bizarre. A rattling sounded inside her desk and she ripped open the drawer. Accepting the call that had made the phone vibrate, she repeated, "What are you talking about?" Bill laughed with an edge. "You didn't tell me who your parents were." "I'm sorry. You're Philly and Chance Early's kid. Their only daughter. I am sorry, heir. She closed her eyes and sucked in a curse. What does that have to do with anything? Look, if you're trying to get your little Blair Witch Project wannabe a traditional media boost, you're going to have to find someone else to be your bullshit artist, okay? I don't have time for this. Jo switched her phone to her other ear as if that would change the gist of the conversation. I don't understand. I asked you last night if your buddy, Dougie, had the kind of resources to stage something like All That Trampled Landscape. You said no and conveniently left out the fact that you do. With your kind of money, you could CGI the crap out of that footage on YouTube, pay people to rough up the center of campus, and then, wow, hey, you hit up a CCJ reporter hoping he's stupid enough to buy into it all and get you some local coverage. Next thing you know, the piece gets picked up by the HuffPost and BuzzFeed, and then it's Deadline announcing a movie deal about the vampires of Caldwell. How perfectly organic. That isn't at all what. Don't call me again. I'm adopted, okay? And I haven't seen those two people you call my parents in at least a year. I don't identify as theirs any more than they support me, and if you want me to show you proof of how small my bank account is, fine, I am happy to show you my pathetic monthly statement. I asked you what you thought about that stuff on the net because I'm trying to figure it out myself. Allow me to assure you, however, that none of the Brownswick footage is the result of me writing any checks to anybody. So how about you do more than a cursory job at investigating me before you leap to conclusions and jump down my throat? Thanks. Bye. She nearly threw her phone back in the drawer but thought better of it because, hey, people who were worried about covering their rent really shouldn't put themselves in the position of needing to replace their cell. As the office phone obligingly rang, she grabbed for it and was glad for the distraction. And while she closed the loop with a buyer about the status of some fire alarm replacements in a duplex across town, she parallel processed the whole thing in her head. It was crazy for her to be wasting any more time or effort trying to get to the bottom of those videos, for one thing. And secondly, she had a very strong suspicion that the reason her brain had gravitated toward this stretch of stupidity was because she was otherwise very bored in her life. Which that was a problem to be solved not by distraction but by pulling her socks up and figuring out what the hell she wanted to do with herself. Yes, she had already decided the socialite existence of the people who had adopted her was a big ol' no. So wahey, she'd already narrowed her future down by one option. When the inside of her desk began to rattle again, she pulled open the door and got her phone back out from the loose paper clips and the pencils she didn't use. It was Bill. And she thought about letting the call go to voicemail but knew that was childish. Hitting accept, she said, I can only assume you're going to apologize right now. Or did you audit my credit score? It's actually not that bad, although remember, that doesn't have to do with net worth, just whether you're as anal as I am about paying bills on time. The guy had the grace to clear his throat. I'm sorry. It appears as if I may have jumped to some conclusions that were unwarranted. Jo rolled her chair around so she was facing the office's logo on the felt wall. Taking a deep breath, she muttered, you know, it does help if you're trying to establish yourself as an investigative reporter par excellence that you go a little deeper than mere surface information on someone. I just thought. Well, never mind what I thought. There was a pause. Do you still want to meet in an hour? Jo glanced at her watch. Just to give herself a little time. Har har. In or out, she told herself. Fish or cut bait. If she went with the plan, she was liable to keep getting sucked further into a rat hole that wasn't going to get her any closer to getting off her ass and into a real job. Jo? As a deep voice said her name, she jumped and swiveled back around. Bryant was leaning on the front counter of her desk. Jo? Bill asked over the phone. As she looked up into her boss's handsome face, she got an idea of exactly why she might be searching for excuses to stay in a go-nowhere job. And really, iCandy didn't get you far, did it? Yes, I'll be there, she said to Bill and then hung up. Hey, you're back early. Who was that? Your boyfriend. Bryant smiled as he narrowed his eyes. You never told me you had one. That's because I don't. Did you get that listing signed? I can start on the MLS. Why are you looking at me like that? Bryant's phone rang in his hand and her office line rang on her desk, and before he could respond, she went for her receiver, popping the thing off its cradle and going into her scripted greeting. It was 2 rings before he answered. Bryant actually waited for 2 rings before he accepted his call, but whatever distraction Jo offered was passed up on as he drawled a hello, started laughing, and then walked away. Yup, it was so time to fire up the old resume. Keep the change, you filthy animal. As Rage said the line, he shifted his chin, kissed Mary's forehead, and reveled in their blissful state of total relaxation. In return, she snuggled in closer to his bare chest and yawned so hard her jaw cracked. And in there goes the pizza guy. Rage laughed as he put his grape Tootsie Pop in for another suck. You know, I love the dumb statue that everyone knocks over in the front of the house. Home alone, in bed, with his shellin', a full belly, and the secure knowledge that his Mary had agreed to let him pick 2 more movies out for them. Can you say Die Hard and Christmas Vacation? After all, it was coming into her human holiday season, right? And man, if this wasn't heaven all rolled up on a fluffy white cloud, he didn't know what was. His body was so chilled out he was doing some serious floating on air himself, and none of these cinematic greats he had lined up came with 12 hanky, foreign language proficiency requirements. Movie night for them could be a thing. Mary liked valid stuff. He liked pop culture. Ne'er the twain shall meet. But hey, you had to compromise in a mating. That was the way shit worked. What are we watching next? She murmured. Bruce Willis and then Chevy Chase. I'll let you guess what they're starring in. She propped her head up on his pec. Are you picking a Christmas theme just for me? Yup. You want to give me a smooch for being so thoughtful. When she leaned up, he took her face between his palms and kissed her deeply. As they parted, he focused on her lips, feeling that old familiar burn roll out where it counted most for a male. Can I just tell you how much I'm looking forward to our shower before first meal? Are you now? As she smiled at him nice and slow, that rekindle got stoked even more. MMMM. If you were anyone else, she murmured, I would wonder how in the world you were going to get aroused again like in the next month. Oh, I'll be ready for you. Always. Except then something changed in her. He knew the instant it happened, although he would have been hard-pressed to describe exactly what tipped him off. What is it? He whispered. Are you thinking about Biddy? Before she could answer, he paused the movie with the remote, ironically right at the point Kevin put his father's aftershave on and screamed at the top of his lungs. With Macaulay Culkin's 10-year-old self hollering at them from the flat screen over on the far wall, Rage brushed his Mary's hair away from her face. Talk to me, he said. She flopped over onto her back. I don't want to ruin this with more of my heavy stuff. Why would you ruin anything? Come on, Rage. I feel like we've finally got things fixed between us, but here I am. Screwing it up again. He frowned and turned on his side, resting his head on his palm. Why would talking about Biddy mess anything up between us? When she didn't answer him, he drew a circle on her bare arm. Mary? As she finally looked at him again, her eyes were watery. I need to tell you something. Anything. Hell, after the last what time was it? Noonish? 8 hours with her. He felt invincible where she was concerned. I'm not worried. That gunshot wound of yours. She sniffed and seemed determined to buck up. When you came back from the beast having been out and you were lying there on the ground. She put her hands up to her face and stared at the ceiling as if she were right back there in the middle of that field. And his first instinct was to tell her to stop, put the memory away, never return to that moment. But she wasn't a coward with her emotions. She never had been. I fought to keep you here. She stared over at him. I begged Jane and Manny to do something. Anything to help you. Of course you did. I was suffering, I mean, deal or no deal for the other side, that was no fun for me, I assure you. Yes. She looked away. I didn't want you to suffer. As his Mary fell silent, he took one of her hands and brought it to his mouth. Why in a million years do you think you're trying to save my life could be a bad thing? I mean, I'm not one of you therapist types, but I'm getting the clear vibe over here that that's what you're trying to apologize for. Which is nuts. Both on a clinical and a practical level. I didn't want to leave Biddy. I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't catch it. Mary sat up, tucking the sheet around her naked breasts. I could have just met you on the other side. But when it came down to it, yes, I freaked out because you couldn't breathe and you were. The dying thing was happening. But I also didn't want to leave Biddy. I wanted you to stay so that I could keep helping her. And I'm so sorry, oh God, Rage, I'm so sorry. Rage blinked a couple of times. Let me get this straight. You're apologizing to me because you didn't want to leave an orphaned girl who had just watched her mother die to deal with all that alone? Really? I feel like I betrayed you in some way. I mean, the pact about me meeting you on the other side is about your destiny and mine. Together. Just the two of us. But when push came to shove, I fought, but not for us. Not really. Because I knew I could see you again. I fought. For someone else. And that just feels really wrong. Rage sat up too, stuffing the comforter around his lap. Put like that, he could kind of see her point. And yet, Mary, if it helps you in any way, I didn't want to leave my brothers behind. I was mostly concerned about you and me and what was going to happen to us, but that wasn't the only thing on my mind. There were other people in on it for me too. He smiled and rubbed his jaw. Even if one of them happened to cold cock met Weiss right after I got out of bed. Anywho, I can understand what you're getting at, but the way I see it, I don't expect your whole life to revolve around me. I respect your profession and I love you for everything you do at Safe Place. You felt in that moment that you had unfinished business you needed to handle. That is something I can totally respect. He frowned. Well, as long as you intended to actually meet me over there if I didn't come back. Oh God, yes. She reached out and pulled him to her mouth. I swear on my soul. Even if it had meant leaving Biddy alone, I would have come to find you. I have no doubt about that. Rage smiled and cradled her face in his palms again. Then we're all good. You gotta know, my Mary, your commitment to your job is as much a part of what I love about you as the rest of. You know everything. Don't waste another thought on the whys of what you did. Focus on how incredibly amazing it is that we're right here, together, and it all worked out exactly as it should have. She teared up a little. Really? Yup. They kissed, slow and sweet this time. And then he eased back and took a long moment just to enjoy her tousled hair, and her sleepy eyes, and her ruby-red lips that were like that because he had been making out with her for hours. You feel better? He said. She nodded. Oh, yes. Totally. You want to finish the movie? Yes, I really do. Rage smiled once again. I love it when you lie to me like that. It's true. As he resettled her in his arms, he shook his head and patted around to find the remote. Good thing we talked that over. I mean, look at Kevin. He's freaked out that we've been ignoring him. Kid's gonna need some serious therapy if we keep freezing him up like this. Mary's laughter transmitted from her torso into his own. And God, he loved the feel of it. Then she sighed and got even more comfortable. And a few moments later, she was fast asleep, breathing in the deep, even rhythm of someone who had a clean conscience and was at peace with the one they loved. By the time the burglars were getting tarred and feathered, Rage was feeling drowsy himself, but he stayed up for the rest of the day. Not because of the movies, though. Sometimes all the rest you needed came in the form of holding the right person against your body and feeling her warmth and knowing that she was not going away. Not without you, at any rate. True love, he decided, was all the recharge he required. Thank you very much. 37. Ultimately, Mary chose to go with jeans. Normally, she was not a 7 for all mankind girl, but for Biddy's ice cream trip, she didn't want to wear her blouse and slacks professional uniform. The goal was for this to be a relaxed, fun outing, and somehow showing up in a bunch of stuff that needed dry cleaning didn't exactly say Baskin-Robbins, 31 flavors with sprinkles on top. How do I look? Rage said from behind her. Turning away from their bureau, she did a double take. Well, he said, pivoting in a circle. Is this okay? That Hawaiian shirt, she laughed, was supposed to be a joke. He pulled out the hem of the tarp-sized eyesore. It's the only thing I've got that isn't black. Well, that was true, and talk about mission accomplished. The shirt was about as far away from dour as you could get, which was why she'd bought it. The thing had 100 variations on teal, green, and sunset peach in an absolutely retina-shattering palm tree frond pattern. I just don't want to be all soldier, you know? That's why I'm doing jeans. She grimaced as she looked down at herself. Even though I'm not really a fan of them anymore. But they love you, he murmured, coming over and wrapping his arms around her. As he slid his hands down to her butt and squeezed, he murmured, this past day was amazing, by the way. She put her hands to his chest and played with one of the shirt's pink buttons. Even though I fell asleep on you? Especially because of that. They kissed for a while, and then Mary stepped back and gave him the once-over. Honestly, I think you have to go with what you feel comfortable in. This is not it. Someone my size in this much color? I'm like a living, breathing migraine aura. As he headed back to the closet, she stared down at the jeans and decided to take her own advice. 10 minutes later, they left the mansion in all black for him and yoga pants and a red fleece for her. Stepping out of the vestibule, Rage put his arm around her and kissed the top of her head. We're going to have a great time. Thanks for doing this. I know you had to switch your shift around. Tor was happy to take over for me. He's really interested in killing things right now. Why? Oh God. Too many reasons to count. Leading her down to the cobblestones and by the winterized fountain, he stopped at the passenger side of the GTO and opened her door. Madam, your conveyance. After he got her settled, he got in himself and off they went, barreling down the maize-covered mountainside and shooting off over the winding road that took them to the highway. Safe Place was a good 20 minutes away, but the time passed fast. Next thing she knew, she was getting out and telling her mail she'd be right back. Mary jogged up the walkway to the front door, put in the code, and then she was in the toasty interior. Heading for the stairs, I'm here. At the sound of Biddy's voice, she stopped. Hey, how are you? The little girl was dressed in one of her other shifts, that black parka folded on her lap as she sat with a straight back on the living room sofa. Did he really come? Biddy asked as she got to her feet. Are we really going? We are. Biddy went to the closed drapes and pulled them apart. Oh, he brought his car. Yup, just as he said he would. I think you'll find that my Hellren pretty much always does what he says he's going to. Mary had already told Marissa about the plan and gotten a resounding approval from the boss, but she wanted to check out properly. Can you give me 2 seconds in my office? When the girl nodded, Mary rushed upstairs. Marissa wasn't at her desk, so Mary headed across the hall to send a quick email to all the staff. She didn't get that far. At least, not immediately. There was a cardboard box on her desk, one that was about the size of a shoebox, just more square instead of rectangular. An envelope was on top of it, although she knew what was inside before reading anything. The note was short, but kind. Mary read it twice and then carefully lifted the lid. Inside, there was a simple brass urn. A trusted nurse of Havers's had dropped off Biddy's mother's ashes at nightfall, because the female had wanted to spare Biddy any return trip to the clinic. It had been a very kind gesture. The sort of thing that made you blink quick and have to take a couple of deep breaths. Shaking herself back to attention, Mary went around and signed in at her computer, sent the email, and then hustled back downstairs. Biddy was on the sofa once again, waiting patiently, but she had put her coat on. Ready? Mary asked. As the girl got to her feet once more, Mary decided to wait to talk about the delivery. The child deserved an easy trip out for ice cream. Did you see what was on your desk? Biddy looked up. The box? Ah, yes, I did. It's my mother's ashes. Yes. There was a note. Biddy dropped her eyes to the floor. A nice female brought them. I was down here waiting already, so I took them. I put them up there because I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Do you want the urn in your room? I don't know. Okay. You don't have to decide anything now. I want to save them. You know. For your uncle, Mary filled in her head. For my uncle, Biddy concluded. But I wasn't sure I'd be able to sleep with them upstairs. I mean, it's her, but not. It's perfectly all right for you to think about it and change your mind. They're safe in my office. I'll leave them right on my desk. Nothing will happen to them. Okay. There was a pause. Are you ready to go now? Yes, please. Mary let out an exhale. Good. I'm glad. Come on. Biddy headed for the door, but then stopped halfway there. Ms. Luce. Yes. Those brown eyes flicked up for a split second and then returned to the floor. Thank you very much. All Mary could do was blink as Biddy kept on going over to the exit. You're very welcome, Mary said in a husky voice. Standing next to his car, Rage found himself tucking in his black shirt under his jacket, or rather, retucking the thing. Then he ran his fingers through his hair. Man, he needed to get the stuff cut. It was like a blonde rug from the 70s, all shagged out. At least the close shave he'd given himself before leaving the mansion was holding tough. And he was clean. He'd even washed behind his ears and in between his toes. As the door to Safe Place opened and the females appeared between the jams, he raised a hand and got 2 raised back at him, 1 from each. Then Mary and Biddy were in front of him, the little girl staring up at him as if he might have been bigger than she remembered. Or blonder. Or maybe weirder looking. Or something. Who the hell knew? Hi, he said, opening the car door for her. You ready? Yes. Biddy scooted in. Thank you. Do you know what flavor you're going for? Vanilla. Frowning, he put the seat back into position and helped his Mary in. Huh. Well, that's good. When he was behind the wheel, he wrenched around. You know, vanilla is great. It's a good traditional choice. But they'll let you try some of their other flavors before you pick. You might want to give that a shot. Stick with vanilla. Whatever works. What kinds of flavors are there? Oh my God, so many. He punched the clutch through the gear shift into first, but stopped himself before he nailed the accelerator. There was no time constraint here, and he didn't want to paint mixer the poor kid. "Hey, is your seatbelt on?" he asked, glancing up into the rear view. "I'm sorry." Biddy scrambled around, pulling the strap into place across her torso. "I didn't think." Rage reached up and put the light on. "Here." Click. "Thank you." Easing them out from the curb, he kept to the speed limit and the traffic laws, and glared at an SUV who swerved out in front of them. Bessie's Best Ice Cream Parlor was painted bright pink on the outside and Milk Cow black and white on the inside. With pink tables and chairs, 50s music piped in from the speakers, and a waitstaff that had poodle skirts for the girls and soda jerk shirts and pants for the guys, Rage had always been impressed by how close to right they got the Elvis, go into the hop vibe. As someone who had eaten ice cream in 1950, he remembered firsthand what things had looked like. "Thank you very much." And yup, he had chosen the right joint. Biddy was enthralled by the place, her big eyes roaming around as if she had never seen anything like it, which was, sadly, no doubt the truth. Fortunately, there were only a few human customers, a couple who was over 60 in the corner, a father with 3 kids in the middle at one of the larger tables, and a pair of teenage girls who were taking selfies with their motor oil-glossed lips pursed out and their ice cream melting off to the side in little paper cups. Leading the way over to where you ordered, he smiled at the 20-year-old in her poodle skirt and then really wished he hadn't. "Oh," was all she seemed to be able to say as she stared across the tubs of ice cream in their glass-topped refrigerator units. "I'd like to try out some samples?" he asked. "And could you please stop looking at me like that? The only whipped cream you're putting on anything goes on my banana split." "No, not that banana split. And you can skip the nuts." "Okay, come on," was he really arguing with himself over his own innuendos here? "As many as you like." She actually batted her eyelashes. "What flavors? And you can try the sprinkles out too, if you want." The words were spoken fast and accented by all kinds of leaning over and flashing everything that little button-down tucked into that big skirt failed to cover. "Let me ask my wife." He deliberately used the human term. "Mary?" Mary's smile was easy and relaxed, and he loved that about her. She was so confident in herself and his love for her. She never balked, no matter how many females got up in his grill. "I'm fine with chocolate chip in a waffle cone." "Biddy? Would you like to branch out from vanilla?" The little girl surprised him by stepping in close. "I think. Yes, could I please try some?" As Biddy stared up at the human female, the waitress straightened a little, like the dimmer switch on her libido had been cranked down some. "You want me to get you and your dad a sampler? I'll bring it over and you can try 'em at the table." Everyone froze. Him. Mary. No, wait, Biddy didn't freeze. "He's not my dad. But yes, please." The human didn't seem to care one way or the other. She just turned around and got out a little tray with 12 different tiny paper cones arranged in a cardboard holder. "He's not my dad." The words had come out smoothly and without hesitation, as if Biddy were naming a destination on a map or pointing out a book on a shelf. Meanwhile, Rage was still stopped in his tracks as the mini-scooping was done, and the tray was set on the counter, and Mary's waffle cone was delivered into her ever so slightly trembling hand. As their eyes met, it was obvious she was worried about him, and he was a little worried, too. He felt like he'd been sucker punched in the gut. "Table." Shaking himself, he looked at the waitress. "I'm sorry. Do you want to take this with you? I mean, I can carry it to your table if you want." No, it's fine. Thanks. I'll be back to order more and then we'll pay." "Sure. Fine." The whatever was silent. Not that he gave two shits. Over at the table by the rear emergency exit, which he chose out of habit in case, the 10 remaining lessers in the city of Caldwell happened to bust through that pink door looking for a rocky road, put the tray down and handed a pink spoon to Biddy. "Have at it. And then you can tell me what you want in a cone or a sundae or decide you're full enough." Biddy just stared at the display of various colors and textures. From the brilliant greens of pistachio and mint chocolate chip, to the beach sunset coral of some kind of sherbet and the cheery pink of strawberry. It really was a fine representative sample. "Where do I start?" she asked. "Anywhere," Mary said as she sat with her cone. "You want me to go first?" he asked. "Yes. Please." Yeah, wow, for the first time in recorded history, he faced off at ice cream and had no interest in it. "I guess I'll start here," he murmured, spooning up something that didn't register on his tongue in the slightest. "Is it good?" Biddy asked. "Ah, sure. Absolutely." When she leaned in and put her pink spoon into the half he'd left behind, he glanced across at Mary. His Shellen was focused on Biddy, as if something in the way the little girl tried the dessert might offer some important clue as to how the morning was going. And it was funny. As he looked back and forth between the two, he was amazed as he noticed for the first time that they both had brown hair. In fact, Biddy looked as if she could be. Yeah. Wow. He needed to pull back here. After all, there were how many vampires on the planet? And humans? So the fact that the pair of them both happened to be female and both had dark hair as opposed to blonde or red or straight-up black was not a huge surprise. There was, he told himself firmly, absolutely nothing cosmic or preordained about the three of them sitting here in this ice cream shop other than the fact that the particular kind of dessert served under this pink roof just happened to prove the existence of a benevolent god. Please? What he said. I'm sorry. I'm distracted by the menu above that counter over there. I think I like the chocolate chip the best, Biddy said. Rage glanced at Mary again and then had to look away. Consider it done. In a cup or a cone? I think. Waffle, he finished in his head. Waffle, Biddy said. Roger that. As he got to his feet and headed back to the human woman in that poodle skirt, he said, nope. All kids like chocolate. With chips. In waffle cones. There was not some kind of destiny at work here. Really. Totally. There wasn't. 38. The chilly wind swept over the rolling hill, teasing fallen leaves and carrying them over Assail's bally loafers. Down below, the Hudson appeared static in the night, as if its current had turned in for the evening upon the sun's departure, and the water was relieved to be off the clock. Over to the north, the moon rose, a bright and clean slice of illumination in the deep velvet blackness of the sky. The cold air bothered his masticated nose, so he breathed in through his mouth. Yet, even without full benefit of his sense of smell, he knew when he was approached. He did not turn about but addressed the view. Quite a romantic spot. Throw's voice was low. I'm going to kill you. Assail rolled his eyes and looked over his shoulder. A gun? Really? The male was standing directly behind him, an autoloader in his hand, his finger on the trigger. You think I won't use it? Because I kissed you or because you liked it? Assail faced the river again. How weak of you. You are a... Your body didn't lie. As much as your brain has a counter-opinion, we both are fully aware of your arousal. If you have conflict over this reality, that is your issue, not mine. You had no right. And you have a very traditional view of sex, don't you? I don't want you anywhere near me again. Weren't you going to pull that trigger? Or have we moved on from that already? Perhaps because you've realized how incredibly cowardly it is to put a bullet in the back of an otherwise innocent man. There is nothing innocent about you, and I do not trust your presence in Nasha's house. And meanwhile, you are merely a guest of hers, correct? One who just happens to keep the mistress of the manor warm during these increasingly cold days whilst her Hellerin sleeps down the hall. Yes, there is nothing unscrupulous about that. So laudable. My relationship with her is none of your concern. Well, it is and it isn't. You're obviously not satisfying her very well, or I wouldn't have been invited back last night. She wanted to show you her toys. Next week, it shall be someone else. Does she require you to sleep in the basement? In a darkened room? Or are you upstairs with the grown-ups? By the way, are you going to shoot me? If not, perhaps you'll come over here and address me face to face. Or don't you trust yourself? The sound of crushed leaves circled around, and then Throw appeared on the left, his long black wool coat waving in the wind. Is this not a dog park, by the way? Assail glanced around the rolling earth and then pointed across the river. That is where I live, as you are aware. I see the humans and their animals on this hillside on warmer nights. Watch yourself. Or what? Assail tilted his head to the side. What are you going to do to me? Fuck you. Yes, please. Or the other way around, should you prefer. The flush that ran up Throw's throat to his cheeks was visible in the moonlight, and the male opened his mouth as if he were about to offer a staunch rebuke, but then his gleaming eyes dipped down and lingered on Assail's mouth. So what will it be? Assail drawled. Bottom or top? Throw let out a curse, and then he up and disappeared into thin air, dematerializing away from the hill-said departure open to only one interpretation. He was more curious than he wanted to admit, hungrier than he could stomach, more desperate than he could bear. The male had come with one agenda, but had not been able to follow through on it because of another. As Assail stood upon the hill alone, he was surprised at how little he cared about whether or not that trigger had been pulled. Down below on the water, a vessel floated upstream, propelled by some manner of engine. Its tail light was white, and the red half of its bow lantern was showing. Both bobbed in a lazy way. It was not his importer contacts. No lights on their craft, which reminded him this house had come forth with an order for armaments. Nothing exotic and in a relatively small number. The Brotherhood was trying him out as a source first, and Assail respected that. His suppliers were not going to be content to provide such small-time numbers for long, however. There was a cost-benefit analysis that was required when one skirted human law, and his contacts were already displeased that his heroin and cocaine orders had dried up so abruptly. Well, almost all of his cocaine ordering. He still had his own needs to consider. The pickup for the guns wasn't scheduled until the following evening, and he found that disappointing. So much time he had available now. And in truth, although he was committed to doing this job for Wrath, and was looking forward to making throw compromise all that rigid sexual convention of his, he could not say there was aught that excited or engaged him. Putting his hands into the pockets of his cashmere coat, he leaned back and regarded the sky, seeing not some version of heaven but merely vacant, cold space. For some strange reason, when he righted his head, his cell phone ended up in his palm. And before he could stop himself, a call was ringing through. Once, twice, 3 times. "Hello?" a female voice said. Assail's body responded like a tuning fork, his veins vibrating inside his skin, his brain's wiring flushed with a buzz that not even cocaine could get near. "Hello?" Closing his eyes, he mouthed something he was glad Marisol could neither hear nor read upon his lips, and then dropped the phone from his ear. As he ended the connection, he wondered why he kept torturing himself by calling her and hanging up like that. Then again, he didn't just enjoy torturing others, did he? After all, enmity, like kindness, started at home. It was like watching paint dry. As Vishouse lit up another hand, rolled and sat back against the shelving full of lesser jars, he watched the torchlight flicker over Eker's ugly fucking face. He'd started his shift at nightfall and had sent Butch downtown to work. At this point, it was a waste of resources to have more than one person babysitting for the bastard. "Wake up, asshole," he thought. "Come on, open those eyes." "Yeah, file that under NFW." The movement that had been twitching that one side of Eker's body had ceased during the day, and now the only break in the slab of meat in animation was the rise and fall of the chest. The monitoring equipment which V had silenced because 1, he could see the readouts just fine, and 2, the incessant beeping had made him want to go lead shower on the shit, indicated that, for someone in a deep coma, Eker's basic functions were doing all right. And meanwhile, the 4 was pumping fluids and nutrients into his veins, the catheter was draining his bladder, and that electric blanket was keeping his core temperature up. V really fucking wished the bastard would come to. Too much time to think. As a text chimed, he checked his phone, then got up and strode off, covering the distance to the gate quickly. Jane was waiting on the far side of the iron bars with their steel mesh, duffels hanging off her shoulders, white coat and blue scrubs insanely erotic even though they were baggy as hell. Phone in her hand as she texted someone. Focused on her cell, her short blonde hair fell forward and obscured her face. But he could tell she had no makeup on for some reason. He took special notice of her blunt, unpolished nails. She always kept those puppies filed down so she didn't snag surgical gloves on them. Or internal organs, as it were. For a moment, he stopped and simply stared at her. She was so buried in her work. She hadn't even noticed him. And man, he just loved that about her. Her mind, that huge engine under her skull, was the sexiest thing about her. The force that challenged him, kept him on his toes, and made him feel every once in a while as if maybe, possibly, perhaps he wasn't actually the smartest person in the household. And then, of course, there was her in the middle of that battlefield, lesser body parts everywhere, guns, and the possibility of devastating chaos as close as the grass under your feet, and her entire focus on saving his brother. V. The way she said his name suggested she might have tried to get his attention a couple of times. "Sorry, hey." He freed the lock and opened the gate, standing aside so she could fit in with all that gear. "You want some help lugging that shit?" "Nope, I got it." She gave him a smile and then was all business. "How we doing in there?" Funny, they didn't really hug much, did they? The other couples in the mansion usually did that big greeting thing, but he and Jane? Always too much to talk about. Whatever, he'd never been into the sappy crap. After all, anything even remotely pink made him itch. And not just because it might be a sign of a localized skin infection. Eker and I have been arguing. As the two of them walked side by side down the corridor, their shadows sped forward and then fell back as they came up to and passed by the various torches. He's a Yankees fan, so you can imagine the smack talk. There is some common ground, though. He hates my mother, too. Jane's laughter was deep and kind of abrupt, an arguably ugly sound that he fucking loved. Is that so? She jacked up one of the duffels. Any other conversations of note? He has no taste in music. He didn't even know who Eazy was. Okay, that is just wrong. I know. These young kids today. The world's going into the shitter. At Eker's bedside or Gurney's side, as was the case, Jane dropped her load and then just stood there, her eyes going over her patient and lingering on the readouts. Battery life is stronger than we thought, V murmured as he took a drag. We still have a couple of hours before we need to do a switch. Good, I'll leave the replacements off to the side here. V backed up and let her have some room as she checked Eker's catheter, gave him a new bag of saline solution and administered a number of drugs through his fore. So what do you think? He asked. Not because he didn't have his own opinion, but rather because he loved her to go clinical on him. As she began rattling off a number of multisyllabic Latin-derived medical terms, he had to rearrange himself in his leathers. Something about her getting all professional made him want to get all up in her. Probably had to do with the bonding thing, wanted to mark this spectacular person as his so the whole world knew they needed to back the fuck off. Jane was the only female who had ever gotten his attention and held it. And yeah, if he had to wax psychological on the situation, it was probably because her single-minded passion for her job, her relentless commitment to excellence, made him feel a little like he was always chasing her just to keep up. On so many levels, he was a typical predator. The chase was more electric than the capture and consumption. And with Jane, there was always something to pursue. Hello? V? When their eyes met, he frowned. Sorry. Distracted. There's a lot going on. She smiled again. Anyway, as I was saying, I've had a consult with Manny and Havers. We're thinking of maybe opening up his head. I want to watch him for the next 12 hours, but the pressure on his brain is gradually increasing even with the stent I put in this morning. Can you operate here? She glanced around. I don't think so. Lot of debris in the air. Light is not great. But more to the point, we're going to need imaging that we just can't get in a cave. Well, you let me know what you want and we'll do another transport on him. You're the best. Yeah, I am. I'd also do anything for you. As their eyes met, she put her hands in her pockets and backed up until she was leaning against the shelving. When she didn't say anything, he frowned. What? So do you want to tell me what's on your mind? V laughed softly and wasted a little time staring at the end of his hand rolled. In the silence, he debated brushing the question off, but that was because he hated talking about anything even remotely emotional. You know, I deny I've got a head fuck going on, but it would be a waste of time. It would be a waste of time. They both smiled as they spoke the same words with the same tone and at the same time. But then he got serious. Stabbing his cigarette out on the bottom of his shit kicker, he put the deady into the empty Coke can he'd been using as an ashtray. To give himself a second longer, he looked at the hundreds and hundreds of jars all around them. Then he glanced at Eker. This was not exactly a conversation he wanted to have in front of anyone. But the bastard had about as much conscious awareness as one of the pit's leather couches. And now and here were better than any other version of later and there that involved the chaotic mansion he and his mate lived in. You ever think about having kids? He said. 39. So will you tell me more about the people you live with? As Biddy asked the question from the back seat of the GTO, Mary glanced at Rage. The three of them were on the way home, all kinds of ice cream in their stomachs, most of the tension gone from the whole dad thing. But boy, that had been a difficult moment, well, for everyone but Biddy. She hadn't seemed to care one way or the other. The same couldn't be said of the two adults with her. Nothing like shining a light on the kidless issue like that. But at least the rest of the outing had been a wild success. More on my people, huh? Rage looked up into the rearview and smiled. Let me see. Who's next? We've covered the king, the animals, and Lassiter. Who actually should be lumped in with the animals, really? So, okay. Have you ever met a set of twins before? No, never. I wasn't allowed to leave my house. Rage blinked. I'm sorry, Biddy. That must have been very hard. My father didn't want us to see anyone. Mary had to catch herself from wincing, and as Rage frowned, she felt him take her hand. Let me ask you something, Biddy, he said. Okay. How did you learn to read? And you speak really well. My mommin was a teacher, before she mated my father. Ah. Mary turned in her seat. Would you like to be a teacher, too? The little girl's brows lifted. Yes, I think I would. But I don't know where to go to school for that. My mommin went to school in South Carolina. Mary tried to show no reaction. Really? Your mother never said she was from there. That's where her parents lived. But they died. I'd heard there was a colony down there, Rage chimed in. My father was a migrant worker. He used to move with the seasons, working for humans, until he met her. Then they came up here and he became an electrician for the species. His drinking got bad and that's when things changed. I was born after the bad part happened, or maybe I was the reason for it. Mary kept quiet, both because she was hoping Biddy would continue, but also because it was really hard to hear any child say something like that. And then she frowned as she recognized that they were getting close to safe place. Glancing at Rage, she intended to encourage him to keep going, but he subtly nodded, as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. Maybe if he continued driving, Biddy would keep talking. Because none of this was in her or her mother's file. Sometimes, Mary said, alcohol can really hurt people. My father was the one who hit us, not the beer he was drinking. Mary cleared her throat. Very true, Biddy. The girl fell silent, and then before Mary could say anything else, she spoke up again. May I ask you something, Ms. Luce? Mary twisted around once more and nodded as she met the girl's eyes. Anything. You said your mommin had died, right? Yes, she did. So where did you do her fade ceremony? Well, Biddy, she tucked her hair behind her ears. The truth is, I used to be human, Biddy. The little girl recoiled. I didn't know. It's a very, very long story. But I met him and fell in love. She put her hand on Rage's shoulder. And then some other things happened, and I've been in the vampire world ever since. My life is here with you all, and I'm not going back to where I once was. Biddy's brows drew in tight over the bridge of her nose. But what happened to your family? Did you bring them with you? It was just my mom and me, and after she died, I had nothing to keep me in that world. Thanks to Rage. She glanced at him and smiled. Well, because of him I found my new family. Do you have young? Mary shook her head. No, and I can't bear children. Once again with that recoil. Ever. No. It just wasn't in the cards for me. But I have my work at Safe Place, and there are so many kids there who need my help. Like you, for instance. So I make my contribution to the future to young people that way. Biddy frowned for the longest time. Then she looked at Rage. What about you? Do you have young? Before you met? Well, her. Rage reached out again, his big hand taking Mary's in a warm, strong grip. I guess I can have them. But if it's not going to be with her, then it's not going to be with anybody. My mommin said young are the biggest blessing in life. Mary nodded through a sudden pain in her heart. And she was very right about that. So, twins? Biddy prompted. Rage took a deep breath, like he was having to force himself back into normal conversation. Ah, yup, twins. So anyway, we have a set in our house. They're identical, but they don't really look anything alike. How is that possible? Well, one was taken as a blood slave. What's that? It's a practice that's been outlawed by the king. It's where one person holds another against their will, using them as a blood source. Zadist was scarred during his escape, and Fury, his twin who was the one who got him out, lost part of his leg in the process. But everything worked out. They're both mated now, and Z has the cutest dammer. Darn young on the planet. You'd like Nala. She's a peach of a toddler. I think I would like to have young someday. Mary turned around once again. And so you will. But you can't, right? So what if that happens to me? Well, maybe it could. But I like to believe that if you think positively, positive things happen. So visualize yourself in a happy family, mated to a male who loves you and takes care of you and lets you take care of him. And then see that infant of yours all warm and squirmy in your arms. See her eyes that are like yours, or maybe his hair that's like his father's. Visualize it and think positively, and make it happen. And anyway, Rage chimed in, even if you can't bear your young, you can maybe adopt one. Or work with kids like Mary does. There are always ways around things. Always, Mary agreed. They drove along for a little more, and then Rage headed back to safe place. As he pulled up to the curb and put the GTO in park, he cleared his throat. So, Biddy. Yes. Rage cranked his massive shoulders around so he could look back at the girl. I have to work tomorrow night, but the night after I have off. Will you have dinner with Mary and me? I want to go out to eat. To a restaurant? Biddy asked. Yup. TGI Fridays ever been? Well, no, actually. So what do you say? And this is just one more reason to love him, isn't it? Mary thought. Getting out. She popped the top half of her seat and held it forward. Biddy looked up at her. Is that okay, Ms. Luce? Absolutely. Then yes, please. Great. Rage clapped his hands. Oh my God. You have to totally get the brownie sundae. It's amazing. Biddy stood at the curb for a moment. Then she lifted her hand in goodbye. Thank you. For the ice cream. Can't wait for dinner. Mary put the seat back into place, leaned in and planted her palm on the still warm leather from where she'd been sitting. I'll see you back home? Mm. Stretching forward, she kissed him on the mouth. I love you. Love you too, my Mary. Rage tugged her down for another kiss and lowered his voice. Baths are fun. Did you know that? As a smile hit her face and stayed there, she cocked a brow. Oh, really? I think I'll run one and get in it right before last meal. Come find me? Does this mean we're eating in our room again? God, I hope so. She laughed as she straightened out of the car. I'll be home regular time. Okay? And you know where to find me. As she stepped away, she found Biddy staring back and forth between them. And then the car was roaring and Rage skidded the tires, leaving tracks. Mary laughed. Such a show-off. What does that mean? He's trying to impress us with his driving. The pair of them started for the house. Guys do that. They can't help it. Coming up to the front door, Mary entered the code, and as she opened things wide, the scent of chocolate chip cookies wafted into her nose. Wow, twice this week with the Toll House. She wanted to suggest to Biddy that they follow the sounds of laughter and talking back to the big kitchen and hang out with everyone, but the girl went directly to the stairs. Hoping for some other opening or chance to talk, Mary followed her up to the second floor and stopped on the landing in front of her office. You're going to head for the attic? She said. I'll be here doing paperwork if you need anything. Or, if you want to go make cookies. Biddy shrugged out of that big, puffy parka. I think I'll sit in my room. But thank you. Okay. Well, good night. Good night. I'll be here until just before dawn. Thank you. Mary stayed where she was, in front of the open door to her office, as Biddy went to the stairs. It happened so fast. One moment, the girl was walking away. The next, she had turned around and rushed back across the distance. Her arms went around Mary quick as a breath and held on for no longer than that. And then Biddy was gone, ascending to the attic without sparing another word or glance. Mary stood where she was, for quite some time. Okay, so then that happened, V thought as his words hung in the air between him and Jane. You ever think about having kids? As his mate went really still and very quiet, he cursed under his breath, but that was not the kind of inquiry you could take back. Even if there was a half-dead enemy lying on a gurney between the pair of you, and the two of you were, surrounded by 1,000 hearts in jars. And it was in the middle of a work night for both parties. Holy shit, had that really come out of his mouth? Oh, and P.S., he was so hitting Rage again when he saw the brother next. Even though this wasn't technically Hollywood's fault. All the guy had done was pose the question because, clearly, it was something on his own mind. V was still gonna punch him, though. Wow, Jane said slowly. She rubbed her nose and tucked her blonde hair back. That's a surprise. Look. Forget I ever said anything. No, I won't. And are you asking because you want them, or because you want to know what I think? I want to know what you think. And yeah, it was maybe weird that it hadn't come up before now, but it had been clear Jane couldn't have any, biologically speaking, when they'd committed to each other, and a lot of shit had been going on since then. Well, how do you feel? She said. I asked you first. Is this a game of chicken? Or an intimate conversation? They both fell silent. And then, at the same time, they said, in exactly the same tone, it's not a priority for me. It's not a priority for me. As V laughed, Jane did, too, and he got the impression that as the tension flowed out of his body, something similar was happening for her, her stance loosening, her exhale one of relief. Look, V said, LW and Nala are cute and all, but I'm interested in them because they're a part of Wrath's and Z's lives. Not because I want something like that for us. Unless, it became a big deal for you. Well, I can't have kids. I mean, I'm technically dead. She rolled her eyes. Can I just tell you, every once in a while, when I say something like that, I get existential whiplash? Like, how the hell did this become my life? Not that it isn't a miracle or anything. But geez. And you're mated to a demigod. Did you just promote yourself? Maybe. Can you blame me? As she laughed, exactly as he'd intended her to, V got serious again. Adoption is difficult in the vampire race, but it can be an option. True. Very true. Jane shrugged. But I was never one of those women who planned out her wedding or saw rainbow mobiles over the cribs of babies. Not that I've seen many babies in cribs. She frowned. Holy crap. I don't think I've ever seen a baby sleeping in a crib. And you're not a freak because of that. I can tell what you're thinking. Yeah. She rubbed the back of her neck, then shook herself as if clearing away thoughts that she refused to buy into. I mean, of course I'm not. Just because women can be mothers doesn't mean they have to be. V had to smile a little, but then he shook his head. I don't think there's anything wrong with us. And actually, I hate that I just felt the need to say that. Compatibility is the issue. If one of us wanted them and the other didn't, then that's a problem. Jane came over to him and put her hands on his shoulders. And it was funny. Ordinarily, he couldn't stand people getting very close to him. Not because of some kind of horrific abuse, although his father's partial castration of him hadn't been a party. Granted, but because tons of contact and closeness was just too much sensation for his brain to process. With Jane, though, he never felt crowded. Same with Butch. Maybe because the two of them seemed to understand the overload thing with him. You look worried, she said as she brushed his hair back and traced the tattoos at his temple with her forefinger. I don't want anything to come between us. Ever. That's up to you and me, though, right? So why be anxious? Rage and Mary have been going through a time. Over having babies? Are they okay now? Yeah, I think so. Good. She leaned her head to one side. And as for you and me, we can't predict the future. No one can. So we talk and we sort things out and we keep going. Together. I can't fathom, right now, a scenario where all of a sudden some biological clock starts ringing and I have a compelling need to do the parent thing. I guess, for me, I don't feel like anything is missing in my life. There are no hollow spaces that require filling. I have you, I have my work, and I reject the notion entirely that all women are destined to be mothers. Some of us are and some of us aren't, and the awesome thing is we get to choose. Same goes for men. So yeah, we just keep talking and everything is going to work out no matter what the outcome happens to look like. This house stared down from his greater height and somehow felt smaller than she was. You always make sense. I don't know about that, but I do try to look at everything from all angles and be logical as much as I can. I don't think I can be a father, Jane. His mate shook her head. I know where you're going with that. Your parents are not you, and besides, that's the wrong way to put it. The question is, do you want to be a father? He tried to imagine being weighed down as Wrath and Z were, constantly worrying about some little creature and whether it was killing itself. Yeah, sure, there were good parts to the experience. The joy on his brothers' faces was very real. But, God, the work. Was he using that as an excuse, though? Whatever. Definitely not right now. No, I do not want to be a father right now. So that's what we go with. And if it changes, we address it. Same for me. I would never want anything on this planet to hate me as much as I hate my parents. There. He said it. Lot of reasons to support that position, Jane whispered as she stroked his face. And I am so very sorry. Don't tell me I should go talk to Mary about it. Okay? I'm not interested in that shit, true? You know where she is if you need her. And I don't have to tell you that she would be available to you anytime if you asked. Jane brushed his hair back. And I have to say this. As awful as your mother can be, without her, you and I wouldn't be together. He frowned, thinking of when he'd found Jane in that crumpled Audi at the side of the road. None of his life support measures had done a goddamn thing. She had remained unmoving as he had tried to bring her back. For some reason, the image of his mother up on that betting platform resurfaced and wouldn't be stuffed back down underground. The shit lingered, like it was a message of some sort. I really trust you, he heard himself say to his Shellen. And I love you too, Vishouse. 40. Okay. I might have thought you were joking about this. As his Mary sank down into a jacuzzi full of bubbles, rage reached out through the warm, frothy swirl and oh, yeah, there it was, his mate's body all slippery and smooth, from the curve of her waist to the flare of her hips and so many other things. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Leaning back against the wall of the tub, he pulled her to him, splitting her thighs and settling her right on top of his bobbing, bright idea cock. He didn't enter her, though. There was time for that later. How long have you been waiting for me? She asked as she put her arms around his neck. Hours and hours. Her breasts were obscured and revealed, as the level in the tub recalibrated itself to her presence. And rage licked his lips at the sight of her glistening nipples and the bands of suds that remained on her skin. It reminded him of a bikini top that had failed in the most miraculous of ways. I thought you went downtown to fight after ice cream? She said. Oh, I did. He shifted his palms around and cupped her breasts, moving them together while he thumbed those nipples, wiping them free. Yup. Mary moaned in the back of her throat, and she seemed to struggle to collect her thoughts, especially as he lifted her up to his mouth and sucked one of her tips in, flicking it with his tongue. Under the surface, his erection kicked like a bull and his hips surged. What did you say? He murmured as he moved to her other breast. Squeezing her, kneading her, he found himself thinking. Yes, he remembered this back from their earlier nights, when he couldn't wait to get home and get her naked, when last meal was second priority, because his Mary was the only sustenance he really needed. I honestly can't right? How long did you wait for me? Years. She gasped, not possible. Are you kidding me? I got home about 10 minutes ago. Mary laughed. And that was forever? Waiting for you? In this tub alone? Hell yeah. And fighting would not have been a word he'd have used to describe what he'd done in those alleys. More like foot patrol. No slayers had been out and about, and that was not a good sign. The question was where the next wave of the Omega's troops was going to come from. Who the Four Lesser was going to be. How long the lull was going to last. The enemy was going to be back. That had been the nature of the war for eons and eons. And sometimes the quiet periods were harder to get through than the battles. A subtle glint at the window beside them caught his attention. It was the automatic steel shutters coming down to protect the mansion's interior from sunlight. And provide privacy, too. Using his superior strength, he lifted Mary from the water until one of her knees was on a stack of fluffy white towels next to his head, and her other leg was fully extended and propped against the floor of the jacuzzi. As she balanced herself by holding the molding of the window, her breasts swayed forward. So much dripping. So much warm water and so many trails of tiny bubbles sluicing off her skin, trickling down her stomach, her hips, her thigh. Her sex. Extending his tongue, he nestled his face in there, licking at her in a lazy way, wishing he'd not gone with the damn bubbles because they masked her taste some. Pulling her onto him, he worshipped her with his mouth, hearing her groan his name, feeling her orgasm. Something slipped, her foot on the inside of the tub probably, and talk about apple cart over. Her body went off balance, and he slid down, and the next thing he knew, he was underwater, and she was laughing. And there was a tidal wave splash out onto the marble. Oh no, Mary said. I'd better clean that up. Not yet, female. With a growl, he put her under him, her buoyancy in the deep tub bringing her up to his body. Wrap your legs around me. As she did, he reached between them and angled himself and then. Oh yeah, he gritted out. They worked together to create the friction, him wrapping his arm around her waist and pumping her up and down, her rocking herself by pushing and pulling with her legs against his pelvis. So good, so tight that he didn't even notice the suds in his face or the fact that he kept having to readjust his grip on the tub's lip. And then there was one other thing he kind of ignored. There might have been some more over-the-gunnel splashing. Just as he was starting to come inside of her, as his balls tightened and that sharp-knifed pleasure kicked his cock and made him punch his hips over and over again, there was the not-so-dulcet sound of pounding out on the bedroom door. Rage. Yo, rage. Not now, he barked as he continued to pump, and Mary's release had her locking tight against him. Rage. What the fuck? Came another voice. Not now, he yelled back. Rage. More pounding. Like, with multiple fists. With a last jerk of the pelvis, he went still with a curse. Mary, I'm so sorry. She laughed and put her face into the crook of his neck. It's not your fault. So much more pounding on the door to the point where it was clear there were a number of brothers out there. And as multiple males kept calling his name, he cursed again. You stay here, he muttered. Withdrawing his cock, the warm bathwater was a piss-poor substitute for Mary's core. And he was in a really bad mood as he stood up and kicked one leg out to put a foot on the marble. 3. Fucking stooges. All 300 pounds of him went ass over elbow, the water on that smooth stone turning the floor of the bathroom into an ice skating rink. Arms pinwheeling in thin air, body contorting, something in his spine cracking. Boom. He didn't so much land as detonate, all kinds of pain lighting off in explosions in his arm, his shoulder, his back, his ass, and one of his legs. Rage. For a moment, all he could do was stare at the ceiling as he got his breath back. And then Mary's face was in his line of vision. Ouch. And then he sneezed for some riasono, right? He had bubbles up his nose and fuck. That hurt. I mean, like, really ouch. Meanwhile, the cast of thousands outside was still going bats hit at their door. And yeah, there was a lot of water. Mary, do me a favor? You want me to get Doc Jane? Not unless all this wetness under me is my blood, he said dryly. Can you please put a bathrobe on before they break that door down? I love my brothers, but if even one of them sees you naked, I'm going to kill him. After I get out of traction, that is. When Mary was sure that Rage was fairly okayish, she stood up and carefully walked over to where one of Rage's thick terry cloth bathrobes was hanging on a hook. She figured he'd like her in at the best because it smelled like him and it had so much surface area it would cover her from collarbone to ankle with yards to spare. Then she went across to the archway. Well, waded across, she amended as water literally splashed up onto her feet. Shoot, this was out of the realm of towels and seriously into the wetvac zip code. This is bad, this is really bad, she said. I'll be Finio. Fuck, I think I broke my arm. We're never doing that again. Ever. Sex, he sputtered. What? She pivoted back around to the sight of him buck-ass naked, covered with vaguely pinkish bubbles in the midst of a giant pool of water with an expression of total, abject, and enduring horror on his face. Mary burst out laughing so hard she had to reach out and steady herself on the wall. Oh my God, I need to stop. Tell me we're still having sex. Of course. Just maybe not in the tub with that much water. Jesus, don't scare me like that. You'll give me a damn aneurysm. You may already have one. And can I let them in now? Rage grunted as he sat up, the tattoo on his back writhing as if the beast were feeling a little beaten up too. Fine, but I don't know what they're bitching about. Geez, you spill a little water and everyone has a fucking cow. Try a swimming pool's worth. It was a relief to get out onto the carpet where the traction was good and she didn't have to think about exactly how she was stepping. I'm coming. You can stop pounding now, she hollered over the din. When she got to the door, she found that it had been locked. No doubt Rage had willed the deadbolt into place, which made her smile. Opening things up, she faced off with, wow. Okay, there were a lot of brothers out there. It's a convention. Butch was in the front of the pack, a glass of what had to be Lagavulin in his hand, a wry smile on his face. John Matthew was behind him, along with Blay and Quinn, V. Zodist, and Fury, and Tor. What are you two doing in there? Someone asked. Don't answer that, Mary. Rage shouted. Did you think there was a fire in the pantry? I'm coming, Rage said. I think he already did, somebody else muttered. A collective ooh. rose from the group as rage appeared behind her. That arm is wicked bad, Butch said. I mean, it's like you have a second elbow. As Mary glanced over her shoulder, she recoiled too. Oh, Rage, you need to get that set. Rage glared at the group. Just give me a band-aid, I'll be fine. Now will you give us some privacy? Butch shook his head. Okay, 1, no, we will not, because where do you think all that water is going? And 2, you are on your way to the clinic. It's fine. Then why are you holding it with your free hand? Rage looked down at himself as if he'd been unaware of what he'd been doing. Oh shit. Mary patted his shoulder. I'll go with you, okay? He stared at her and dropped his voice. This was not how I envisioned the session ending. There'll be other opportunities. Just not in water, came the collective response. Striding back to the bathroom, she snagged a towel and returned, wrapping it around her mate's waist and tucking the end in so the thing stayed put. Getting up onto her tiptoes, she whispered, if you're a good boy, I'll play nurse and patient with you after you get your cast. Rage's laugh was low and a little evil, his eyes going half-lidded and hot. Deal. 41. As night fell, Rage was, yet again, back down in the clinic, sitting shirtless on an exam table, his leather-clad legs and shit-kickered feet dangling free off one end. His weapons were over on a chair, and as soon as he got this cast sawed off, he was going to catch a quick meal in the cafeteria that had been set up for the future trainees and go to work. Mary had left early for safe place so she could get ready for a staff meeting, although she'd offered to stay for the buzzcut. Man, thank God he'd fed a week ago from one of the chosen and his body could heal a simple fracture like that in a matter of 12 hours. He'd heard humans had to live with these plaster deadweights for weeks and weeks. Insanity. When a knock sounded on the door, he called out, "Come on in, Manny. I'm ready to get this. Oh, hey, V, what's up?" His brother was dressed to fight, black daggers strapped to his chest, a newspaper folded up under his arm by one of his twin 40s. How's that arm? You're coming to free me from my cage of plaster? Rage knocked on the thing with his fist. Or whatever it's made out of. Nope. He settled back against the door. I got no news and bad news. What do you want first? You didn't find shit on Biddy's uncle, did you? When his brother shook his head, Rage released a tense breath, his whole body easing up with a relief that was all wrong. And then he had to tell himself not to get ahead of things. He and Mary were not adopting Biddy. Really? Yeah, 'cause that would be crazy. Especially as he was basing the compatibility and interest on the kid's part on the fact that a pair of chocolate chip waffle cones had been ordered and consumed the night before at Bessie's Best. This house shrugged. I checked every database, every contact down south that the Brotherhood has. I'm not saying there aren't families under the radar, but there was nothing I could come up with that matched Biddy's name, her mother's, her father's, or the name of the uncle. Gripping the edge of the table, Rage stared past the tips of his shit kickers to the linoleum floor. You and Mary thinking of taking her in? As he glanced up in surprise, V gave him a welda. It's cool if you are. I mean, you were talking about kids the other night and then asking about an orphan's family situation. That math ain't complex, true? Rage cleared his throat. You say nothing about this. To anyone. Yeah. 'Cause I'm such a fucking gossip. I'm serious, V. Come on, you know me better than that. And I know what your next question is going to be. What's that? You need to go talk to Saxton. He'll be able to tell you what the requirements are to adopt her. I think in the old days, the king had to sign off whenever nobility was involved, and even though Biddy is a commoner, you, as a member of the Brotherhood, are aristocracy. I think a lot of that had to do with inheritance issues, but again, Saxton would know the ins and outs. Okay, that was good advice, Rage thought. He hadn't even considered that there might be paperwork involved. And how naive was that? Oh, and yeah, it wasn't like he'd spoken about all this to Mary. Or Biddy. Shit, he was already so far ahead, wasn't he? Thanks, V. Feeling awkward, Rage nodded at the rolled-up copy of what had to be the Caldwell Courier-Journal. What's your other news? And I'm surprised you're not online, my brother. Was it you or Egon Spengler who said that print is dead? Both of us. Around the same time, actually. V unfolded things and flashed the front page of the CCJ. Fritz was the one who picked this hard copy up. Rage whistled under his breath and held out his good hand to take the thing. And we're back in business. The headline read in bold letters, "Ritual Murder Scene at Abandoned Factory," and lengthy columns of text were accompanied by pixelated photos of blood and buckets next to a broken-down manufacturing line of some kind. Rage scanned the print and flipped to the interior to finish the article, the scent of the ink and the sound of sloppy pages flapping against one another making him think of days gone by. He shook his head as he put the paper back together. Not a very big scale, though. Only 12 to 15 new recruits. Clearly, there were some in the pipeline, and maybe the Omega hurried up the induction. But that's not a huge scale. Nope. We're making progress. I want to be there when the last one is poofed out of existence. Rage narrowed his eyes. The only way that's going to happen is taking out the Omega. I've been thinking about how to do that. V took the newspaper back. Trust me. A round of rapping on the door cut the brother off. Come in, Manny, Rage said. Let's get this. Oh, hell no, V muttered as the panel was thrown wide. Lassiter stood between the jams in a yellow slicker that was big as a circus tent, an umbrella popped open over his head and a pair of wellies on his feet. His legs were bare, which was not a good sign. No, I do not want to buy a watch, Rage said, so you can keep all that closed, Buttercup. Watches. Lassiter came in, or tried Toth umbrella got caught on the jam. Screw that. I heard you had a little trouble with your jacuzzi early this morning. He tossed his Mary Poppins back out into the corridor and did a tada, with something yellow in his palm. And then the bastard started to sing. Badly. Rubber Ducky, you're the one. You make bath time lots of fun. V glanced over. Are you shoving that up his ass, or am I? We can take turns, Rage shouted over the singing. Hey, can I get a doctor in here? If he could just have his cast removed, it would make the beatdown of the angel so much easier. Plus the medical staff could help clean up the Lassiter pieces. Perfect. When Mary got to safe place, she peeled off her layers in her office, put her purse on the floor by her chair, and signed into her computer. Every night when she arrived, she checked that Facebook page because she'd had to discipline herself not to do it on her phone or else run the risk of internet vapor lock. And every night, right before the update hit the screen, her heart stopped and she held her breath. She told herself it was because she desperately wanted to send the girl to some white picket fence situation in South Carolina with a dog, a cat, and a parakeet, and a set of mystical Hallmark grandparents who turned out not to be dead. The only trouble with that altruistic fantasy? When yet again there was no word on the uncle, Mary found herself sagging in her chair and letting out the breath in her lungs with relief, which was about as professional as her unconsciously trying to drive the kid to the mansion that first night after her mother's death. The truth was, however, that sometime in the past few days a shift had happened in her heart. She had begun to think that. Ms. Luce. Mary sat up with a shout. Oh, Biddy. Hi, how are you? The girl stepped back from the doorway. I didn't mean to startle you. That's okay. I was just about to head up and check on you. Do you mind if I come in? Please. Biddy was careful to close the door without making a sound, and Mary had to wonder if that was the result of having tiptoed around her father for so long. Tonight, the girl had her hair in a ponytail and a blue sweater on over the dress she'd worn 2 evenings before. Her shoes were her other pair, the ones that were brown and came up to her ankles. I need to tell you something. Mary indicated the chair opposite her. Have a seat. When Biddy did, Mary rolled around so that she was free of the desk and they were facing each other without any obstacles. Crossing her legs, she steepled her fingers. The girl stayed silent, her eyes traveling around the walls of the office. There wasn't a lot to look at other than a couple of drawings done by some of the kids and a map of Lake George that Mary had hung up because it reminded her of summers when she'd been young. It was not a surprise when that stare drifted over to the box with Analyze Urn in it. Whatever it is, Biddy, we can deal with it. My mother lied, the girl blurted. I'm not 9. I'm 13. Mary was careful to show no surprise. Okay. Well, that's all right. That's perfectly fine. Biddy looked over. She was afraid I wasn't young enough, that there was some kind of age limit to staying here or receiving help through the healer's clinic. She told me she was worried about us getting separated. You can live here until you transition, Biddy. It's not a problem. She tried to pick the youngest age I could pass for. It's all right. I promise. Biddy looked down at her hands. I'm really sorry. That's why she told me not to talk very much and to play with that doll. She didn't want me to give it away. Mary sat back and took a deep breath. Now that she thought about it, the timing of everything made better sense if the girl was older. Vampire females went through their needings every 10 years or so, and Biddy's mother was pregnant when they got here, and those young were usually carried for about 18 months. So Annalai would have conceived when Biddy had been 11, give or take, as opposed to 7. What was worrisome, though, was how tiny the girl was. For an 8 or 9-year-old, she was a good body weight. That was not true for someone who was 13, even if you took into account the fact that the biggest growth spurt happened to young vampires during their transition. "I'm really sorry," Biddy said as she hung her head. "Please don't feel bad. We understand. I just wish we'd known so we could have put her mind at rest. There's something else. You can tell me anything." I lied about my uncle. Mary's heart started pounding. "How so?" "I don't think he's coming for me." "And why's that?" She talked about him from time to time, but it was always in the past. You know, what they used to do when they were kids. She did it to distract me when things got bad with my father. I guess I just wish he were coming for me. You know? Yes, I do. He's never actually met me. How does that make you feel? Really alone? Especially because my mommin is gone now. Mary nodded. That makes a lot of sense to me. My mommin and we took care of each other. We had to. Biddy frowned and stared at the box on the desk. She tried to get us away from him 3 times. The first one was when I was an infant. I don't remember that, but it didn't go well. The second time, Biddy trailed off. The third time was when my leg was broken, and she took me to Havers because it wasn't healing. That was when I got the pin put in, and then we went home and... Rage, V and Butch went and got them out. "I like your Hellrin," Biddy said abruptly. "He's funny. A total stitch." Is that a human phrase? Yup. It means he's a crack-up. Biddy frowned again and looked over. "So you were really human? I thought that you couldn't be turned into a vampire." "I'm not. I mean, I haven't been." Mary flashed a smile. "See? Nothing pointy. You have pretty teeth." "Thank you." Biddy's eyes returned to the cardboard box. "So she's really in there?" "Her remains are." "What happens if I don't bury her right now?" "Does she? Is that wrong? Is it bad?" Mary shook her head. "There's no rush. Not that I'm aware of, at least. I can double-check with Marissa, though. She knows all your traditions inside and out. I just don't want to do anything wrong. I guess. I'm responsible for her now, you know. I want to do the right thing." "I totally understand that. What do humans do with their dead?" "We put them in the earth, or at least that's one option. That's what I did with my mom. I had her cremated and then buried." "Like mine?" Mary nodded. "Like yours." There was a pause, and she stayed quiet so that Biddy had the space to feel whatever she was feeling. In the silence, Mary took a good look at the girl, noting the reed-thin arms and legs, the tiny body beneath the layers. "Where did you put her in the ground?" Biddy asked. "In a cemetery. Across town." "What's a cemetery?" "It's a place where humans bury their dead and mark the graves with headstones so that you know where yours are. From time to time I go back and put flowers by her site." Biddy tilted her head and frowned a little. After a moment, she asked, "Will you show me?" 42. "I did not expect your call." As Assail spoke, he pivoted around and smiled at Nasha. "Not so soon, at any rate." This eve, Nasha had chosen to receive him at her Hellrin's abode in a dark and dramatic study full of leather-bound volumes and furniture that reminded him of humans' private gentlemen's clubs. Tonight, and she had dressed herself again in red, perhaps to match the velvet curtains that hung down like arteries from the ceiling, or perhaps because she believed he enjoyed her in the color. "I found myself bereft of your company." As she spoke, she enunciated the words with deliberation, her glossy lips pursing and releasing the syllables as if she were giving them a blowjob. "I could not sleep this day. From checking on your mate's health through the hours of sunlight, no doubt. No. From aching." She came forward, crossing the thick red carpeting without making a sound. "For you. I am starved." When she stopped in front of him, he smiled coldly. "Are you now?" She reached out and stroked his cheek. "You are quite an extraordinary male." "Yes, I know." He removed her touch, but kept hold of her wrist. "What is curious to me is why my absence is so troubling, considering that you already have a cock under this roof." "My Hellrin is infirmed, if you recall," she said in a remote tone, as if he were the last thing on earth she wished to speak of. "It was Thro to whom I referred." Assail smiled again and began to rub his thumb o'er her flesh. "I beg of you, what is your relation to him?" "He is of distant blood to my mate." "So you have taken him in out of charity?" "As is proper to do." Assail put his arm around her waist and drew her to his body. "You are not very proper sometimes, are you?" No, she purred. Does that turn you on? It certainly turned you on 2 eves ago. You enjoyed my cousins very much. And yet you did not participate. I wasn't in the mood. Tonight. He made a show of looking over her face. Then he stroked her long hair back, moving it over her shoulders. Mayhap. And what would it take for you to get in the mood? As she arched her body against his, he pretended to find her captivating, closing his eyes and biting his lower lip. In truth, he might as well have been stropped by a dog. Where's Throw? He asked. Jealous? Of course. In fact, I am consumed. You lie. Always. He smiled and bent to her mouth, running one of his fangs across her bottom lip. Where's he? Why do you care? I like threesomes. The laugh she let out was husky and full of a promise he had no interest in. What he did care about was getting back down into that basement of Herson that would be literally, not figuratively. Although if he had to fuck her to get there, he would. She had clearly not wanted him to explore the other evening. And that made him wonder if she hadn't something to hide. Alas, Throw is not in this evening. She turned about in Assail's arms and drove her ass into his pelvis. I am by myself. Where has he gone? She glanced over her shoulder, a sharp look in her eyes. Why do you focus on him so? I have appetites that you cannot service, my dear, much as your wares appeal. Then mayhap you shall call your cousins in? She resumed, rubbing herself against him. I should like to welcome them again. I do not fornicate with my blood relations. However, if you should like to, they do have a way of filling a female up. And mayhap I am too much for you to handle alone. Doubt it, he thought. But his cousin's herein was a good idea. Keeping an arm around her, Assail spun her back to face him, took his phone out, and a split second later, a discreet chiming sound from the front of the mansion was heard on the far side of the closed study doors. Ask and you shall receive, he murmured as he kissed her hard and then disengaged her from him, giving her a push toward the exit. Answer that yourself. Welcome them properly. She hurried off with a giggle as if she liked being told what to don't. God, he couldn't help but think of Marisol. If he had ordered his lovely cat burglar around like that, she would have castrated him and worn his balls for earrings. A burning in the center of his chest made him reach for the vial of coke in the inner pocket of his Brioni suit jacket. But it wasn't actually his addiction calling his hand to home for once. The extra dose made his head hum, but that was going to work for him. He had a lot of ground to cover tonight. Okay. Where are you? As Joe drove ever deeper into Caldwell's main, mostly failing, industrial park, she leaned into her VW's windshield and wiped the sleeve of her jacket on the glass to clear the condensation. She could have cranked on the defroster except the damn thing wasn't working. I need another month before I can pay for that, she muttered. Until then, I'm not going to breathe. As she thought about Bill confronting her on her parents' wealth, she had to laugh. Yes, it was true that principled stances were laudable. They rarely paid the bills, however, or fixed broken blowers that smelled like an electrical fire when you turned them on. You did tend to sleep better at night, though. When her phone started ringing, she grabbed for it, checked the screen, and tossed the thing back to the seat. She had other stuff to worry about other than Brian's after-hours demands. Besides, she had left his dry cleaning right where he'd told her to, on the front porch of his condo. Okay, here we are. As her headlights illuminated a flat-roofed, one-story building that was long as a city block and paneled in gray metal siding, she entered its empty parking lot and continued down toward its unadorned entrance. When she pulled up to the glass doors and the sign that had the name of the factory blackened out with layers of spray paint, she hit the brakes, killed the engine, and got out. There was yellow police tape in a circle all around, the fragile barrier whistling in the wind. A seal plastered on the door crack with the words crime seen in big letters on it, and evidence of a lot of foot traffic having been in and out, a path carved in the leaves and debris by shuffling feet and equipment that had been rolled or dragged along the ground. Man, it was dark out here, especially as her headlights turned themselves off. I need to get that carry permit, she said out loud. When her eyes adjusted, the graffiti on the building became visible again, and the pitted parking lot reemerged in her field of vision. There was no ambient city glow going on out in this part of Caldwell. Too many abandoned buildings, the business park having failed when the economy went into the crapper 7 years before. Just as she was getting antsy and thinking of calling Bill, a car came over the rise and entered the lot as she had. As Bill pulled up next to her, he put his window down and leaned across some other man. Follow me. She gave him a thumbs up and got back in her car. Around they went, down the long front and the shorter side of the building. The facility's rear door was even less fancy than the front. It didn't even have a sign. The graffiti was thicker here, the signatures and angled line drawings layering one upon another like people talking over each other at a party. Jo got out and locked her car. Hey! The guy who emerged from Bill's car was a little bit of a surprise. 6 feet, maybe taller. Prematurely gray hair, but the hot kind like Max's from Catfish. Dark heavy glasses as if being ocularly challenged and having a sense of style were prereqs for hanging with Bill. The body was, well, very good. Broad shoulders, tight waist, long legs. This is my cousin, Troy Thomas. Hey, the guy said, offering his hand. Bill's told me about you. I can imagine. She gave him a shake and then nodded over at the rear entrance. Listen, you guys, there's a seal on this door as well. I'm not feeling good about this. I have clearance. Troy pulled out a pass card. It's okay. He's in the CSI unit, Bill explained. And I need to pick up some equipment, so this is authorized. Just please don't touch anything and no pictures, okay? Absolutely. Jo dropped her arm when she realized she was about to swear, palm to heart. Troy led the way, cutting through the seal with a box knife before inserting his card in a CPD electronic padlock. Watch your step, he said as he opened the door and flipped on the lights. The shallow hall had two-toned carpet, cream on the outsides of the footpath, a mucky gray/brown where work boots had trodden. Streaks of dishwater gray grit lined the wall vertically, denoting leaks in the ceiling. The smell was something between moldy bread and sweat socks. And fresh copper. As they walked forward, there were cans of drooling paint to step over, some tools, and a couple of drywall buckets, all of which seemed to suggest the old owners or maybe the bank that had repossessed the place might have taken a stab at some renovation only to give up when it proved to be too costly. There were 2 offices, a reception area, a unisex bathroom, and a pair of steel doors, next to which were hard hats covered in dust hanging on hooks. Let's go through over here. It's easier. Heading to the left, Troy led them to a third option, standing aside once again as they went through a much narrower door. On the far side, he hit not a light switch, but something that looked like a fuse box pull. With a series of bangs, huge panels of lights came on one after another in a cavernous manufacturing space that was mostly vacant, nothing but empty brackets bolted into the floor and great grease shadows on the concrete indicating where machines had been. The massacre happened over here. Jo popped her eyebrows. Yes, it most certainly had, she thought as she caught sight of the pools of coagulated blood, once bright red, now browning with time's passage. There were more of those drywall buckets here and there, and when she walked across and got a closer view of everything, she put her hand over her mouth and swallowed hard. It's just like the farm, Bill commented as he wandered around. Like what farm? Jo said as she shook her head at the gore. God, this was so violent. You remember almost 2 years ago? There was a scene just like this one, only 10 times more blood. No bodies, Troy interjected. Again. How many people do you think died here? Jo asked. 10. Maybe 12. Troy came around and crouched down next to a series of swipes through the blood on the floor as if someone might have tried to escape but had slipped and fallen. We can't be sure. This place has been on the market for a year or 2. The bank stopped using the security cameras 5 months ago when a lightning strike knocked them out during a spring storm. We've got nothing. How do you get rid of that many bodies? Jo wondered. Where do you take them all? Troy nodded. The homicide division is looking into all of that. And as for the vampire angle? She thought to herself. Those types usually took blood, right? They didn't leave it behind in 5-gallon lots. Not that she was about to pose that one to Troy. Way too crazy. She glanced over at Bill. How many other mass murders or ritual whatevers have taken place in Caldwell in the last 10 years? 20 years? 50? I can find out, he said as their eyes met. I'm thinking the exact same thing you are. 43. So peaceful out here. So beautiful. As Biddy said the words, Mary glanced over at the girl. The pair of them were strolling down one of Pine Grove Cemetery's miles of paved lanes. Overhead, the moon was giving them more than enough illumination to see by, the silvery glow landing on the tops of fluffy pine boughs and also the elegant bare limbs of maple and oak trees. All around, headstones, statues, and mausoleums dotted the rolling lawns and shores of man-made ponds until you could almost imagine you were walking through a stage set. Yes, it is, Mary murmured. It's nice to think that all this is for the ghosts of the people buried here, but I believe it's more for the folks who come to visit. It can be really hard, especially in the beginning, to come visit a family member or a friend who's passed. I mean, after my mother died and I put her ashes in the ground, it took me months and months to come back. When I finally got here, though, it was easier in some ways than I'd thought, mostly because of how lovely it is going over there. She's right there. Stepping off onto the grass, Mary was careful where she trod. Here, follow me. The dead are in the front of the markers. And yes, I know it's weird, but I hate the idea of trampling anyone. Oh. Biddy looked down at a beautiful headstone inscribed with a Jewish Star of David and the name Epstein. I beg your pardon. Excuse me. The two of them wended their way in farther, until Mary stopped at a rose-colored granite marker with the name Cecilia Luce carved upon it. Hi, Mom, she whispered, getting down on her haunches to pick a fallen leaf off the front of the headstone. How are you? As she ran her fingertips over the engraved name and the dates, Biddy knelt down on the other side. What did she pass from? The girl asked. MS multiple sclerosis. What's that? It's a human disease where the body's immune system attacks the coating that protects your nerve fibers. Without that sheath, you can't tell your body what to do, so you lose the ability to walk, feed yourself, speak. Or at least, my mom did. Some people with it have long periods of remission when the disease isn't active. She wasn't one of them. Mary rubbed the center of her chest. There are more options for treatment now than there were 15 or 20 years ago when she was first diagnosed. Maybe she would have lasted longer in this era of medicine. Who knows? Do you miss her? Every day. The thing is, I don't want to freak you out, but I'm not convinced you ever get over a death like that of your mother's. I think it's more that you get used to the loss. Kind of like getting in cold water? There's a shock to the system in the beginning, but an accommodation happens so you don't notice the chill as much as the years pass, and sometimes you even forget you're in the tub at all after a while. But there are always memories that come back to you and remind you of who is missing. I think of my mom a lot. I dream of her too. She comes to me in dreams and talks to me. What does she say? As a cold breeze rolled through, Biddy tucked some hair back behind her ear. That everything is going to be okay. And I'm going to have a new family soon. That's what got me thinking about my uncle. Well, I think that's lovely. Mary let herself sit back on her butt, her thigh-level coat a barrier to the damp ground. Does she look healthy in your dreams? Oh, yes. I like that most. She's with my baby brother, the one who passed as well. We gave your mother his ashes. I know. She put them in her suitcase. She said that she wanted to make sure they came with us if we were told to go. It might be nice to put them together at some point. I think that's a really good idea. There was a long pause. Hey, Biddy. Mary picked a little stick off the ground and bent it up and down to give her fingers something to do. I wish I'd known how worried your mom was about the resources at Safe Place. I would have worked really hard to reassure her. She glanced over at the girl. Are you worried about any of that? Biddy put her hands in her coat pockets and looked around. I don't know. Everyone's really nice. You especially. But it's scary, you know. I know. Just talk to me, okay? If you get scared, I'll give you my cell phone number. You can call me at any time directly. I don't want to be a burden. Yeah, I guess that's what worries me. Your mom didn't want to be one, which I can absolutely respect, but the end result was that things were much harder on her and you than they had to be. Do you know what I mean? Biddy nodded and fell silent. After a while, the girl said, my father used to hit me. Deep in the grungy heart of downtown, Rage ran through an alley, his shit kickers landing on the asphalt like thunder, his autoloader up, his rage in check so that it was an engine that drove him on, not a disaster that flipped him out. As his target darted across another street, he stuck to the fucker like glue, that sickly sweet lesser smell like the vapor trail of a jet across the night sky, easily trackable. It was a new recruit, probably from out at that abandoned factory. He could tell because the thing was all panicked, tripping and slipping before scrambling away in a mess of arms and legs, no weapons on him, no one coming to his rescue. He was a lone rat without a mischief. And as the Slayer fell for the umpteenth time, his feet knocked out from under him by what looked like a carburetor, he finally didn't get up again. He just held his leg to his chest and moaned, rolling onto his back. No, PPP please, no. As Rage pulled up to his prey and stopped, for the first time in recorded history, he hesitated before the kill. But he couldn't not stab the fucker. If he left the damn thing on the streets, it was just going to heal up and find others of its kind to fight with. Or it was going to get discovered by a human and end up on some fucking YouTube video. No. Rage shoved the thing's arms out of the way and buried his black dagger right in the center of that now hollow chest. With a flash and a pop, the Slayer disappeared into thin air, nothing but a greasy stain of the Omega's blood on the pavement and an acrid burn left behind. Rage jerked around, switching his dagger for an autoloader. Flaring his nostrils, he sniffed at the air and then let out a growl. I know you're there. Show yourself. When nothing moved in the shadows at the far end of the alley, he took 3 steps back so that he had cover in the doorway of an abandoned tenement building. In the distance, sirens howled like stray dogs, and on the next block over, some humans shouted at one another. Closer by, something was dripping off the fire escape behind him, and there was a rattling higher up as if the gusts coming from the river were agitating the scaffolding's tenuous hold on the brick. You fucking pussy, he called out. Show yourself. His natural arrogance told him he could handle whatever this was all by himself. But some vague unease he couldn't put a name to had him signaling for backup by triggering a beacon located on the inside of his jacket's collar. It wasn't that he was frightened, fuck no. And he felt stupid the second he'd done it. But there was another male vampire hiding over there, and the only thing he knew for sure? It wasn't Eker. Because they knew where that bastard was. The rest of those Sansa bitches were an open question. 44. Naturally, getting Nasha naked was the work of a moment. In fact, she volunteered for it. As soon as Assail and his cousins stepped into that sex dungeon of hers, she began peeling herself out of her red dress, kicking the haute couture out of the way as if the thing were worth nothing more than a paper napkin. She left her high heels on, however, and her basque. Eric's and Avail's arousals were instantaneous. A 1-2 punch of sexual aggression that made the female laugh in that husky way of hers. She didn't go to either of them, however. She approached Assail. Leaning in, she pressed herself against his chest and put her arms around his neck. I am in need of you first. Silly female. She confessed too much, transferring her power to him. But that was a good thing. Setting her aside, he tugged at the knot of his Hermes tie, loosening the silk. As he removed the length, she did a little spin and went across to one of the bedding platforms, lying out flat and stretching her arms over her head. With her body forming an erotic S-curve on the mattress, one breast popped out of its cup and her bare sex gleamed as she parted her legs. Assail prowled over to her, all foring up her body until he sat on her pelvis, trapping her. Stretching the tie out between 2 fists, he stared down at her. You were so trusting, he murmured. What if I did something bad with this? No one would hear you scream or struggle, would they? For a moment, fear flared in her eyes. But then he smiled. It is a good thing I am a gentle male, is it not? He leaned down with the silk. Close your eyes, my darling. And not to sleep, no, not to rest. He covered her eyes with the tie, knotting the silk into place. Then he looked over his shoulder and nodded for his cousins to descend upon her. They were, as ever, more than obliging, ridding themselves of shirts and slacks, getting naked before they reached out to touch and lick, stroke and penetrate. As Nasha began to moan, he dismounted, grabbed the nearest wrist Eric's, as it turned out, and scored it with his own fangs. Drawing the welling blood to Nasha's mouth, the female gasped and latched on, nursing at the vein as her body began to writhe in ecstasy. Obviously, she was not living off the blood of her Helrenand. Assail assumed that was why she required the likes of Throw's company. But vampires, particularly horny ones, oft enjoyed partaking whilst in the midst of pleasure, even if they were otherwise well-fed. Like alcohol or drugs, the drinking amplified everything in a most satisfactory way. With his cousin's blood in the air and on her tongue, she was so distracted, Assail was able to get over to the door without her being aware of his withdrawal. Reaching into his coat, he took out a tiny old-fashioned oil can, the kind with the poppyable bottom and a short-necked nose. Paka paka, paka paka, up above. Paka paka, paka paka, down below. The lubricant didn't smell like much because he'd loaded the thing with brand new Pennzoil 10W40 from Motorcarsand. After his ministrations, the massive door opened in utter silence. With a sly smile, he slipped out of the playroom and reclosed the heavy panels. Replacing his oil can into the pocket of his cashmere jacket, he looked both ways. Then he proceeded to the left, following the path Throw had taken the previous evening. The basement walls and floor were made of rough-cut stone, with electrical lights tacked onto wooden ceiling beams casting dim shadows. He tried every door he came to and discovered storage room after storage room, some filled with lawn care equipment from the 40s and 50s, others with travel trunks from the turn of the 20th century in them. and yet another with festival decorations that had wilted and spoiled in the damp and mildew. No sign of Throw's quarters, and that was truly not a surprise. He would not deign to stay down here in this windowless land of forgotten utility objects. No dog gen either, the house clearly having been modernized, with the supplies and sundries of the servants moved up to higher levels. No wine cellar, but then he would imagine that too would have found a home on the first floor, closer to the hub of social activity. All of which was why she had kit that space out as she had. There was privacy to be had down here. Mayhap, like him, she did her own sheets from those bedding platforms? Perhaps not. The female probably had a trusted maid. At the very far end, a second set of stairs appeared as the corridor took a turn, the stone steps so old they had wear patterns in them. Ah, so this was where Throw had run off to. Moving quickly, Assail was almost upon them when he came to a final door which was reinforced like that of Nasha's dungeon as opposed to the flimsier ones of those storage areas. The master lock upon it was fresh and shiny, and of the sort that required a specific key. On a whim, he patted around the molding, in the event such a thing happened to be hanging up on a nail or a hook, as some were wont to do. Alas, no. Whatever was on the far side was something that was precious, or not for prying eyes. Taking the stairs, he was quiet as a draft as he ascended to a door that, blessedly, appeared to be unlocked. He listened for a moment, confirmed that there was nothing on the far side, and opened the way with care. It was the butler's pantry, going by all the glass-fronted cupboards full of dishes and the silver closet that was paneled in green felt and stacked with great stores of gleaming sterling. Although he did not know the layout of the house, he was well familiar with the necessaries of great manners, and sure enough, an unadorned staff stairwell with bald wooden steps and a functional handrail was not far. As he continued onward to the second floor, he was forced to stop halfway up and flatten himself against the wall as, upon the landing above, a maid passed by with a load of laundry in a wicker basket. When she was gone, he closed the distance and sneaked out behind her into the staff section of the bedroom wings. Following his instincts, he whispered to a wide door, one that was broad enough to accommodate all manner of ins and outs, and indeed, on the other side, the hallway became splendiferous, crystal and brass sconces lighting the way, thick wool carpeting cushioning the foot, antique bureaus and tables marking windows that no doubt had views of the gardens. He ducked into every bedroom and each appeared to correspond to a given sex, done in alternating masculine or feminine schemes. He knew when he got to Throws from the aftershave that scented the air. Now he went inside and shut the door behind himself. Fortunately, the maids had already been through and done their tidying up. The bed made, a fresh stack of towels set in the bathroom, new flowers on the writing desk. There were few in the way of personal effects, which would be in line with a former soldier of few resources and much mobility. The closet was filled with clothes, however, many of which had tags on them, indicating new purchases. No doubt by the lady of the house. Back out in the room proper, he went through the drawers of the Chippendale highboy and found nothing. No weapons, no ammo. At the antique desk he searched for papers, phone records, mail. There were none. Pausing by the bed, he observed the paintings that hung on the silk wallpaper. There you are, little one. With a purr of satisfaction, he went across to a small framed landscape that just happened to be ever so slightly off-center. As he removed it, the burnished face of a wall safe was revealed. The dial was flat and red, and there were many numbers from which to spin one to another. Where was his cat burglar when he needed her, he thought as he put back the painting. There were no doubt ways he could get inside if he chose, but he was ill-prepared for such an endeavor, and he did not want to run out of time with the fun that was transpiring downstairs. His cousins were a hearty pair, but the fucking was not going to last forever. Measuring the gold-leafed frame of the picture, he made certain that it was exactly as off-kilter as before, no more nor less, and then he went back across the Oriental feeling rather glad that the short-napped, multicolored expanse would not reveal his tracks. With a final look around, he put the doorknob to use and re-emerged out in the corridor. "May I help you?" As Rage waited for the male vampire down the alley to respond, he glanced up to the roof of the building across the way. This house had just dematerialized to that vantage point, but the brothers stayed quiet and motionless. Refocusing, Rage called out again, "Show yourself or I'm coming to get you. And you won't live through that, motherfucker. I guarantee it." Beneath his skin, the beast surged, his curse coiling and unfurling restlessly in spite of all the sex he'd been having. Then again, his instincts were at a roar. Having already been shot in the chest this week, he wasn't looking to beat the Brotherhood's record for near-death experiences. "'Tis I, yet I am unarmed." The sound of the aristocratic voice echoed around the grungy tenements, and then a moment later, Thro stepped out with his palms up and facing outward, his body tense. "Do not shoot." The male performed a slow circle. "I am unaccompanied." Rage narrowed his eyes, searching for other signs of movement in that dark corner. When there were none, he zeroed in on Thro again. No weapons were visible, and the male was not dressed for fighting unless he was looking to bitch-slap Zoolander. The bastard's threads were as nice as butches, his overcoat tailored like a fine suit, his shoes gleaming even in the low light. "Looks like you've had a makeover," Rage muttered. "Last time I saw you, your clothes weren't that good." "My prospects have improved since I have left Eker's employ." "Word had it you weren't employed, you son of a bitch. Conscripted is more like it." "I had a debt to repay, 'tis true. But that is done now." "Well, we're not hiring. Not assholes with your resume, at any rate." "May I put my arms down? They are getting rather tired." "Up to you. I'm a trigger-happy douchebag, though, so you might want to watch where you choose to put your hands." There was the sound of someone landing on 2 feet, and Thro wrenched around. As Vishouse stepped out of the darkness right behind the guy, Rage laughed. "You don't like being sneaked up on, huh?" Rage likewise left his cover, keeping his gun up and ready. "Imagine that. And why don't you hold the fuck still while my brother searches you?" Vishouse pounded his way around Thro's torso and down his legs, giving the guy's crotch a good honk. As Thro's high-pitched squeak drifted off, the brother stepped back, but kept his 40 pointed at Mr. Neiman Marcus. "So if you're not with Eker, what are you doing out here?" V demanded. "You're wearing too much cologne and you're unarmed. I was hoping to run into one of you." "Surprise," Rage quipped. "Now what do you want?" "Did you send a sale to check up on Mir? Is he acting independently?" V laughed in a hard burst. "Say what?" "I have perfect enunciation." Thro glanced at V. "And you are no more than 3 feet from me, so one can assume you heard me well enough." As V bared his fangs, Rage shook his head. "You might want to rethink the attitude. My brother's looking like he wants to turn you into confetti." "Well," Thro pressed, "did you send him to seduce me? You'd have more luck with a female, not that you would find aught out from the effort. I am retired from all conflict." "You risked your life," V said, "to send this message true? I thought it would mean more if it were in person." "You vastly overestimate your appeal, or the significance of your sexual orientation." Rage spoke up. "Why don't you get the fuck out of here? I'd hate for a private citizen such as yourself to get injured out here in the field." "Real fucking pity." He lifted his gun muzzle so it was on a line with the male's head. "Tick-tock. Bye-bye, asshole." Rage made a little waving motion. "Have a nice life. Or not. Who gives a fuck?" Thro shook his head. "You are wasting your time if you are looking into me." "I'ma count this down," V said. "On the count of 3, I shoot. 3. Thro was out of there just as V let off a round about 2 feet to the left of where the bastard had been standing. "Shoot," V remarked in a bored tone. "Missed." "Man, this is such a shitty part of town," Rage said as he went over to his brother. "You meet the worst kinds here." "So a sale is going above and beyond the call of duty. I'll have to tip him in his thong, evidently." Rage nodded and then pointed to the blast spot on the asphalt. "I got a lesser, by the way." "Congratulations. You want another." "Why are you looking me in the eye, V? We're in the middle of the field." "I'm busy." "Aha, right." Vishouse frowned and still avoided him. But then in a low voice, the brother said, "I talked to Saxton for you." Rage recoiled. "About Biddy? Is that her name?" "Well, yeah. Anyway, I got the paperwork together. You don't have to do anything with it, but it's on your bureau in a folder. Later." Just like that, the brother dematerialized out of the alley, and Rage knew better than to think that the pair of them would ever speak of it again. And man, that was so V. The Sobe was capable of great kindness and empathy, but always at arm's length, as if he were afraid of getting too entangled in emotion. He was always there for the people he loved, though. "Always." "Thank you, my brother," Rage said to the thin air where the male of worth had stood. "Thank you as ever." Taking a deep breath, Rage told himself that he needed to chill. Just because V couldn't find the uncle and there was now a blank set of adoption forms waiting for him back home didn't mean that anything was going to happen with Biddy. He hadn't even talked to Mary yet. And, hello, the girl had agreed only to go out for ice cream and then dinner with them. That didn't mean she was even interested in having a new family or something. He really needed to chill the fuck out. 45. Sitting beside her mother's grave, Mary held her breath as she waited for Biddy to say something further. In the silence, the words the girl had spoken hung in the cold air between them. My father used to hit me. It can be so hard to talk about things like that, Mary murmured. Did your father ever? No. Actually, I don't even have any memories of him. He died when I was 2 in an accident. My mother was the only parent I had. My mommin was all I had too, but sometimes I didn't feel that close to her. It's hard to explain. There was a lot going on in your house. I used to get him mad at me on purpose, just so he wouldn't, go after her. Biddy shrugged. I was faster than he was. I had a better chance. Mary closed her eyes and kept her cursing to herself. I'm very sorry. It's okay. No, it really isn't. I'm cold, Biddy said abruptly. Let's go back to the car then. Mary got to her feet, respecting the change in conversation. I'll turn the heat on. Do you want to stay longer? I can always come back. She wanted to take the girl's hand, but knew better. And it is cold. Biddy nodded, and together they walked around the graves, the ground soft underfoot, until they got to the lane. As they came up into the Volvo, the girl hesitated. Mary glanced over as she opened the driver's side door. How did you know? Just a lucky guess. As they followed the main lane out to the iron gates of the cemetery, Biddy murmured, I never knew Caldwell was so big. Mary nodded. It's a good-sized city. Have you ever seen downtown? Only in pictures. My father had a truck, but my mother wasn't allowed to drive it. When we came to Havers that one time, she took it when he'd passed out. That was why. Other things happened. After we got back. Yes. Mary looked into the rear view. I can imagine. I would like to see it. The downtown. Do you want to go now? It's really pretty at night. Can we? You bet. At Pine, this is the Northway. Mary hit her directional signal. It'll take us through safely. Up the exit ramp. Into what little traffic there was at 10 o'clock at night. And then there it was on the horizon. Like a different kind of sunrise. The city's skyscrapers dotted with lights in random patterns. Oh, look at that. Biddy sat forward. The buildings are so tall. When Mommin took me over the river to the clinic, she made me hide under a blanket. I didn't see anything. How did? Mary cleared her throat. How did you get food? You lived in a pretty rural area. There wasn't much within walking distance. Was there? Father would bring home what he wanted. We got what was left. Have you ever, been to a supermarket? No? Would you like to go to one? After we drive through here. Oh, I would love to. Mary kept the speed at 55 as they went through the forest of buildings, the highway much like the lanes of the cemetery. Fat curves bringing them close to the vertical stacks of countless offices before turning in another direction for yet another view of steel and glass. Not all the lights are off. No, Mary laughed. Whenever I drive around here at night, I always make up stories about why someone forgot to hit the switch before they left. Were they rushing to meet someone for an anniversary dinner? A first date? The birth of a baby? I try to make it good things. Maybe they have a new puppy. Or a parakeet. I don't think a fish would be worth the rush. And there was the silly discussion as Mary made the wide loop through Caldwell's financial district to hook up with a 4-lane motorway that took them back in the direction they'd come from. The Hannaford she was heading for was about 3 miles away from Safe Place, and when she pulled into its parking area, there were only a few straggler shoppers going in and out of its brilliantly lit entrance, some with bags, others with carts. The ones yet to buy empty-handed. After she parked, Mary and Biddy got out. Are you hungry? Mary asked as they walked toward the automatic doors. I don't know. Well, let me know if you want anything. There's food back at Safe Place. Yup, there is. Biddy stopped and watched the doors opening and closing. That is so amazing. Yes, I guess it is. As they stood there together, Mary thought, God, how many times had she gone in and out of an entrance like this, head buzzing with lists of things to buy, or stuff she was worried about, or plans that were coming later. She'd never given much thought about how cool it was that the doors regulated themselves, riding back and forth on little runners, neither too fast nor too slow as they were triggered by people. Through Biddy's eyes, she saw what she'd taken for granted in a totally different light. And that was so amazing. Without thinking, Mary put her hand on the girl's shoulder. It just seemed like such a natural thing to do that she failed to stop herself. See up there? There's a sensor and a person comes into the eye's field of recognition. That's what makes them go. Try it out. Biddy stepped forward and laughed as the glass parted for her. Then she inched back, leaned in and waved her arms until they separated again. Mary just hung on the periphery. A big smile on her face, her chest full of something so warm that she couldn't bear to look at it too closely. Standing just outside Throw's bedroom, Assail turned about to confront the female who'd made the inquiry of him, all the while wondering what level of complication this was going to result in. But it was only the maid who had been transporting laundry as he had come up the mansion's back stairs, and the doggin's eyes were wide and a bit frightened, hardly a suggestion of trouble even though his presence had been discovered where he should not have been. Assail sought to reassure her by offering an easy smile. I'm afraid I am a bit lost. Forgive me, sire. She bowed deeply. I thought that the mistress's guests were arriving closer to dawn. I am early, but there is naught to worry about. Are the main stairs that way? Indeed. The maid bowed again. Yes, sire. Problem solved. You have been most helpful. My pleasure, sire. He paused before he pivoting away. Tell me, how many are expected? There have been 6 bedrooms prepared, sire. Thank you. Striding off, he left her in the hall, making a show of pretending to take note of the decor as he strolled with his hands in his pockets. As he approached the main stairwell, he glanced back. She was gone, and given her station in the household, it was unlikely she would say anything to anyone. Maids were little more than washer/dryers who needed to be fed, at least in terms of the hierarchy of staff. She was more likely to be rebuked for interrupting the butler, even though she had news that was pertinent to the household. Assail proceeded down the main stairs on a saunter. After all, the best disguise in a situation like this was to be out in the open, and he was prepared, his story said. Alas, he ran into no other servants and no one else as he went to the rear of the house and reconnected with the staff stairs that he had previously ascended. Taking them back down to the basement, he stopped in front of the padlocked door. Now that he was less rushed, he discovered a scent lingering in the air. It was one that he could not immediately place, but he did not tarry to suss it out. Continuing on, he proceeded to the mistress's dungeon and sneaked back in. Things had progressed with admirable efficiency. His cousin swarmed over the female's naked flesh, blood-marking skin and mattress alike, their cocks and her sex slick with orgasms. That Hermes tie was still in place over her eyes, however. Such well-performing cousins he had. The door opened wide mere moments after his return, and Assail looked over his shoulder. Well, he said with a smile, Madame's favorite houseguest returns. Throw was none too pleased, going by the tight brows and tension in his body. I was not aware you were coming. The cellular phone is an incredible device. It allows one to call others and to receive calls from others, resulting in meetings taking place. The mistress of the house moaned and arched as Eric traded places between her legs with his brother. Throw's eyes narrowed. I don't know what you're doing here. Assail indicated the sex that was ongoing. This is not enough of a rationale? And if you are so concerned about my presence, do speak with your madam. This is her show, is it not? Not for much longer, the male said under his breath. Busy with plans. Such a surprise. Watch and learn. Throw's eyes glinted with malice. This household is about to be transformed. Do tell. Enjoy her while you can. Throw departed, closing the door behind himself with no sound at all, thanks to Assail's ministrations. As Assail turned his attention back to the betting platform, he had the distinct impression a funeral was coming. The question was whether it was the master's or the mistress's first. 46. Layla sat up on her elbows as Doc Jane began wiping off the clear lubricant from her big belly. This previously scheduled exam had turned out to be well-timed. Even though she just had one, the double check was reassuring. Yup, everything's fine. The physician smiled as she helped bring the pink robe's 2 halves back in place. You're doing really well. Just a little longer. And then I can relax some, right? You betcha. Soon enough, those 2 sets of lungs will be at a point where we can handle them better. Doc Jane looked across the exam room. Any questions from the dads? From over in the corner, Quinn shook his head as he twitched in the chair and rubbed his mismatched eyes. Beside him, Blay massaged the male's shoulder. We were wondering about the feedings, Blay said. Is Layla getting enough from us? Her levels have been looking great. What you all are doing is working just fine. What about the delivery? Blay asked. How do we know if? I guess we don't know if it'll be okay, do we? Doc Jane sat back on her rolling stool and crossed one knee over the other. I'd like to tell you that we can predict anything about what will happen, but I can't. I will say that Manny and I are all set. Havers will be on standby, and Elena has assisted at over 100 deliveries. We are ready to help nature take its course, and when they're out, I have 2 incubators here, as well as breathing assistance equipment that's like nothing I've ever seen before. I understand, and I'm glad, that you all are open to anyone lending a vein if it comes to that. And the good news is that the babies are tracking perfectly at this moment in time. We're prepared, and that's the best position we can be in. Bear in mind, though, that there could be months and months left to go. The 2-week mark from now is just the bare minimum for survival. I'm hoping they stay where they are for another 6 months, at least. Layla looked down at her belly and wondered how much more space she had to give. She already felt as though her lungs were crammed up under her collarbones and her bladder was somewhere south of her knees. Whatever it took, though. Whatever the young needed. As Quinn and Blay got to their feet, there was some light-hearted conversation, something about Rage and Mary flooding their bathroom, and then there were hugs goodbye as the males left. Doc Jane sat back down on her stool. Okay, so what do you want to ask me? I'm sorry. Layla pushed her hair back over her shoulder. About? You've been my patient for how long now? I can read you, which Quinn and Blay probably could too, if they weren't so worried about you and the babies. Layla fiddled with the fluffy lapel of her robe. It's nothing about the pregnancy. I feel better about everything there. So, well, Luchas and I were wondering. Layla smiled in what she hoped was a nonchalant way. You know, he and I don't have a lot to talk about down here, other than how big I'm getting and how hard PT is for him. Doc Jane nodded. You two are both working really hard. So how's the prisoner doing? Layla put her hands out. I know it's none of my business, well, our business. We're just curious. And I didn't ask in front of Quinn and Blay because they want me to exist in a bubble where nothing worries me and you know there is no ugliness to speak of in the world. I just thought maybe you could tell Luchas and me what's going on with him now that he's been moved. Has he recovered from his strokes? Doc Jane shook her head. I shouldn't have said anything. Is he still alive? I'm not going to answer that. I'm sorry, Layla. I know you must be curious, I get it. But I just can't go there. Can you at least tell me if he lives? Doc Jane took a deep breath. I can't. I'm sorry. Now, if you'll excuse me, time for me to have something to eat. Layla lowered her eyes. I apologize. I don't mean to force the issue. It's all right and don't worry about anything other than taking care of yourself and those kidlets, okay? Doc Jane patted her on the knee. Do you need help getting back down the corridor? Layla shook her head. No, thank you. Shifting off the table and onto the floor, she rearranged her robing, left the exam room and started the shuffle back to where she stayed. As a prevailing guilt dogged her, she told herself it was what happened when you made bad choices. From out of nowhere, her belly tightened front to back, to the point where she stopped and sagged against the corridor wall. A moment later, though, the invisible band was gone as if it had never been, nothing lingering in its place, and she suffered no dreaded loss of bladder control either. It was fine. You guys okay in there? She whispered to her belly as she stroked it in a circle. When someone kicked as if they were answering, she was incredibly relieved. Doc Jane was correct. She needed to focus on what she was doing here, eating well, sleeping well, and making sure she wasn't responsible for anything going wrong that was within her control. Besides, it was better for everyone if she let this Eker thing go. On so many levels. As she resumed her rocking walk, she cursed. Why did she have to have the same conversation with herself over and over again? After Vishouse left Rage in the alley, he rematerialized on the mansion's front steps, grabbed a set of car keys from Fritz and took Quinn's Hummer back down the mountain. Queuing up the sound system, he mellowed out with some old-school goody mob, cranking soul food before he slid into some pack. He didn't light up. That would be rude. See, he was a fucking peach. A real stand-up motherfucker. When he got to the road at the base of the compound's property, he hit the accelerator and roared toward the Twin Bridges downtown. 20 minutes later, he headed over the river, took the first exit on the far side and proceeded onto a thin road that followed the shore to the north. A sales glass house was on a peninsula that jutted out into the Hudson, and V pulled into the rear parking area by the banks of garage doors. As he killed the lights and the engine, he remembered a different night when he had come here, all kinds of chaos reigning, especially after Wrath had been shot in the fucking throat. Goddamn nightmare. The back door opened and a Sale stepped out of the modern mansion dressed like he was going to a French restaurant for dinner except for the fact that his tie was hanging out of one of his side pockets. "You ready for me?" V asked as he lit up. "Always. But you're going to want to pull in if you do not mind." On cue, one of the garage doors began to roll up, revealing a brightly lit interior with a van, a black Range Rover, and a spot for Quinn's whip. "Gimme a minute," V said as he took another drag. Asel laughed. "Alas, I am in need as well. For something different, however." The male turned away. As if the dirty little secret he stroked off by sniffing up one nostril, and then the other was going to be completely missed. V smiled through his own exhale. "That monkey's riding you so hard, true?" Asel tucked his vial back into his jacket's inside pocket. "Cannot you smoke in the vehicle?" "Not my ride. And hey, at least your little problem doesn't need an air freshener." As the male rubbed his nose, once, twice, and again, V frowned as he caught a scent on the air. "You gotta bleed there, buddy." Next thing you knew, Asel had taken that perfectly nice silk tie, which was the color of the inside of a cantaloupe and covered with some kind of pattern, and pressed it to his schnoz. Because it was either that or ruin that fancy-schmancy shirt and jacket of his. This house lifted one shit kicker, stabbed his hand rolled out on the tread, and put the smudged butt into the pocket of his leather jacket. "Back up, asshole." He shoved the guy against the SUV, forced his jaw up, and took over holding the tie in place. "How often does this happen?" As Asel made some kind of a sound, V rolled his eyes and pinched the SB's nose. "Whatever, this is your lucky night. I'm a medic, and I'm going to look in there as soon as you stop doing this imitation of a golf sprinkler. And you can shut it unless it's a thank you." The two of them stood out there in the cold for a while. From time to time, Asel muttered some shit which came out sounding like Pee Wee Herman, but V ignored him. "Here, hold this," V muttered. "And don't move." V put the guy's fingers where his had been. Then he ducked into the Hummer and got the Swiss Army knife that Quinn kept in the cup holders up front. Back at his patient, he snagged his phone, turned on its flashlight, and moved Asel's hand out of the way. Using the flat part of the biggest knife blade as a separator, he looked into the nostrils that had been worked so hard. Clicking the beam off, he wiped the blade on his leathers and snapped it back in its slot. "You have a nicely perforated septum. Do you have trouble sleeping? Any of the cast of thousands your fucking tell you snore?" "I sleep alone. And I do not sleep much." "You have trouble breathing? Any sense of smell left?" "I can smell. And I haven't thought about breathing." "Well, my advice, not that you'll hear it, is to stop with the snorting. Or you can make shit so bad in there that surgery is not only your sole option but possibly ineffective." Asel stared off into the forest without focusing. "Not so easy, is it?" V shook his head. "Creeps up on you." Crossing his arms over his chest, Asel crushed the blood-stained tie in his fist. "I find myself in a curious prison. One of my own manufacture, as it were. The trouble appears to be that whilst I was constructing it, I was wholly unaware of the bars I set around myself. They have proven to be rather enduring, as it were." "How much are you doing? For real?" It was a while before the guy answered. And when Asel finally did, it was clear the delay had been a result of the enormous addition and multiplication involved in the math. Talk about carrying the ones and the fives. This house whistled softly. "Okay, I'ma be straight with you. Although your average vampire has a tremendous leg up on humans when it comes to health, you can still blow your heart up doing that much. Or your brain. At the very least, at this level, you're going to get seriously paranoid if you aren't already, and no wonder you can't sleep." Asel rubbed under his nose, and then looked at the blood that had dried on his fingers. "When you're ready," V said, "call us. You're going to want a detox under medical supervision, and we can do this discreetly. And don't waste my time or yours denying the extent of your problem or trying to pretty this shit up. You got yourself an ugly parasite, and if you don't get on top of it, it's going to get on top of you. Your grave, specifically. How long do you have before you tatch out and wake up dead? Does the detox last? Depends on how well it's managed. The physical withdrawal isn't life-threatening, but the psychological shit is going to make you wish you were dead." Asel remained silent for quite a while, and since V itched for a cigarette, he gave in and lit one up. "I know about addictions." V glanced at the glowing end of his hand rolled. "Thank God vampires don't get cancer, true? So I'm not judging you. And you know where to find me when you're ready. Maybe I am getting paranoid. How so? I was at Nasha's house before I came here. And? The male shook his head back and forth. I had this sense of impending death in that house. That Helen of hers is in poor health. Indeed. Assail glanced over, his silvery moonlight-colored eyes flashing. But it wouldn't surprise me if he was helped into his state of ashes. Or at least that was what I was thinking earlier. Inheritances are powerful things. Assail shook himself as if he were pulling back from an internal ledge. Would you care to pick up your guns the now? This house exhaled a stream of smoke away from the guy. That's why I'm here? Please move your vehicle inside when you're ready. We shall load you up there. As Assail looked over, V cut him off. I got your money, don't worry. And the medical advice is free. Such a gentle male you are, this house? Not even close. Now let's get this over with. 47. As the Brotherhood household gathered for last meal in the grand dining room, Mary went over and sat next to Marissa. You mind if we talk a little shop before we eat? Marissa put her wineglass down and nodded with a glowing smile. I'm sorry I left work early tonight, but Butch took me out for a date. Oh, you guys deserve it. Where'd you go? Nowhere special. Just a pizza place in the suburbs. He was right, it was the best pepperoni and onion I've ever had. He's helping V unpack some supplies and then he'll be here just for the conversation as I am. It was so good to just have a little time off together, you know? Totally. Rage and I are going out tomorrow night, actually. Mary cleared her throat. Which is part of what I need to talk to you about. I've finally made a breakthrough with Biddy. You did. Marissa leaned in for a quick hug. I knew you could do it. That's wonderful. There's so much for her to process. Yes. Mary eased back. But there's something I want to have checked out. Medically, that is. It's not emergent or anything. It's just that she's 13, not 9. As Marissa's brows jumped in surprise, the female murmured, Are you sure? Mary went into everything, including what Biddy had said about her mom telling her to lie about her age and the visit to the grave site and the supermarket. Marissa frowned. You took her to your mother's grave? She wanted to see it. She asked to. Her treatment is going to have to involve more than just sitting in a chair talking. She's incredibly intelligent, but she's led a life that has been so remote, so full of violence that if she's got any hope of getting through her grieving in one piece and transitioning into the world, she's going to need exposure. There are group field trips to accomplish things like that. She'd never been to a supermarket before. As Marissa recoiled, Mary nodded. She didn't know what automatic doors were. She'd never seen downtown. She didn't tell me at the time, but when Rage and I took her for ice cream last night, she'd never been in a restaurant or a cafe before. I had no idea. No one did. Mary looked at the 30-foot-long dining room table with all its finery. She and her mother kept quiet because they were afraid. And the thing is, I'm worried about Biddy's health. I know that she had treatment at Havers's for that broken leg and there was a workup at that point. But that was a while ago. I want someone to take a look at her sometime soon and I want to bring her to the clinic here, not to Havers's. As Marissa started to protest, Mary put her hand up. Hear me out. Her mother just died there. You think she needs to head back to that facility anytime soon? And yes, it can wait a month or two, but you've seen how frail she is. Even if you assume vampires are underdeveloped compared to humans of similar age until the change, she's alarmingly small. Alina has a great background with young vampires, Doc Jane has a perfect bedside manner, and we can easily bring Biddy into the training center, do the work up there, and take her out again as soon as it's over. Marissa fiddled with her fork. I can see the logic. We can even do it tomorrow night if Doc Jane has some time. We're taking Biddy to dinner with us. You and Rage. It's just like the ice cream trip. She really likes him. Mary smiled. She calls him a big friendly dog. Marissa's frown did not inspire confidence. And neither did the period of silence that was filled with talk from other people as folks filed into the room in pairs and small groups. Marissa, I know what I'm doing here. And more to the point, the proof that I'm on the right track with her is the fact that she's finally opening up. She's been with us for how long? Look, I'm not qualified to tell you how to do your job and I guess that's my problem. I'm a manager, I make the trains run on time. I do not have a master's in social work, so I'd like to talk to some of the others. You're very good at your job and I can't argue with the results, especially in Biddy's case. But I don't want you to get in over your head and I'm a little worried about that. How so? Mary put her hands up. I admit I might have treated the situation with her mother's passing in a different way if I'd known. You're taking an orphan out for ice cream, to your mother's gravesite, to dinner with your mate. You don't think there's a possibility that you're doing this for reasons that are personal in nature. Let me see. Come on, let me see. Out in front of the mansion, Rage elbowed Butch's body to the side so he could check out what was in the back of the Hummer. When he got a gander at the display of hardware, he laughed under his breath. Not bad. He picked up one of the Glock autoloaders out of its egg carton padding and ran a check on it, popping out the clip, pumping the trigger, assessing the weight and sight. How many did you get? V popped a second steel briefcase. There are another 8 in here. 16 total. What was the price? Butch demanded as he snagged another weapon and put it through the same workout. 10,000. V opened a black nylon duffel and showed off the boxes of ammo. There's no discount on them, but there are also no numbers, and we didn't have to worry about dealing with legit human channels. Rage nodded. Fritz has got to be on some kind of watch list by now. What else can we get from them? Butch asked as he palmed up a third, the sound of metal on metal rising from his quick hands. Like they have a catalog or some shit? V shrugged. I'm thinking ask and ye shall receive. Can we BOGO some rocket launchers? Rage asked. Or, I'm telling you, we could use some anti-aircraft guns. Butch punched Rage's biceps. If he gets anti-aircraft, I want a cannon. You two are a pair of fuck sticks, you know that? Rage took the duffel with the ammo and Butch took the 2 suitcases so V could lock up and light up. They were about halfway across the cobblestones when V hesitated. Wobbled. Shook his head. What's doing? Butch asked. Nothing. The brother kept going, taking the stone steps 2 at a time and opening the vestibule's door. As he put his puss in the security camera, he muttered, just hungry. I feel you on that one. Rage rubbed his belly. I need food stat. The comment was casual. The look he and Butch shared was not. The reality, however, was that even brothers could be hypoglycemic and not everything was an emergency. Going by the cop's grim expression, he was going to be on it, though, when he and V went back to the pit for the day. Where you want this stuff, V? In the tunnel? When Vishouse nodded, Rage took the suitcases from Butch and walked the load behind the grand staircase to the hidden door to the tunnel. Unlocking things by entering the code, he placed the load of metal and lead on the landing and triple-checked that things relocked as he shut the panel once again. With Nala crawling, nobody took any chances with guns or ammo even when the shit was separated. Doubling back, he headed for the dining room. Inside the beautiful space, there was lots of chatter and laughing, with people everywhere, and Dog Jen making sure drinks were served before they brought out the food. Mary was over by Marissa and at first Rage started to go around to them, but then he caught the tension and backed off, taking his normal chair across the way. Meanwhile, Mary was leaning into her boss, speaking urgently. Marissa nodded, then shook her head, then spoke, and now it was Mary's turn again. Had to be about work. Maybe even about Biddy? Manny pulled up a chair. How we doing, young man? Hey, old fart. Where's your better half? Payne's having a lie down. I tired her out if you get what I mean. The 2 pounded knuckles and then Rage went back to trying to look as if he weren't lip-reading. Which PS wasn't going that well. Cabbage nightmare, juicing machine cassette player, Mary said. Movie magic 12 times a day. Marissa took a sip from her wine glass. Then tennis with the can-can. Peanuts and Philly steak, bagel cream cheese. Saran wrap. Toothpaste. Garage Bay. Christmas bikini wannabe grape nuts with Dr. Pepper. Fuck me, he muttered, and considering how many food references his brain was pulling out of their mouth positions, he was so ready to eat. Mary eventually got up and the 2 nodded. Then his Shellin came around to him. You okay? He asked as he pulled out her chair. Oh, yes. Yes. She smiled at him and then sat down and stared at her empty plate. Sorry. I'm just... What can I do to help? Turning to him, she rubbed her face. Tell me that everything's going to be okay? Rage pulled her into his lap and ran his palm up and down her outer thigh. I promise you. Everything is going to be fine. Whatever it is, we'll make it fine. The Dog Jen of the house filed in with silver trays of roast beef and potatoes, chicken and rice, and some steaming veggies and sauces. As Mary shifted back onto her own seat, he was bummed, but he understood where she was coming from. He would just end up feeding her until she was stuffed while he starved, and then he would wolf everything that wasn't nailed down before dessert came. They'd been through this before. Sire, a Dog Jen said behind him. There is a special preparation for you. Even though he was worried about his Mary, Rage clapped his palms and rubbed them. Fantastic. I'm ready to eat this entire table. A second member of the staff removed his charger and pushed his silverware setting wide. Then a large silver platter with a cloche was placed in front of him. "What's up, Hollywood?" someone said. "Our food not good enough for you?" "Yo, Rage, you get your own cow or something?" "I thought you were on Jenny Craig," another voice called out. "I think he's eating Jenny Craig and that shit is just wrong. Humans are not food." He gave everyone the middles and popped the lid. "Oh, come on," he barked as laughter exploded in the air. "Seriously? You guys are serious? Really?" A snorkel and a diving mask had been arranged with care on a porcelain platter, little sprigs of parsley and lemon wedges tucked in around the edges. Mary started laughing, and the only thing that saved his brothers was that she threw her arms around his meathead neck and kissed him. "That's a good one," she said against his mouth. "Come on, you know it is. You flood one goddamn bathroom and suddenly it's a theme. Shoot, just kiss me, okay?" He was still grumbling, but he did what his Shellen told him to. It was either that or ruin his appetite. By committing murder. 48. You realize that he's married. It was around midday that Joe jumped in her receptionist chair and frowned. Bryant was leaning on the counter over her desk, his face dead serious, his bow tie so perfectly done. It looked like it was a sculpted piece of plastic rather than anything made from silk. "What are you talking about?" She handed him a file. "And this is for your 130. "Bill, he's married. What do you excuse me?" "Look." Bryant made a show of running his manicure around the edges of the legal size folder. "I saw you, okay? At a stoplight. You were in his car. I just don't want you to get hurt." For the first time in recorded history, Joe sat back and really looked at the guy. Funny, his aura was actually a good eraser of some minor flaws that she'd missed before. His eyes were a little too close together. His upper lip had a curious overhang. That nose had a bump at the end. "I'm only worried about you," he concluded, like an older brother. Joe crossed her arms over her chest. Come to think of it, his voice had a reedy quality that was kind of grating. "Hello?" he prompted, as if he'd banked on a specific reaction and was determined to get it. "Joe, did you hear what I said?" It was definitely time to move on, she decided. Polish up her resume. Get on monster.com and the CCJ website. Do something else. She had spent a good year and a half mooning over this narcissist, living off of a wink or an implication from him, bending over backward to make his professional and personal lives run smoothly and, ultimately, checking her libido at the door because this one-sided sexual tension with a jerk was a safer bet than trying to find a real guy of her own. "I'm giving you my 2 weeks' notice." "What?" "You heard me." "Wait, are you crazy? You're quitting because I tell you your boyfriend has a wife? When you already knew it? The closing was here in this office. You met her. It's got nothing to do with Bill. He and I are working on a story together." "Okay, that was a stretch. I just need more than you can give me." "Is this about the real estate exam?" "Fine, if you insist on taking it." "It's really not anything like that." She glanced at her computer. "And it's noon, so I'm taking lunch." With quick work on the office phone, she routed the main number to voicemail, picked up her purse from the floor, and walked around the partition. Bryant moved into her path like he wanted to argue, but she just shook her head. "You'd better start looking for a new receptionist if you want me to have any time to train her." "Joe, you are acting in a really unprofessional way." Dropping her voice, she said, "You have me lie to the women you're dating, so they don't find out what a douchebag you are. I pick up your dry cleaning, make your haircut appointments. I've taken your car in to be serviced how many times? And don't get me started on your condominium association's complaints for your noise violations, your pool boy, your HVAC issues, and the bug man. All of that is unprofessional. But don't worry, you'll find yourself another sucker. Men like you always do. It's just not going to be me anymore." Joe walked out the glass doors and into the October sun, which was too weak to move the temperature much, but was bright enough to make her take out her Ray-Bans. Getting in her VW, she was not surprised that Bryant didn't come after her. No doubt he was on to the next dinner date crisis. Or maybe he was checking his hair in his private bathroom. Or who the heck knew what he was doing? One thing she did know? It wasn't going to have anything to do with her. It never had been about her, at least not on his side. And the stuff he'd said about Bill? That was just a self-protective reflex because she was a good lackey and he didn't want her slipping away. But as she'd said, there would be another. No doubt. As Joe drove off, she looked at the real estate office in her rearview and thought of Bill and his cousin Troy. They were nice enough guys, but not really anything that truly caught her eye. When was she going to meet a real man? Whatever. She needed to find a job, and then there was the whole vampire thing to spin her wheels about. Taking out her phone, she called Bill. I'm heading out to the farm now if you want to meet me. You ready to turn in? At the sound of Rage's voice, Mary jerked on the sofa, kicking the blanket that had been pulled over her legs onto the floor. Sitting up, she glanced around the billiards room and then looked at Rage, who was leaning over her. I fell asleep. Where did everyone go? Is the tournament over? He nodded as he sat on the coffee table and balanced his pool cue on his forefinger. Which one? The bastard. He and V just headed to the pit. With a big yawn, she pushed her hair back. The massive TV over the fireplace was muted, some kind of Steven Seagal throwback movie from the early 90s showing him punching out a bunch of guys on a city street. I think that was what was on when I crashed, she said idly as she pointed to the screen. Actually, that was 3 movies ago. Rage stroked her cheek. This is a different one, but don't feel bad. They all look the same. You going to let me carry you up? I can make it myself. I know. He put the cue aside and offered her a hand. The question is, will you stop me from picking you up? She smiled. No. Rage drew her off the sofa, and the next thing she knew, she was in his strong arms and he was striding in between the pool tables. Out in the foyer, she yawned again and got comfy for the trip. You were too good to me, she murmured. Not even by half. Up on the second floor, he stopped in front of the closed door of their room, and she bent down and opened the way in for them. With no effort at all, he took her over to the bed and laid her out on her side of the mattress. Can you brush my teeth for me? She asked. That is the real question. You got it. As he went to turn away, she laughed. That was a rhetorical. I was going to bring you your brush and a glass of water. He put his hands on his hips and stared down at her. Unless you're determined to make it to the sink? Boy, he was a fantastic-looking male specimen, she thought as she measured his enormous shoulders and bulging arms, his flat stomach and lean pelvis, those long, powerful legs. And then there was that blonde hair, those brilliant Bahamian blue eyes, that bone structure that seemed drawn by a master artist as opposed to something that had been born into this world. Mary. Just admiring the view. Oh. He pivoted and flashed his ass. You like? Very much. How about you take the shirt off for me? Glancing over his shoulder, he narrowed his eyes. Are you coming on to me? Why, yes, I believe I am. He turned back around, grabbed the front of his muscle shirt and growled, say please first. Please. Re-yip. And then his bare chest was on display, all that musculature throwing shadows in the dim light from the lamp on the bureau. Rage moved his hand down between his legs, gripping the hard length that had made a very serious appearance in the front of his leathers. You want to see something else? He drawled. Yes, she breathed. His fingers were slow on the button fly, teasing her as he revealed his erection inch by inch until it popped free and jutted straight out at her. Mary reached down herself and disappeared her pants, spreading her legs as he stood back and stroked himself. Come here, she said. Rage was up on that bed of theirs, up on her, in the work of a moment, and she guided him to her, bringing his head to her core. With a moan, she wrapped her legs around his ass, and he moved with force, joining them, rocking against her with increasing speed, going hard until the bed creaked and the pillows got bounced off and the duvet weighted up beneath her. As she grabbed onto his back, she felt the beast surge under her nails, the tattoo rising up and creating a pattern in his skin as if it wanted to get out. Mary, Rage said into her neck. Oh fuck, Mary. At the sound of his hoarse voice, an orgasm hit her like a lightning strike, the pleasure making her call out as he punched his pelvis into her again and again while he ejaculated. When they finally went still, she stroked his spine, petting the beast, which surged under her touch. And it was so strange. In moments like this, even though it was crazy, it seemed like the 3 of them were together. Would you like to come shower with me? Rage asked as he nuzzled her throat. I can think of some fun things to do with the soap. Really? Do tell. Cleanliness is next to godliness, isn't that the human expression? Mary yawned and stretched, feeling him still inside. I have an idea. You get started and I'll be right in. Perfect. After a couple of lingering kisses, Rage pulled out and got up. Ditching the leathers from his lower legs, he walked buck naked into their bathroom. Talk about a view. He was like a walking Greek statue. The shower came on and she caught a whiff of the shampoo they used and then the soap. And then the conditioner. Motivating herself, she stretched once more and got out of bed. By the time she made it into the bathroom, Rage was leaning back under the spray, rinsing his hair. With a quick strip, she took off her shirt and then she was in with him, his slick, aroused body glistening in the light from the mirrors. "There she is," he murmured as he pulled her in close. It was a while before they got out, and by the end of it, her legs were so loose it was a good thing she didn't have far to go. Wrapped in Rage's robe, she padded over to the bureau to take out her pearl earrings while he went to the laundry hamper in their walk-in closet with the clothes they'd left everywhere. She'd taken one of the studs out when she noticed the folder. "What's this?" "What's what?" he said from the closet, opening the front cover. She felt the breath leave her lungs. 49. When Rage came out of the walk-in, he was feeling really damn good about life. Yeah, sure, the cop had prevailed at pool again, but after what his Mary had just treated him with, he was the true winner. That shower sesh had been straight-up Olympian, top of the mountain, land speed record stuff. Walking out, he stopped where he was. Mary was sitting in the chair beside their bureau, her little pink feet on the carpet, her body engulfed by his bathrobe, her head down with her damp hair hanging forward. In her lap, open wide, was a folder that Rage didn't recognize. But he knew what she was looking at. Rage went back into the closet and pulled on a pair of nylon track pants. On second thought, he added that AHS sweatshirt he'd worn the other night. Coming back out, he walked over to the bed and sat down. Mary looked up when she got to the last page. "What is this?" "I mean," she shook her head. "I think I know what it is. Rage gripped the edge of the mattress and leaned into his arms. Strangely, the antiques in the room, the heavy drapes, the pattern in the carpet, it all became much too clear, everything around him sharpening to the point that he winced. "I didn't ask Saxton to print all that out," he blurted. "Adoption papers? That's what these are, aren't they? I mean, I'm not completely versed in the old language, but I can catch the drift. Look, we don't have to do anything with them. It's not like, I'm not suggesting we adopt her. I asked his house if he could help find her uncle. Yes, I know you didn't tell me to, but I thought if any of my brothers could help, it was him. He went into some databases kept at the audience house and found nothing. Checked some other places too. There was no trace of anything, no family, no uncle. And I talked to him about you and me and the kid thing. He was the one who brought up the adoption process and then followed through with it on his own." Mary closed the folder and laid her hand on it. When she didn't say anything further, he cursed. "I'm sorry. Maybe I should have talked to you first about my going to this house. Marissa thinks I'm over-involved. With Biddy, that is. That's what we were going back and forth about before last meal. She thinks I'm crossing professional lines, making it too personal. Wow. And even though I argued with her, she's right. I am." Rage's heart skipped a beat from dread. "What are you saying?" There was a long period of quiet. And then she shrugged. "I've been around a lot of young people. Not just at Safe Place, but also before when I was working with my autistic kids." She looked over. "Do you remember when I was staying at Bella's? And I told you I didn't want to see you anymore?" Rage closed his eyes, memories of that horrible confrontation coming back to him. For some reason, he remembered the quilt in that guest room she'd been sleeping in. That handmade quilt with its blocks and slices of color. Mary had been on the bed when he'd come in. And even though she had been just across the way from him, he'd felt as if they were a world apart. "Yes," he said roughly. "I remember. I was in so much pain that I couldn't imagine bringing anyone down with me. I was blocked off, closed up, ready to go lose the battle that I really wasn't interested in fighting anymore. I pushed you hard. But you came anyway. You came and in you, I saw a beacon I couldn't turn away from. I'm not okay." In his mind, he heard her say those words. Felt her body nearly tackle his as she ran out of that house after him as he'd stood there, holding the moon in his palm just as she'd shown him to. "I guess I felt as though Biddy was like me. For the last however long I've known her, she's been completely closed up. Even when her mother was around, she was like this insular little creature, watching, pushing people away, closing herself off. And after the abuse and then the deaths, I never blamed her. I just wanted desperately to reach her. It was like, well, in retrospect, I think I've been trying to save my old self." "She really opened up last night," Rage offered. "At least, I felt like she did. I wouldn't know, though." "That was my point to Marissa. I don't know if the normal protocols of treatment would have reached her. And she is responding. I took her to my mom's grave. Then we bought M&Ms at the local Hannaford. She is just beginning a very hard journey, and I don't want to stop helping her." "Is Marissa reassigning you?" he demanded. "No, she just thinks I'm emotionally involved, and I am. I admit it. Biddy's special to me." Rage glanced down at the folder which Mary had brought to her chest and held in place in a way that he wasn't sure she was aware of. "Mary." When she finally looked up, he felt like he was leaping off a cliff. The good news? If he had to be flying through midair with anyone, he could think of nobody better than his Shellin. "We could give her a good home." As Mary's eyes grew watery, he got up and went to her, kneeling down in front of his Shellin and putting his hands on her legs. "You don't want to say it, do you?" he whispered. She took a shuddering breath, and then shook her head. "It wasn't supposed to happen for us. We were just talking about it. It's not supposed to happen for us. The parent thing." "Says who?" Mary opened her mouth. Then it shut as she held those papers even harder to her heart. "I was okay with it. I really was. With me never being a mother." As her tears started to fall, Rage reached up and wiped his love's face. "It's okay if you can't say it, because I'll say it for you. You would be the most wonderful mommin to that little girl. Biddy would be so lucky to have you in her life." The words he spoke seemed to crush her in some way, and he knew exactly how she was feeling. He had been prepared to come to terms with missing out on a huge part of life, because among the many blessings he had been given, being a father was not among them. And yes, it was a sort of cruelty to have that door that he had so resolutely closed get knocked on so soon. But there was one thing he knew for damn sure. If by some miracle they were called upon by fate to step up to the plate for that little girl, he was going to be there without hesitation. And he knew without asking that his Mary was going to be the same. Parents. It would be a miracle. Mary was surprised by the great, yawning chasm of pain that had opened up in the center of her chest. And as she thought about it all, she decided yes, it was entirely possible that she might have been sublimating the whole childless thing. Self-medicating an unacknowledged agony with honest good works that served those who needed help during their most vulnerable moments. With a shudder, she leaned forward and Rage was there to catch her as she fell off the chair and into his lap on the floor. As his arms wrapped around her and held her close, she hugged that folder full of papers as tightly as she could. It had been too terrifying to admit to herself, or to Rage, the idea that had been kindling in her heart over the last year. But a maternal yearning had taken root at some point along the journey with Biddy, although Mary had been careful never to infringe or intrude upon the true mother-slash-daughter bond, or even acknowledge her feelings in her own mind. She had, however, from time to time, wondered what the little girl would do if she were left alone in the world. And yes, there might have been an occasional daydream about bringing her into their lives. It was no doubt why, on the night of the death, Mary had driven toward the compound and the mansion instead of safe place. But she had known that such feelings were not appropriate or professional, so she had said nothing, done nothing, acted no differently than she did around the other young she worked with. Her heart had been on another page, though. Easing back, she looked up into Rage's handsome face. What did Vihouse say about the uncle? Even though she'd thought she'd heard him tell her that V had come up with nothing also. He said he could find no one by that name, and no formally recorded details of Biddy, her mother, or any family either. Rage wiped beneath her eyes with his thumbs, then dried her tears on his sweatshirt. She really is orphaned. They were quiet for a while. And then Mary said it won't all be fun trips to the ice cream parlor. I know. And she might not want to come live with us. I know. But you like her, right? She's special, right? Very. He laughed in a short burst. I think I decided I wanted to adopt her when she ordered that waffle cone. What? Long story. But it kind of feels like it's supposed to be. That's what I think. Rage moved around so that he was leaning back against the wall, and she settled in between his legs, easing up against his chest. Maybe they should have moved over to the bed. It would have been more comfortable after all. But the sense that some tremendous shift was occurring in their lives made it seem safer to stay on the ground just in case the earthquake happening for both of them on an emotional level translated into the physical world somehow. The damn thing would level the mansion into a pile of rubble. This is going to be a process, Rage. It can't happen overnight. There are going to have to be things we need to do, together and apart, to make sure this is real. But all that was just rhetoric. In her heart, as far as she was concerned, the decision had been made. Mary sat up and twisted around. Do you want to be her father? I mean, I know where I stand. It would be my honor and privilege. He placed his dagger hand over his heart as he spoke in the old language. It would be a duty that I would seek to fulfill all the nights I am upon this earth. Mary took a deep breath, and then cursed. We're going to have to explain to her what I am. What you have. Oh God, what if his beast and her existential situation precluded them from being prospective parents? And who made that decision? And where did they go to figure out how to do this? With a groan, she fell back against Rage's strength. And it was funny, as she felt the pads of his muscles all around her. She knew that he would stand beside her for however long it took, never ducking from a challenge, pressing on with purpose and focus, going until they crossed the finish line. That was just how he was made. He didn't quit. Ever. I love you, she said as she stared straight ahead. I love you too. He tucked her hair behind her ear and massaged her shoulders. And, Mary, it's all going to be okay. I promise. They might not let us have her, even if she wants us. Why? You know why. We're not exactly normal, Rage. Who is? People who are alive in the conventional sense, and don't have a beast who lives inside their body. As he fell silent, she felt bad, as if she'd ruined something. But they needed to be realistic. Except Rage just shrugged. So we'll get counseling. Or some shit. Mary laughed a little. Counseling? Sure. What the hell? I can talk about how I feel about the beast. And maybe he can eat a couple of counselors so he can internalize their constructive comments. I mean, geez, acupuncture the fuck out of me, and maybe the dragon will turn into a bunny or a titmouse or a titmouse. Yeah, or like a gopher. It could end up like a giant purple gopher who's, like, a vegetarian. As Mary started laughing harder, he stroked her arms. What about a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel? Oh, come on. No, I got it. I know what it's going to be. Mary rolled over in his lap and smiled up at him. Be gentle. I've had a rough morning. Well, except for the shower part. That wasn't hard at all. Rage held up his forefinger. Okay. First of all, something was hard in there. And you know that firsthand. As she laughed again, he nodded. Aha. That's right. And as for the beast's alter identity, how about an enormous purple jackalope? They don't exist. Fine. A Snape also doesn't exist. Then I could make the dreams of Snape hunters worldwide come true. Rage smiled. Who could turn us down then? After I pull a public service like that? You're absolutely right. She stroked his face. We need to put the acupuncture/jackalope plan into immediate effect. Rage scrunched down and kissed her. I love it when we're on the same page. I just love it. 50. When night fell, Layla was largely nonplussed. One of the disadvantages of living in the training center underground was that she was unable to set her internal clock to the rhythms of the sun and moon. Time was just numbers on a clock face, meals appearing when they did, visitors and traffic coming and going in random patterns that eventually meant little in terms of night and day. Her sleep had fallen into a cycle of 6 hours of wakefulness followed by 3 hours of fitful dreams. Repeat ad nauseum. Usually. This evening, however, as the electronic clock showed a glowing red 8 followed by a 16 after the 2 vertical dots, she closed her eyes with a purpose beyond that of sleep. She had agonized over this since her resolution after the ultrasound, had run the yes and no's through her brain until she thought she would go mad. In the end, she had made up her mind for better or for worse. Probably for worse. Because that was just how things always went for her when it came to Eker. Taking a deep breath, she found that everything irritated her. The sheets felt itchy. The pillow under her head was not in the correct position, and her moving it up and down didn't help. The weight of her belly seemed enormous, an entity separate from the rest of her body. Her feet twitched as if someone were tickling them with a feather. Her lungs seemed to only partially inflate. Take out the seam. And the darkness of her room amplified everything. With a curse, she discovered her eyes had opened themselves and she wished she had tape so she could make her lids stay shut. Concentrating, she forced herself to breathe slowly and deeply, relaxed the tension in her body starting at her toes and going to the tips of her ears, calmed her mind. Sleep arrived in a gentle wave, submerging her beneath common consciousness, setting her free of the aches and pains, the worry and fear. The guilt? She gave herself a moment to enjoy the weightless float. And then she sent her core self, her soul, that magic light that animated her flesh, not just off the hospital bed and out of the room, not just down the corridor and free of the training center, but out of the realm of earthly reality, to the sanctuary. Given her pregnancy, it was unsafe for her to travel to the other side in her physical form. This way, however, she covered the distance with grace and ease. Thus, even as she left her body, she could sense her flesh back under the sheets and was thusly able to continuously monitor her corporeal incarnation. If aught were to occur, she could return in the blink of an eye. Moments later, she was standing on resplendent green grass. Overhead, the milky sky provided illumination from no definable source, and all around in the distance, a forest ring established the sacred territory's boundaries. White marble temples glowed pristine and fresh as the night they had been called into existence so many millennia ago by the scribe virgin, and brilliantly colored tulips and daffodils were like gems spilled from a treasurer's satchel. Breathing the sweet air, she could feel a recharging happen, and it reminded her of her centuries spent serving the mother of the race up here. Back then, all had been white, no shades or variation in anything, not even shadows thrown. The current pre-male, Fury, had changed all that, however, freeing her and her sisters to live lives down below, to experience the world and themselves as individuals instead of as cogs in a homogeneous whole. Unconsciously, she put her hands to her belly and had a fright. Her stomach was flat, and she panicked only to sense her body's function down on earth. Yes, she thought. The flesh was with young, the soul was not. And this representation of her was a moving mirage, both existent and non-existent. Gathering the folds of her ceremonial robe, she ambulated across the rolling expanse, passing the primale's private quarters where the impregnations used to occur, and continuing on until she stood on the threshold of the temple of the sequestered scribes. A quick look around confirmed what had been true not just since her arrival this moment, but for such a time since the pre-male had released them all. As beautiful as the sanctuary was, as much as it had to offer in terms of peace and refreshment, it was as empty and abandoned as a useless factory. A gold mine with no more veins to plunder. A galley with bare cupboards. For her purposes, this was good. And in her heart, it was bittersweet. Freedom had led to an abandonment, a cessation of service, an end of the way things were. Change, however, was more the nature of destiny than anything else. And much good had come from Idlethaw, perhaps not for the scribe virgin. Who knew how she felt? Though, as none had seen her now for how long. With a solemn prayer, Layla entered the scribing temple and regarded the simple white tables with their bowls of water, their inkwells, their parchment rolls. In the lofty space, no dust drifted from the rafters to cloud the sacred reading pools or fade the edges of things, and yet it seemed that the observation of the race's history, which had once been a sacred duty, was now an abandoned endeavor unlikely to be e'er resumed. And that seemed to make the temple decayed in some way. Indeed, it was hard not to think of the great library which stood not far from here and picture all of its shelves that were filled with volume after volume of carefully recorded passages, those sacred symbols in the old language put to parchment as the scribes had played witness to the goings-on of the race in these very bowls. And there were further records there of the Black Dagger Brotherhood and their lineages, of the scribe virgin's dictates, of the decisions of the kings, of the observances of the calendar festivals and the traditions of the Glimmer, and the respect that had been paid to the scribe virgin. In a way, the lack of any further history record was a death of the race, but it was also its rebirth. So many positives had come out of the shift in values, with the rights of females being recognized, and the abolishment of blood slavery and freedom for the chosen. The scribe virgin had all but disappeared into the spiritual vacuum, however, as if the worship of her had been a sustenance that now, having been removed, had left her diminished into incapacity. And yes, Layla missed parts of the old ways and worried about their having no spiritual leader at a time of such unrest. But fate was larger than not only her, but the race as a whole, and indeed its creator. Walking forward, she went to one of the tables and pulled out a white chair. As she took a seat, she arranged her robing and offered up a prayer that what she was about to do would be in service to a greater good. Any greater good? Oh shoot. It was impossible to argue that what she was about to do wasn't purely self-serving. Bowing her head, she placed her hands on the bowl, cupping the vessel with reverence. With as much clarity as she could muster, she pictured Eker's face, from his narrowed eyes to his misshapen upper lip, from his brush-cut hair to his thick neck. She imagined his scent in her nose and his imposing physical presence before her. She pictured his veined forearms and his blunt, calloused hands, his heavy chest and his strong legs. In her mind, she heard his voice. saw him move, caught his eye and held it. The surface of the water began to move, concentric circles forming to the beat of her heart. And then the swirl started. A picture appeared, rising out of the depths and stilling the animation of the crystal-clear liquid. Layla frowned and thought, that makes no sense. The bowl was showing her shelving, rows and rows of shelves that were stacked with jars of all kinds. There were torches flickering, orange light strobing over what appeared to be a dusty underground environment. Eker? She breathed. Oh, dearest virgin scribe. The image she received was as clear as if she stood over his recumbent body. He was lying beneath white sheets on a gurney in the center of the hall of shelves, his eyes shut, his skin pale, his arms and legs unmoving. Machines beeped next to him, ones that she recognized from her own room at the clinic. John Matthew and Blaylock were seated on the stone floor next to him, John's hands moving as he said something. Blay just nodded. Layla willed the picture to change so that she could see what was in front of and behind where Eker lay. If she progressed deeper into what turned out to be a cave, she eventually came out into a vast ceremonial space. The tomb. Eker was in the antehall to the tomb. Layla willed the image to return to that of John and Blay, and she heard Blay say, "Pressure is going down. So no surgery? But he doesn't look like he's waking up anytime soon." John signed something. "I know. But what's the other option?" Layla asked the bowl to show her the way out, and the image provided a progression in the opposite direction until there was a terminal gate of stout build with steel mesh over its bars as well as a lock that looked strong enough to keep out even the most determined of invaders. Then she was in a cave's belly, the stone walls shorn by hand or nature, or perhaps a combination of both. Finally, she was stepping free into a forest of many pines. Zooming out, she noted the landscape getting smaller and smaller, until she caught the glow of the mansion. So he was still on the property, not that far away. Releasing the bowl's edges, she watched as what she had been shown disappeared as if it had never been, the water resuming its clear and anonymous character. As she sat back, she thought for a good long while. Then she rose to her feet and left the scribing temple. She did not return to Earth, however. Not immediately. "I feel like we're going to get in trouble for something." As Mary took a seat next to Rage in the mansion's library, she patted his knee. "You know that's not true. Do I look okay?" Leaning back on the silk sofa, Mary regarded her mate. "Handsome as ever. Will that work in our favor?" "How can it not?" She kissed his cheek. "Just remember not to come on to her. She's your best friend's wife." "As if. She's fine-looking and all, but so are most of the major appliances in Fritz's kitchen, and I have no interest in humping any of them." Mary laughed and gave him another squeeze. Then she resumed, feeling like her head was going to explode. "So, yeah. Anywho, you know I've never paid much attention to this room before. It's nice." As Rage gave her an hum, she glanced around at the shelves of books and the crackling fire and all the rich jewel tones of the carpets, drapes, and throw pillows. There was a desk to write at. Sofas to curl up on with a specimen from the collection of your Kindle if that was the way you went. A number of oil paintings. And then all kinds of knickknacks that Darius had collected when he'd been alive, from special seashells to rare stones to fossils. "I can't breathe." As Rage put his head between his knees, she rubbed his shoulders, comforting herself as she comforted him, too. Probably wasn't going to help to tell him she was feeling suffocated as well, and a little nauseous. Marissa came rushing in 10 minutes later. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Imo. Hey, Rage." "Hi." Rage cleared his throat and lifted his palm. "Ah. Hi. Yeah." Marissa looked back and forth between them. Then she seemed to compose herself and closed the doors. "I'd wondered why you wanted to meet here. Now I see." "Yeah," Rage said. "I can't." "Well, you know. Go to safe place." "Which you know. Because you run it." "Andy really need to stop talking here, don't I?" Marissa came over toward the fire, her extraordinary beauty seeming to attract all the illumination and warmth from the hearth. As she took a seat on an armchair, she crossed her legs like the perfect lady she was. Her face was remote but not cold. She seemed braced. This was not going to go well, Mary thought with dread. "So, thank you for meeting with us." Mary took Rage's hand. "I'm not going to beat around the bush. Rage and I have been talking, and we'd like to explore the possibility of adopting, or at the very least, fostering Biddy. Before you say no, I'd like you to consider that I have a clinical background in—" "Wait, Marissa put her hands out. Wait, this is not about you wanting to quit. What? Marissa put her hand over her heart and sagged in her seat. You're not quitting. No, good God, where did you get that idea? I just thought that I'd offended you during that conversation before last meal. I didn't know whether I'd put my foot in it. I mean, I'm only trying to do right by Biddy and Marissa stopped short. Shook herself. Did I hear you say adoption? Mary took a deep breath. And man, did she squeeze her Hellrin's hand. Rage and I talked about it. We want to be parents and we want to give Biddy a loving home, a place to call her own, a support system that's more than just professional. As you know, I can't have children. And Biddy truly is an orphan. Even Vihouse couldn't find her uncle. Marissa blinked a couple of times. Looked back and forth between the pair of them again. This is extraordinary. Rage leaned forward. Is that good or bad? Good. I mean, Marissa sat back and stared at the fire. It's wonderful, it's fantastic. I'm just not sure what we need to do. Wait, was that a yes? Mary thought as her heart jumped. Biddy gets to have an opinion about it, she said, trying to keep cool. She's old enough to have an opinion. And I know that it's not going to be easy, the adoption process or the parenting. So does Rage. I guess though, this kind of all starts with you, you know. Without any warning, Marissa burst up out of her seat and threw her arms around first Mary, then Rage. When she sat back down, she fanned the tears in her eyes. I think it's a really great idea. Okay, Mary started getting a little misty, and she could not look at Rage because if he were tearing up, and she was pretty sure it was game over. I'm really glad you're behind us, Mary said roughly, although I don't know if we're suitable. Marissa's elegant hand sliced through the air. I am not worried at all about you two being good parents. And please don't take any pauses on my part as being unsupportive. I've just never had to do anything like this. Rage spoke up. Saxton knows the legal procedure. He got us some paperwork. I think I need an audience in front of the king as a member of the aristocracy. Mary put her hands up, all hoo-hoo. Wait, we need to have a formal assessment of us both first. And we have to do even more due diligence on her mother's family and her father's. And we have to ask her if she's even interested in all this. It's very soon after the death of her mother. I don't want her to think that we're crowding out her blood family or trying to replace someone who will never be replaced. We need to move slowly and be flexible and remain calm. There's also one potential problem. What's that? Marissa asked. When Mary glanced at Rage, he cleared his throat. I eat people. I mean, the beast. You know, it eats things. That shouldn't, be eaten. He's never been a danger to me, Mary interjected. But we can't pretend his dragon isn't a factor in all this. Whoever makes the determination of fitness, whether it's you or Wrath or someone else, needs to be fully aware that we come with a 3-story tall, purple-scaled, lesser-eating monster. Rage raised his hand like he was in class and waiting to get called on. When they both just looked at him, he dropped his arm awkwardly. He's never actually consumed anything but lessers. Although I do think he tried to eat Vishouse. Her Hellrin winced. Okay, fine, from what I heard. The other night he chased V and a sail into a cabin, which he might have taken the roof off of, and he might have tried to eat them, but he did not succeed. Thanks to me, Mary pointed out. He listens to Mary. There was a pause. Shit. Mary shrugged. Anyway, we're aware that we're not the most conventional of prospective parents. But I will promise you, if we get the chance, we will love that little girl with everything we've got. Ditto, Rage said. Completely ditto? Marissa let out a soft laugh. And this is exactly why I'm not worried about the two of you adopting anything or anyone, whether it's a dog out of a shelter or a child from safe place. Mary exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Rage took a page from Marissa's book and started fanning himself. Then he braced one arm on the coffee table as if he were worried he was about to pass out. Is it hot in here? I feel like it's hot. I think I'm going to. Mary jumped up and raced for one of the French doors. As she popped it open, she said, he gets a little lightheaded sometimes. When he's relieved. Breathe with me, my love. Breathe with me. Marissa moved across and sat next to Rage. As she picked up a throw pillow and started flapping it up and down next to that handsome, badly flushed face, she laughed. We'll figure it out. Somehow, some way, we'll figure all this out, okay? And hopefully at the end, Biddy will get to come home with you both. As Mary grabbed another cushion and joined in the effort, she looked into the eyes of the brother she loved, and tried to see the future in his features. I hope so. God. I hope for that so much it hurts. 51. You want to know what? As V posed the perhaps understandable question, Assail switched his cell phone to his other ear and put his coffee mug into the dishwasher. The doggen he had hoped to interview this aviso that his cousins would cease and desist all frozen meals had to reschedule. So that meant he remained Mr. Cleanup. Master lock, Assail explained. I need to know how to release a master lock. And it has to be in such a fashion that the thing remains functional thereafter. The brother laughed with a hard edge. Yeah, my first piece of advice would be to shoot the bitch off, and that is not going to help if you want it to keep working. What exactly are you trying to get into? A secret. Sounds kinky. And how old are we talking? The lock. Not the secret. New. Okay, yeah, I got something for you. Where are you? A subtle chime cut in, and Assail took the cell phone away from his ear. Ah, yes, here she is. And I'm at home, his house. I'll be there in 2 minutes. In your backyard. I shall look forward to your audience. Assail clicked over. Hello, darling. Weeping. Nasha was weeping openly, and Assail knew the cause without the explanation. Whatever has happened, he said as he walked over and opened his back door. The chilly air irritated his nose, but he willed the sneezing away as all kinds of stuttering and snuffling came across the connection. He's dead. My Helrin is dead. Of course he is, Assail thought. And I know why. I am so sorry, darling. What may I do for you in your mourning? The female sniffed a number of times. Please come. I shall. Give me 10 minutes? Thank you. I am heartbroken. No, you are his heir, he thought as he ended the call. And your lover is engineering all of this, and you are next in line for the coffin, dearest. From out of the darkness, a huge form appeared upon the lawn, and Brother V's house triggered the security lights as he walked forth unto the house. There's been a death of some note, Assail announced. It appears as if Throw's mistress's Helrin has passed. Oh, really? I am not paranoid yet, it appears. Accurate is more like it. He met V's house halfway across the lawn, and the pair clapped palms. I knew that he was not long for this world. The question is how he passed, and I intend to find out. There is a killer under that roof. Indeed. And I shall let you know what I discover. If you need backup, we got you. And if you happen to find evidence of murder, I'll be happy to put the death in the sentence. Agreed. Oh, and if you're still interested in the master lock, this is what you need. This house gave him a silver tool that looked like a miniature screwdriver. Use this like a key. It should work. My thanks. This house clapped him on the shoulder. You're proving worth the skin you walk in, true. I'm not sure whether that's a compliment or not. Smart of you. Poof. The brother was gone, leaving nothing but a cold breeze behind. And in the wake of his departure, Assail turned back to his house and called out, Gentle males? I am leaving. Eric stepped into the open doorway. Where to? Nasha's. She has had a change in station, as it were. Her Helrin has past her been murdered, as may well be the case. Interesting. Let us know if you require us. I shall. Closing his eyes, Assail dematerialized and traveled in a scatter across the river to Nasha's Helrin's estate. As he reformed at the front entrance, he walked directly to the portal and opened it right up, eschewing any knocking or ringing. Throw was standing in the foyer, and as he caught sight of the door opening, he frowned and then recoiled. What? What are you doing here? Assail shut the heavy weight behind himself and then teased his pocket square back into optimal position. I have been invited here. Then you should enter properly, be engaging the bell. You don't live here. And you do. Yes. Assail crossed the distance to stop before the other male, whereupon he reached out and ran his fingertips down the lapel of Throw's admittedly sharp black suit. The fucker was handsome. One had to give him that. Of course, he was also morally corrupt and about as trustworthy as a viper underfoot. And wasn't it true how that mix went together so very often? My dear boy, Assail murmured, if you do not know why I have been summoned, you are either blind or naive. Throw slapped Assail's hand away. I'm not your boy. Assail leaned in. But you'd like to be, wouldn't you? Fuck you. All you have to do is ask nicely and I'll consider it. In the meantime, you might remind yourself that your mistress is going to be looking for her next victim, I mean Helrin. And as numerous as your charms are, I believe you are missing one important criterion. Last I heard you were poor. Or at least what passes for poor by her standards. However, I do not have that problem, do I? Mayhap that is why she called me to her. As Throw bared his fangs and seemed prepared to offer a rebuke, the sound of hurried footfalls came down the winding staircase. Assail. Opening his arms wide, he accepted the fragrant, carefully tended to tackle that hit him, and as he held Nasha close to his body, he met Throw's eyes. Throwing the gentle male a wink, Asael deliberately moved his hand down to the female's ass and squeezed. Nasha inched back. The solicitor is coming. Will you stay whilst I meet with him? But of course. In this, your time of need, I am ever at your service. They have taken my mate's remains away. Outing her silk handkerchief from her bodice, she blotted cheeks that were dry and tended to eyes that were neither red-rimmed nor smudged. He is to be cremated this eve. And then we shall have the fade ceremony. He always said he wished to be fade on the property. Then that is what you need to do for him in his final repose. I have sent my houseguests away. It seemed improper to have them under this roof whilst such arrangements are being made. More of the dabbing. I am so very alone. I shall need you now more than ever. Asael bowed as he felt Throw seethe. My pleasure. Perhaps you shall sit in with me and the solicitor. Throw spoke up. No, I will be there to support you. This needs to be private. He does have a point, Asael murmured as he stroked her cheek with the backs of his knuckles. And I am happy to tarry herein for however long it takes. Provide me with a parlor and I shall amuse myself with something from your library, perhaps? There was a chiming from the front door and the butler materialized out of a back room. As the doggen hurried forth to answer the summoning, Throw cocked a brow as if to point out that this was indeed how proper guests were to be received. And then Saxton, the king's own solicitor, strode into the mansion. Saxton was more suited to the Regency ton than to modern life in many ways. His thick blonde hair curled back off his face. His suit handmade for him by an expert. His cashmere coat and Louis Vuitton briefcase suspending him between the polar opposites of fashion dandy and industrious lawyer. Mistress, he said with a bow. My condolences for your loss. Cue another round of dry-eyed theatrics and hanky waving, and as the drama hit, Asael stepped out of the conversation, although he did catch Saxton's eye. As they nodded to each other discreetly, Asael had the distinct impression that the attorney knew exactly why he was in the household. Ah, wrath? Fingers in everyone's pie, and that was a good thing, Asael was coming to believe. Allow me to show my friend into the study, Nasha said. And then we shall have our meeting in the library. My doggen will take you there the now and accept your orders for refreshment. Throw shall be joining us as an advisor of mine. Asael was careful to take formal leave of Saxton as if the two did not know each other at all. And then he was following Nasha into a room that smelled like potpourri and wood smoke. As she closed them in together, the pair of sliding doors were as ornate as full-cut statues and had as much gold on them as the Bulgari necklace the female had at her throat. She walked over to him, sniffling delicately. Will you relieve me in my mourning? Always. He pulled her against him because she wanted him to. And he kissed her gently so that he didn't smudge her matte red lipstick, also because she wanted him to. My darling, he said as he passed a light hand over her coiffed and cascading curls. Do tell me, how did you find out your beloved had passed? As she spoke, he memorized every word she said. I went in to greet him before his first meal was served. He was lying back in his bed as peaceful as can be, but he was cold. So very cold. He was gone. In his sleep, which is a blessing. A good death. A fine death for a worthy male. She kissed him again, licking into his mouth, and he could taste Throw on her, smell the scent of the other male all over her. Be here when I am finished, she said with a hint of command. Asael's inner dominant balked at the order, but his logical side overrode the instinct. As I said, I shall wait for however long it takes. The will has many provisions, and I have naught else to do than attend upon you. She positively glowed at that, and it was all he could do not to roll his eyes. But then she was dancing out of the room, ready to go find out all that she was to inherit. Bye for now, she quipped before sliding the doors back into place. As the clipping of her high heels on the marble faded, he looked around at the ceiling. No security cameras that he could see, but that was just the most obvious place to put them. Before he attempted to depart the study, he had to know if anyone was watching. 52. Fritz. How to describe Fritz? As Rage came up to a stoplight, he hit the brakes on the GTO and looked into the rear view. Biddy was in the back and staring forward with a rapt expression, like whatever he was about to say was the single most fascinating thing she was ever going to hear. For a moment, his heart pounded. He couldn't believe there was even a possibility that he might get a chance to. Focus, he told himself. There was a long haul ahead before it was time to get sentimental. But, God, if it happened, he was going to be having a lot of conversations with the little female. Rage. Mary prompted. Sorry, right? The light turned green and cued his brain into forward motion along with the car. Okay, so Fritz looks like that guy from Raiders of the Lost Ark, you know, the one who got his face melted off. Except not that scary and nothing actually falls away. What is Raiders of the Lost? What? Rage sagged in the driver's seat. Oh, my God. Listen, we're going to have to work on your education. There's so much. Have you seen Jaws? No? He thrashed back against the headrest. No. Oh no, the humanity. As Biddy started to giggle, Rage threw out a hand to Mary. Hold me. I have to ask the big one. I'm here for you, honey. Rage looked into the rear view again. Do you even know who John McClane is? No? Hans Gruber. No? Maua Ariari, hold me. Mary started laughing and shoving him back into position. Drive the car. With the girls laughing, he shook himself and pulled it together. We'll work on all that later. Anywho, Fritz is. He's older than God, as the humans say. And he gets flustered if you try to do anything. He won't let you clean up after yourself, he stresses if you try to fix yourself any food, and he has an obsessive need to vacuum. But, he held up his forefinger. He bought me my own ice cream freezer. And I'm telling you, that absolves a multitude of sins. Mary turned around. Fritz is the kindest force on the planet. He runs the staff and takes care of everybody and everything in the house. How many people live there? Biddy asked. Counting dog Jen? Mary got quiet for a moment. Geez, I'm thinking 30? 35? 40? I don't really know. Rage cut in. The most important thing is that there's a lot of love. There's a movie theater with its own candy counter. As Mary shot him a look, he shrugged. Do not underestimate the importance of milk duds in the dark. Biddy, tell me you've had milk duds. When the girl shook her head with a grin, he threw his hands up. Man, I got things to teach you, young lady. Up ahead, Lucas Square appeared in the distance, the glow of all the shops and neon signs bright as noonday. And talk about hopping. There were pedestrians everywhere on the broad sidewalks, humans strolling arm in arm on dates, families scrambling along, clutches of teenage girls and saunters of teenage boys passing this way and that. Is it Friday? He asked as he pulled into one of the open-air lots. I think so. No, wait, it's Saturday. Mary took out her phone. Yup, it's Saturday. No wonder it's so busy. It took him a while to locate a suitable spot, and he rejected a number of them for either having truck crowding issues, cockeyed SUV-itis, or minivan creep. Finally, he found a vacant berth that was next to a planting area and docked his baby close to the curb. Yes, he's always this choosy, Mary said as she got out and popped the seat forward for Biddy. Hey, I take care of my females. As their door was shut, he reached across and locked it manually, then he got out himself and used the key on the driver's side handle. Ain't no human going to ding my panels. They fell in line together, Biddy between them. TGI Fridays was up ahead on the corner, and as a group of noisy humans came rushing out of its doors, Rage frowned. Hey, Biddy, he said casually. So you've never been in a restaurant before? No. Rage stopped and put his hand on a shoulder that shocked him because it was so thin and small. But he had another concern at the moment. It might be kind of loud. Okay? Lot of talking, you might hear babies crying, people laughing in bursts. There are going to be servers running around with big trays of food, lot of different smells and sounds. Can be overwhelming. Here's what you need to remember. If you have to go to the bathroom, Mary will go with you so you don't have to worry about getting lost or being alone. And if you find at any moment that it's too much, we leave. I don't care if we've gotten the menus, put in our order, or just picked up our forks. I'll put $100 on the table and he snapped his fingers out of there. Biddy stared up at him, and he worried that he'd gone too far or the kid hit him with her little body and held on tight. At first, Rage didn't know what to do and just held his arms out to the sides and looked at Mary in a panic. But as his Shellen put her hand to her mouth and seemed like she was composing herself, he hugged the girl back lightly. As they stood there together, Rage found himself closing his eyes and saying a silent prayer. Mary could only shake her head. She'd thought that she'd fallen in love with Rage before, thought she loved him with all her heart, thought that he was her soulmate, her center, her never gonna get better than this. Yada yada yada. Seeing him curl his enormous body around that little girl as he hugged Biddy back? Well, what do you know, not only did it turn out her ovaries had a little spark left in them, the suckers might as well have exploded between her hip bones. When the three of them started walking again, Rage kept one hand on Biddy's shoulder. Like for the both of them, it was the most normal thing in the world, even though Rage had to tilt to the side and the pair of them bumped into each other until they got their strides on a par. As they closed in on the restaurant, Mary glanced around and ID'd the other families, and she couldn't help but open the fantasy door for a split second and pretend that her little unit was just like all the others. That they were a mom and a dad and a daughter going out to dinner to talk about silly stuff and serious stuff and nothing at all before they headed back home to a safe place together. Rage jumped ahead to open the door, and inside, the restaurant was exactly as he described it, noisy and busy and teeming with life. Fortunately, Biddy seemed more curious than nervous, although she stuck with Rage as he went up to the hostess stand and asked for 3 in a booth if possible. The brunette who was behind the cash register took one look at him and, what do you know, no waiting for Rage. As the young woman smiled with all her teeth and did a little shimmy as she pulled a trio off the pile of menus, Mary shook her head in apology at the other 12 people in line. Right this way. The hostess hipped her way through the different sections of the place, taking them to the far side where there was, in fact, a booth that had just been cleaned off, its surface still wet, no silverware rolls put out yet. The latter was taken care of immediately as Rage and Biddy sat on one side and Mary took the bench across from them. Enjoy your meal, the hostess said to Rage. Before anyone could say a word, a blonde with short hair and a lot of eye makeup came by with waters on a tray. Her expression was a combination of bored and harried until she saw who she was serving. Mary just smiled and shook her head as she opened her menu. As she checked out the enormous variety of food offered, she was dimly aware of some conversation happening, but she didn't bother with any of that. When they were alone, Rage opened his menu. Okay, what do we got? Do they always do that? Biddy asked. Do what? He turned a laminated page. Who? The human females. Stare at you like that. Rage picked up his water glass for a test sip. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like they want to order a meal of you? Water. Went. Everywhere. As Rage coughed and fisted his chest, Mary had to laugh. Also had to unroll her fork, knife, and spoon and do a little mop-up. Yes, they do, Mary said. They get sucked into the awesome zone and can't pull out. Rage dragged in a breath. I don't know what either of you are talking about. Biddy turned to him. You don't see how. I don't notice them. Rage looked the girl straight in the eye. My Mary is the only female I see. That is the way it is and ever will be. The others can trip over themselves all they like. They will never match up to what I have been blessed with, and I will never, ever have anything to do with them. Biddy seemed to consider that for a moment. Then she picked up her own menu with a little smile. I think that's really nice. So, what do you feel like having? Mary asked. Both of you. I'm in a steak kind of mood. Rage turned another page. And also Mexican. And chicken. And I think I gotta rock some potatoes. Mary leaned across to Biddy. Good thing there are only 3 of us. We're going to need the table space for his plates. I don't know what to get, the girl said. I've never seen so much. Well, I'm willing to share. Mary closed things up and put the sheath on the edge of the table. But I'm just going to get a big salad. I'm still working on my list. Rage nudged Biddy with his elbow. I think you should get at least one thing on your own. You deserve to have your own plate, plus I can eat whatever you don't finish. When the waitress came back, she had eyes only for Rage, and it was funny. Mary could remember being insecure about that sort of thing in the beginning of their relationship, especially in light of that one episode. Now though, it truly didn't bother her. Rage had not lied. These women could literally strip down to their hey-how-rias in front of him and he would have no more interest in them sexually than he would a sofa. Amazing how your mate could make you feel cherished without actually saying a word to you. So what are you thinking? The waitress asked Rage. First, my ladies. Biddy? The girl seemed to panic. I don't know. I don't. You mind if I make a suggestion? Rage asked. When she nodded, he said, have the mac and cheese side with the broccoli side and the crispy chicken fingers with the honey barbecue sauce. Simple. Easy on the stomach. Not a lot of confusion with the old taste buds. Biddy seemed to brace herself. Then she looked at the waitress. May I please have that? The waitress nodded. No problem. My Mary. Mary smiled. I'll have the grilled chicken Cobb salad, please, with no avocado and no blue cheese for dressing, just ranch or something like that would be great. On the side, we have ranch. The waitress focused on Rage, her eyes clinging to his face, his shoulders, his chest. And you? Well, I do believe I'll start with the buffalo wings and the loaded potato skins. Then I'd like the hibachi chicken skewers, the New York strip with the half rack of both the barbecue ribs and the Memphis rubbed, the strip done medium, and I'll finish with the triple stack Reuben. Oh, and I think I want the all-American burger too. Medium as well. Oh, and ranch with the wings, please. On the side. As he closed the menu, he seemed to be unaware that he was being stared at. Yes, he said to the waitress. Are you waiting for more people? Nope. He gathered the menus and handed them over. And may I have 2 Cokes, please? Ladies? Water's good for me, Mary said. Biddy? Water or a soda? Water? Okay, she'll take water and then I think we're done. And very hungry, as you can see. As the waitress walked off with a set of walleyes, Biddy started to giggle. You're not going to really eat all that, are you? Heck, yeah. Rage put out his palm. Wanna bet me? Biddy shook his hand. But what happens if I lose? You have to finish what's left. I can't do that. As the pair of them went back and forth, Mary just watched them, the huge, impossibly beautiful male with the small little sprite of a girl, as comfortable with each other as you could get. Mary? She shook herself. What? Rage reached his hand across the table. Biddy asked how we met. As Mary clasped his palm, she had to smile. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Tell me, the girl asked, sitting forward. Please. 53. When Assail was satisfied that there was no closed circuit or otherwise monitoring in the study, he went to the carved door panels and cracked one open. Hearing nothing, he stepped out into the foyer and stood stock still, listening for sounds of voices or footsteps. A coast that is clear indeed, he murmured, looking all around. He was about to head toward the grand staircase when there was a shriek from the closed room across the way. Untrue, Nasha bellowed, her volume barely dimmed. Then it is a forgery of his signature. This is an abomination. Bad news? He wondered with a smile. He jumped back into the study and closed the door most of the way just as she burst out into the foyer and stomped her way toward the stairs. Throw was on her, though, taking her elbow in a rough grip and wheeling her around. Jutting himself forward, the male said in a low tone, You must listen to the rest of the provisions. Yes, I realize this is a shock. But we can't fight what we don't know the full story of. You will go back in there. You will stop yelling. And you will let Saxton finish the presentation. When he has concluded, we shall ask him what your rights may be and who will adjudicate your contesting of the will. Then we shall engage a solicitor of our own. But you will not run out of there half-cocked and hysterical. Not if you want to get the money you're due. Do you understand what I am saying to you? The voice that came out of the female's well-greased throat was nasty as a growling dog's. It's supposed to be mine. I spent the last 20 years listening to him complain. I have earned every penny of that money. And I shall help you get what is yours. But that shall not happen if you do not control yourself. Emotion is not welcome here. There was a little more back and forth. And then Nasha squared those padded shoulders of hers and stalked back into the meeting. One had to feel sorry for Saxton. Although there was no dwelling on that now. Assail wasted no time when they closed that door. He popped out of the study, reshut things, and hit the stairs at a dead run. As he got to the second floor, he went down the hall farther than he had before to a grand bedroom suite, the door of which was open. The moment he smelled astringent in the air, he knew he was in her Hellrun's room, and what did one know but the bed had been stripped, the pillows stacked in the center of the mattress, the whole of it looking well-worn. He took out his camera phone and started snapping pictures. He had no idea what might or might not have been out of place, but that was for later perusal. Stains. On the mattress. High up on the mattress, not where one would expect them from a loss of bladder control. The pillows were likewise marked. A quick whiff told him it was not blood, nor urine. But what was the substance? Into the bathroom. Medications everywhere, bottles with caps on cockeyed or not at all. A walker. A cane. Depends. He was in and out of the suite in under 7 minutes, and he paused at the head of the stairs. 2 ways to get to the basement. The back fashion, which he had traveled the previous night. No, he would use the other set of steps this time. Closing his eyes, he dematerialized to the first floor and ghosted under doorways until he presented his physical form at the top of the front stairs to the cellar. His ears gave him no reason to be worried, so he opened the way and stole into the darkness. Using his phone's flashlight to navigate, he stuck to the sides of the rough-cut steps, the damp, cold air stinging his sinuses. Down at the bottom, he continued on a pace, passing by Nasha's playroom. He did not like the amount of noise his leather-soled shoes made on the stone floor, but there was naught to be done about that, and presently he came up to the door with the master lock on it. That smell was still in the air, he thought, as he took out Vicious's tool and inserted it where the proper key would go. Manipulating the slice of metal around, the lock went loose and he sloughed the thing off its perch. Without checking to see what precisely he was getting into, he slipped inside and shut himself in. In the utter blackness, there was a shuffling sound in the corner, and a rattle of chains? Breathing. Something was breathing over there. Assail pointed his phone in that direction, but the little beam reached no farther than a couple of feet. Putting the cell away, he palmed one of his guns and patted around the exposed beams next to the door. When he found the light switch, he flipped it, and recoiled in horror. A naked male was chained on the bare stone floor in the corner. Chained and trembling as he curled in upon himself, ducking his head and holding onto his skeletal legs, his long hair the only covering he had. The smell. The smell was of an old meal that had been left on a tray just within reach of him. Facilities, such as they were beside him, a mere hole that opened into the earth. There was also a hose as one might find in a garden hanging on a peg. And a bucket. As long as Assail would live, he would ne'er forget the soft chiming sounds that rose up from the male's tethers as that scrawny body shook. Assail took a step forward. The whimpering was of that of an animal. "I shall not hurt you," Assail said roughly. "Please no." Whatever are you imprisoned herein for?" Even though he knew this was a blood slave. He was staring at a blood slave. There were even. Yes, there were the tattoos, one around the throat and a pair on the wrists. "How may I be of help?" There was no reply, the male merely tightening himself even further, the bones of his elbows seeming to break through his skin, his ribs like claw marks down the sides of his torso, his thighs so small that his knees seemed as great swollen knots. Assail looked around. Although that was daft. What was in the room was there and unchanged. "I need to get you out of here." Wrenching around, he pictured the way out. "I'm getting you." What could he do? Carry the poor male? Assail went further into the dungeon. "Here now, be of ease. I am not about to harm you." He was cautious as he approached, and he was very aware that his brain had lit up like a switchboard, all kinds of thoughts swirling and disturbing him. "My dear male, you mustn't fear me." He made his voice stronger. "I am here to rescue you." The slave's head lifted a little, and then some more, and finally, the male looked at him with terrified, red-rimmed eyes that were sunken so far into his skull that Assail wondered how much longer life could be sustained. "Can you walk?" Assail demanded. When there was no response, he nodded down at those legs. "Can you stand? Can you walk?" "Who?" The word was so reedy it was barely a syllable. "I am Assail." He touched his chest. "I am. No one of importance. But I shall save you." The slave's eyes began to water. "Why?" Assail leaned down to touch the male's arm, but the slave's autonomic jerk was so violent, he retracted his hand immediately. "Because you were in need of saving." As he spoke in an utterly raw tone, he felt in some way as if he were addressing himself. "And I am in need of a good deed to prove myself." Glancing over his shoulder, he calculated the distance up to and out of the grand home's front door. The time that had elapsed since he had left the study. The amount of ammunition he had on him. The calls that would have to be made to his cousins. To this house. To anyone. Shit. The chains. No, he could handle them. Reaching into the holster under his arm, he took out the 9mm he'd brought with him and then retrieved its silencer from his jacket pocket. With quick twists, he screwed the equipment into place on the muzzle. "I need you to move." He indicated the way toward himself. "I need you away from the wall." The slave was still trembling, but he attempted to comply, dragging himself on all fours from the place he habitually curled up. Indeed, one could see the imprinted shadow on the stone of both the floor and the wall as the male vacated the area. All at once, sweat broke out over Assail's body, beating upon his upper lip and across his brow, and his heart abruptly thundered. "Stop it!" As the male froze, Assail shook his head. "No, I'm speaking with myself. That was not directed at you." The chains were anchored to the wall via a ring that was thick as a male's thumb and as wide as a neck, and which was bolted into the stone. Any bullet was going to ricochet around. But what choice did he have? Leaving the slave here was certainly not an option. "You're going to have to here? Will you allow me to touch you?" The male nodded mutely, and braced himself for the contact. With quick work, a sail lifted him up. Fates, he weighed not a thing. The chains rattled as they moved over the floor. Likewise, the male's teeth chattered as he moaned, there being some obvious soreness. When they were as far away as possible, a sail put the slave down and stepped in front, shielding the male with his body. Then he took aim and the bullet didn't make a sound as it was discharged, but it pinged around the cell, hitting rock faces until it buried itself somewhere far from its intended target. Asael took a moment to see if he'd been hit. Then he checked on the slave. "You all right?" When he got a nod, he went over to inspect the ring. Close, but not quite there, damn it. His aim had been good, but the metal was stout. He daren't take another shot, however. Grasping onto the thing, he moved the injury he'd imparted upon the metal to the bolt and put all his weight and strength into the pull. Grunting, straining, he was curiously desperate as he sought to break the hold. After much struggle, there was a high-pitched whine, as if the metal were cursing him, and then he stumbled back, the ring in his hands, his loafers slipping out from under him. The landing hurt like a bitch, but he did not care. He was on his feet and back at the male a split second later. Shrugging out of his suit jacket, he wished he'd thought to take a proper coat with him, but as he'd just been dematerializing over, he'd assumed there would be no need for more appropriate cold weather wear. "Let us put this upon you." That proved better in theory than reality, the chains not lending themselves to sleeves or lapels. In the end, he put the thing back on just so he did not leave it behind. Wrapping the chains around his own neck twice on account of their length, picked up the male and managed to hold him up with only one arm. Then he proceeded forward to the door. The slave was the one who opened the way out for them both, which enabled Asael to keep his gun up. He left the light on. Soon enough the household would realize the slave was gone, and he didn't want to waste time futzing around with shutting things back up. The far worse outcome would be to find that the meeting with Saxton was over and Thro and the mistress of the house were looking for him. Past the sex dungeon. Up the stairs. The slave reached for the door handle again. Slowly, Asael said between breaths, "Let me listen." No sounds. At the nod, the male opened the way fully and Asael broke through at a fast walk, his heart thundering, his legs curiously numb even as they functioned appropriately. Quickly, fleet of foot and keen of ear, he raced through the various pantries and anterooms until he came up to the foyer. Pausing before he stepped out into the space, he prayed to the virgin scribe, the fates, destiny, fucking anything, that the vast open area would not just be empty but remain so as he made a mad dash to the front door. After that, he would have to run far enough to find some safety and call his cousins. Then the Brotherhood. Blood slavery had been outlawed by the king, so there might well be a legal way of seizing this living, breathing chattel who should never have been property. But Asael wasn't leaving the male behind just so that he could show up with a bunch of brothers, head down to the basement, and find out that Nasha had disappeared the slave into a grave because something had tipped her off. Just let there be a way out of this house, he thought. Please. Through the front door, he whispered. We're going right out the front door. You ready? Try to hang on to me. The male nodded over and over again and tightened his hold a fraction. Here we go. Asael broke out into the space, moving fast, the chains clanking, his cargo slipping, all that dirty, damp hair slapping. He had to stop dead, not even halfway to their goal. 54. Please, Biddy said. Please tell me how you met. Mary glanced at Rage and wondered which one of them was going to take a stab at it. When he nodded at her with a smile, she shrugged and rubbed his hand. Okay, so she started. It was a dark and stormy night, Rage jumped in. Well, it certainly was a dark night. She thought back to what seemed both forever ago and 2 seconds back. I had been doing some work with this helpline, for people who needed a little advice. Okay, it had been the suicide prevention hotline, but editing that out seemed appropriate. And this person kept calling in. I eventually met with him, and my next-door neighbor recognized him for what he really was, a pre-trans caught in the human world. Long story short, I ended up going with them to the Brotherhood's training center to translate. John Matthew can't speak verbally, Rage said, and she knows American Sign Language. She helped him communicate. So there I was, wondering where I was. When I came down the hall, and it was love at first sight for us. Okay, he was blind at the time. Biddy spoke up in alarm. Why? Mary glanced at Rage, and they both froze. Ah, it's a long story, he said. The waitress came back with Rage's 2 Cokes. Let me know if you need a refill. Okay? Thank you. Rage took a draw off one of the big slash talls as the woman went on to the next table. Anyway, I couldn't see, but the instant she spoke, I was in love. What did you think of him? Biddy asked. Mary ducked her eyes as a smile wide as the table hid her face. Well, at first I was overwhelmed. There's a lot of him to go around, as you know. And I didn't know where I was or who he was, and I couldn't figure out why he was giving me so much attention. It's because you're beautiful. That's why. Anyway. Mary batted away the compliment and then stopped herself as she wondered what kind of impression that would have on a young female. Thank you. Was she blushing? Why, yes, she was. Rage got up and leaned all the way over, giving her a kiss. That's more like it. Mary tried to hide her fluster behind taking a sip of her water. So we dated. Our first date was actually right here in this restaurant. Really? Biddy said. At that table. As they both pointed across the way, Mary finished right over there. And yes, he ordered this much too. Rage sat back as the waitress delivered his appetizers. Oh, thank you, and listen, we don't need to wait if our entrees are ready. Just bring 'em all out. Wanna try some bits? It does smell good. The little girl edged closer. Yes, please. Get your fork and dive in. The potato skins are awesome. Bacon is the source of all goodness. As the two of them danced their way around the plates, Mary thought back to those early days, Rage asking her to say anti-disestablishmentarianism in the training center's corridor. Him meeting her here and staring across the table as if she were the single most captivating thing he'd ever seen. Him showing up at her house at 4 in the morning. Penny for your thoughts? Rage asked. Yeah. As Biddy also looked at her, Mary wondered how much to say. Well, to be honest, I was thinking about the moment you found out. Mary stopped herself. She didn't want to talk about her own illness, her own strange situation to Biddy. There was just too much already going on. Rage got somber. I know exactly what you're remembering. Mary crossed her arms and braced them on the tabletop. Leaning in, she said to Biddy, when he came to my house the first time, I didn't expect him. I'd woken up at 4 a.m., and I was opening a can of coffee. I sliced my thumb pretty deeply. Of course, I didn't find out until later. Well, I didn't know he was a vampire at that particular moment. Biddy shook her head. I keep forgetting that you're human. What did you? Were you surprised? Mary laughed in a burst. You might say. It was a while before I found out. He ended up spending a day with me. He couldn't leave because of the sunlight, but he didn't want to tell me why, and then there was. She remembered him disappearing into her bathroom and reappearing 8 hours later, unaware that he'd been gone so long. Well, we had a lot of things to get through. I pushed him away a lot. So what got you together? Mary looked at Rage. Oh, it's a very long story. What matters is that it all worked out in the end. And look, here's dinner. Her Helen all but got up and rushed the waitress over. Perfect. Rage helped usher the plates back and forth, trading empty ones for full ones, and then he arranged the constellation of calories he'd ordered in a semicircle around him and Biddy. Anything that I have is yours, he said to the girl. Don't be shy. As Rage tucked in, he seemed wholly unaware of how Biddy stared at him as if she were realigning something in her mind. I know, Mary found herself saying. When the girl looked over, she murmured, I couldn't believe he was real either. But I swear on my mother's soul that he is the very best male I've ever met, and when he says he'll never hurt you or let anything hurt you, he means it. Biddy glanced back at Rage, and then said, May I try some of your steak? Oh, she knew just what to say, Mary thought with a smile. And sure enough, Rage's chest puffed up because he was exactly that kind of male who liked to provide. In fact, it was better than actually eating to him. Let me give you the best part of this, he said as he took his fork and knife and began making a surgical assessment of the honking huge piece of meat. The very, very best. As Assail froze with the blood slave in his arms, the male who was in the middle of Nasha's foyer turned around and Saxton nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw what had rushed into the space. Fortunately, the king's attorney recovered quickly, and even had the presence of mind to keep his voice down. Whatever are you? Assail swallowed hard. Help me. Please. Saxton patted at his jacket and then took out the Holy Grail as far as Assail was concerned. My car is outside. I had shopping to do this night, and thank the Virgin Scribe for that. Take it, but be quick. They asked me to step out as they argued. I don't know how long they'll be. Go. Go now. The solicitor lunged for the front door and held it wide as Assail hustled across the foyer, zeroing in on the cold night air that streamed into the mansion. "I'll delay them," Saxton said, "for as long as I can." Assail paused for but a heartbeat as he took the key and stepped over the threshold. "My debt to you. For a year more." He didn't wait for a response. He tore out and would have leaped down the shallow steps if he'd been able. And dear God, those chains, those dreadful chains, they chimed and threatened to cut off his air supply as he crossed the distance to the BMW 750i. He all but threw the mail in the back. No time to waste. Free of the weight, he bolted around to the driver's side, jumped in, and started the engine. The temptation was to floor the accelerator, but he didn't want to risk squealing out and causing attention to be garnered. He took off with alacrity but no undue speed and was soon cruising away, the mansion fading in the rearview mirror as he proceeded down a long, descending driveway. Now he was the one who was shaking as he took out his phone. He used Siri to place the call. And when it was answered, he cut off the hello. "This house, I need medical help. Now. Where are you?" "Okay. Right? I can be there in 15 minutes. Please. Hurry." Ending the connection, he tilted the rearview downward so he could see into the back seat. "Hang on. We're going to get you help. Tell me, what's your name?" "I don't know," came the weak response. Stopping at the end of the drive, Assail went right but did not take any deep breath that they were free. It was going to be a while for that. "Stay with me. You must. Stay with me or you're too close to safety to quit now. You stay with me." Aware that he was yelling, he forced himself to ease off on his voice. "Do not die on me," he muttered as he found himself lost. Where was he going? Where? This house had told him to go to the northeast part of town too. He took his phone out again and hit up Siri once more. When this house answered, Assail didn't recognize his own voice. "Where am I going? Tell me." This house started to speak. "I can't hear you. I can't see." Assail wiped his eyes. Fates, was he crying? "Help me. Where are you?" "I don't know. Look for a sign. Look for a sign, Assail." Assail's blurry eyes rose to the rearview to the shivering naked male on the leather seats. Then he looked out the front windshield. "Montgomery Place. The sign says, Montgomery Place. Take a left. Now." Assail did what he was told without argument, wrenching the wheel, skidding on the pavement, cutting off a car in the opposite lane. As a horn sounded, this house kept talking. 2 miles up, there's a high-class shopping center. It's got a real estate office in it. Hair salon, restaurants, a jeweler's. Go around to the back. I'll be at the far end. Assail nodded, even though the brother couldn't see him. And as he didn't end the call, this house said calmly, "You got this, my man. Whatever it is, we'll handle the shit." All right? All right? Assail looked back at the mail again. "Stay with me." "I'm not going anywhere," this house murmured. "I'm only going silent for a sec as I dematerialize." "Okay, I'm back." Assail didn't say anything further as he leaned into the wheel and waited for the how many miles did he have to go? 2, shopping center to appear. And then there it was, its glowing signs and mostly empty lot, a beacon of hope, a symbol of salvation. I'm here. He punched the accelerator, shooting beside the real estate office and skidding around to the rear of the building. The back was all utilities and dumpsters, staff parking and loading docks for the stores. The BMW gathered speed, surging ahead like a missile. In the headlights at the far end, a single dark figure was standing with feet planted. Assail stomped on the brakes, and then relented as he heard a clunking and a groan of pain from the back seat. As the car jerked to a stop, he got out without putting the engine in park and had to duck in again to toggle the gear shift. "What are you doing with Saxton's car?" He cut off the brother. "Help me." "Have you OD'd?" Assail ripped open the rear door. "Help him. Please." He had to wipe his eyes again. Indeed, they were leaking all over the place. This house took out a gun and approached the open car, peering in. "What the fuck?" Shit, he couldn't speak. "I found him. Behind the lock. He was in the basement. I couldn't leave him." The male cowered away from this house, retracting his spindly body into the far side of the back seat, that stringy hair all over his thin arms and bony back. "Shit." This house straightened and looked over. "I can't even start treating him here. We gotta bring him in." "Christ, the chain's okay. Get in up behind the wheel." "I'm driving. You can explain on the way." Assail stumbled Togo around to the passenger side in the front. But then he stopped, rethought things, and slid into the back with the mail. Taking off his jacket, he laid it over the slave's nakedness. "It's all right?" The car began to move, streetlights flaring in the dark interior as a sail tried to get a hold of himself. "We're going to be all right?" 55. Layla returned to Earth and regained consciousness in her physical form, her eyes opening to focus on the low ceiling of her hospital room. Her hands went immediately to her belly, and as she shifted her legs and took a deep breath, there was movement there, reassuring, strong, vital movement. She'd left the light on in the bathroom with the door mostly closed, as was her habit whenever she tried to sleep, and her stare gravitated to the illumination. Then she looked at the clock. 11:34 p.m. She had been up in the sanctuary for quite a while. When she had proceeded from the temple of the sequestered scribes to the library, it had taken her a while to find what she was in search of. And then she had studied the particular volume for some time, as well as others. Pushing herself up higher on the mattress, she rubbed her temples. She should not have gone into Eker's history. Then again, if his story had been different, if his true sire's identity had proven to be that of another, it wouldn't have mattered as much, she supposed. Such a shock. Indeed, she had even cross-referenced what she had found, going into the sacred annals of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, pulling out volumes, searching for some inconsistency, some contradiction in the sire's records. There had been nothing of the sort. In fact, there had been a confirmation. And now she could not unlearn what she had discovered. With a groan, she sat up further, swung her legs off the side, and noted that her ankles were so swollen it was as if her calves ran directly down into her feet. She should not have gone hunting for any information. For now, what did she do? How did she explain why she had looked? Pushing herself onto her feet, she pulled her nightgown down and moved her hair back behind her shoulders. With a curse, she took one step forward. Wetness. Down the insides of her legs again. Great. Just what she needed in the middle of all this. Waddling forward, she was preoccupied with Eker and irritated with her bladder. But at least she could take a shower and relax knowing that everything was okay with the young. And didn't they make adult diapers for this sort of thing? She was pivoting around to shut the bathroom door when she looked back. Blood. Blood on the floor. Bloody footprints on the floor. Lifting her gown, there was blood on the inside of her legs. As she screamed, someone came running and Elena burst in. The nurse took one look at what was going on and immediately went into professional mode. "Come with me. Back to bed. Back to bed we go." Layla was dimly aware of the female taking her by the arm and depositing her back on the mattress. "The young, what about the young?" "Hold on, I'm calling for Doc Jane." Elena hit the summoning button. "I'm just going to hook you up to the machines, okay?" Everything happened so fast. Wires set upon her, monitors engaged, Doc Jane rushing in. The ultrasound rolled into the room. Manny arriving. Quinn and Blay nearly breaking down the door as they came in. "The young," she moaned. "What about the young?" It was as the wind blew over the land. Consciousness returned to Eker in the manner of a gust that traveled around and over a landscape, bypassing some things, rustling others, penetrating through still more. Accordingly, he was aware of many aches, and yet there were great patches of numbness. Tuch could feel measures of agony and stretches of tingles, twitches and jerks, but then nothing at all in great swaths of his flesh. Smell registered with acuity, however. The scent of dirt confused him. Behind his closed eyes, he oriented himself as best he could using his ears and his nose. He was not alone. There was the scent of Onino, two other male vampires with him. Further, they were speaking in low tones. Well, one of them was. The other said naught that Eker could ascertain. He did not know them. Or, more accurately, he did not recognize them as being his soldiers. The Brotherhood. Indeed, yes, he had scented them before, when the Brotherhood had come to speak unto the Glimmerer at that meeting of the council. Had he been captured? Hazy details of the night came back to him. Of him being in that alley next to that burned-out car shell. Of him following a food truck. Following where? Where had he gone? Was this a dream? Images filtered across his mind's eye, but they did not stay long enough for him to grasp. "He's frowning," the male voice said. "His hands are moving. Are you awake, bastard?" He could not have answered if his life depended upon it, and in fact, his life did depend on it. If he had been captured, the hows and wheres were. Campus. He had not followed the food truck. No, he had been on top of the vehicle riding through the night as the slayers he had been hunting had proceeded out of downtown, past the suburbs onto an abandoned college or preparatory school's campus. Whereupon he had witnessed the aftermath of a great battle, a devastating loss for the lessening society, waged by the Brotherhood. He had found a human upon a roof, and then he himself had been struck upon the back of the head. How long had he been unconscious? His body ached all over, not as if it had been beaten, but rather as if it hadn't been used in a while. "Are you finally awake?" the voice demanded. Finally. Yes, it must have been some time that he had been unconscious. In fact, he felt as though he had been lying in this position for a prolonged period. What was that beeping? Ringing. All of a sudden there was ringing cell phones going off. The male who had been doing the speaking answered. What? When? How much? Oh, God. Yes. Right away. Can Lassiter come and sit with him? Where's he? We'll both come then. There was a pause. Johnny's, it's happening now and they need us for blood. We have to go. I don't want to leave him, either, but what are we going to do? No, I don't know where Lassiter is. There was some shuffling, as if they were gathering up supplies. No, they want both of us. She's in labor. The young are coming and it's too early. Layla. Without thinking, Eker's lids popped open. The two fighters had turned away and were leaving, thank the fates, so they caught him not. I'm terrified too, the one with the red hair said. For her, for Quinn. And he'll be fine. He's going nowhere. The sounds of their footfalls decreased until there was a clanking, as if a gate or perhaps some chains were being moved. And then there was a repeat of all that. Eker blinked wildly. When he went to sit up, he found that, indeed, he was not going anywhere. There were steel bands at his wrists and ankles and even around his waist. Moreover, he was too weak to do much more than hold his head up. Craning around, he saw that he was surrounded by vessels of some description or another. They were jars that were set upon shelves that ran from floor to ceiling. In a cave? And yet there was monitoring equipment keeping tabs on his bodily functions that were of complex and electronic nature. Layla, he said in a voice that cracked. Layla. Collapsing back against the bedding he was strapped down on. His will to escape and go to her was great, though he knew not where she was or even where he was. His body had other plans, however. As night eclipsed the illumination of the daytime hours, darkness descended upon him once again. Owning him. His last thought was that the female he both loved and feared needed him and he wanted to be there for her. 56. On the way out of TGI Fridays, Rage stopped by the hostess stand. Or rather, he was forced to come to a halt because the human woman who had seated him got in his path and wouldn't move. Did you have a good meal? She said as she pressed something in his hand. That's our customer service number. Give us a call and let us know how your meal was. The wink she gave him told him all the hell he needed to know and more about what a dial to those digits would get him, and it sure as shit wasn't going to be a survey. Not one without knee pads at any rate. He put the folded piece of paper back into her palm. I'll tell you right now, my wife and I had a wonderful time. So did our friend. Thanks. As he pivoted away, he put his arm around Mary and drew her in close. Then he did the same to Biddy before thinking about it. They left all together, squeezing through the double doors. Outside, the night had gotten even colder, but his belly was more than full of food and he was really happy, and it was amazing how that kind of mood created its own warmth independent of the weather. Hell, it could have been sleeting and he would still have looked up to the dark sky and gone. As they were about to step off the curb and head for the car, a minivan pulled up and a mother and a daughter rushed over together to get in. Man, talk about a gene pool. The two of them had identical brown hair, the tweens in a ponytail, mom's cut jaw length. They were nearly the same height and both dressed in blue jeans and sweatshirts. Faces had the same bone structure, from the round cheeks and flat forehead to a stick-straight nose that he imagined some humans asked for in plastic surgery offices. They were neither ugly nor beautiful. Not poor but not rich. They were laughing, though, in exactly the same way. And that made them both spectacular. Mom opened the door for the daughter and shooed her in. Then she leaned inside and quipped to the kid, I so did win the bet. I totally did, and you're doing the dishes all week long. That was the deal? Mum. The mother shut things on the protest and hopped into the front seat next to what had to be her husband or partner. I told her, don't bet against me. Not when it comes to Godfather quotes. The guy turned around to the daughter. No way, I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole. You know she's memorized the movie, and yes, the correct wording is, no Sicilian can refuse any request on his daughter's wedding day. The mother shut her door and the pale blue minivan pulled away. For a moment, Rage imagined what that trip home was like, and he found himself in a big fat hurry to do the same. Take Biddy home, that was. And also argue about The Godfather if that was the way things went. Or what Play-Doh tasted like. Or whether it was going to snow early or late in the season. We good? He asked as Biddy hesitated. Biddy? I'm sorry, the girl said softly. What? Come on, let's get to the car. It felt really good to walk his females back to the GTO, and even better to drive them along the streets, obeying the traffic laws. Staying in his lane. Not taking the bait when a pair of douchebags in a Charger pulled up next to him at a stoplight and pumped their engine like the thing was an extension of their cock and balls. He just motored along. When his cell phone rang, he let it go to voicemail. Soon enough they'd be at safe place and he could. The thing went off again. Taking it out, he frowned. I've got to get this. Accepting the call, he put the cell up to his ear. Manny? The surgeon was in full urgent mode. I need you back here right now. Layla's hemorrhaging. The young are coming, we need veins for her to take. Can you dematerialize? Shit. He hissed as he hit his blinker and pulled over. Yeah, I can come in. Mary and Biddy both looked at him in alarm as he hung up and wrenched around. Listen, I'm so sorry. He stopped as he glanced at the girl. I have to go back home. What's happening? Mary asked. Layla. He didn't want to go into it. Not with what Biddy had just gone through. They need some help. Can you drive her back? I have to ghost out right now. Absolutely. And I'll come directly home. Can I go with you guys? Biddy asked. There was a moment of and then Mary turned around to the rear seat. I'd better take you back to safe place. But someday maybe you can. Are you going to be okay? It took Rage a moment to realize that the girl was talking to him. And as he met eyes that were wide and anxious, a strange jolt went through him. Yes, I'll be fine. I just need to help a friend. Oh, that's okay then. When do I see you again? Anytime you like. I'll always be right around the next turn for you. He stretched an arm back and brushed her face with his hand. And we're going to have to watch The Godfather. Parts 1 and 2. Not 3. What's all that? She asked as he opened his door and got out. Only the best movies ever made. Be good. Mary was already out and coming around the front of the car, and they met at the grill between the headlights, embracing each other for a second. I love you, he said as he gave her a quick kiss. Me too. Tell them I'm coming home. As he met Mary's eyes, he put himself in Quinn's position times 1 billion. Then he shook himself back into focus. I will. He took her face in his hands and kissed her again. Drive safely? Always. With a nod, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then he was out of there, traveling in a rush of molecules over the human neighborhoods, and then across the farmland, and going farther to the foothills that turned into the mountains. He reformed at the front entrance of the mansion, shoving his way into the vestibule, putting his face into the security camera. As he waited for someone to open up, his heart was pounding for all kinds of reasons, but mostly because of the way Biddy had stared at him. Funny how you could be transformed by someone. The door broke open and Fritz was on the other side, looking worried. Sire, how good to see you. All are going down to the training center. We are in the midst of preparing victuals in the event any can eat. Rage had a strange impulse to hug the dog, and he might have followed up on it, except Fritz would have passed out from the breach of protocol. Thank you. You're so on it. That means everything. Rage strode fast and hard over the mosaic depiction of an apple tree in bloom, and he was almost to the hidden door under the grand staircase when he stopped and looked back. Fritz. The butler skidded to a halt in the archway of the dining room. Yes, sire. I know this is god-awful timing, but I need you to buy something for me. Right away. The ancient butler bowed so low his jowls nearly hit the polished floor. It would be a relief to do something for anybody. One feels so helpless. Behind the wheel of the GTO, Mary felt like time had run backward, that somehow she and Biddy had gotten stuck in a warp where they were back nights ago, heading for the clinic across the river. And it was not just because of Layla and what was happening at home. In the rear seat, the girl had retreated into herself, her eyes fixed on the window beside her. her face a mask of composure that was all the more alarming because Mary had learned exactly how engaged and cheerful she could be. "Biddy?" Came the response. "Talk to me. I know there's something going on, and yes, I could beat around the bush or pretend I haven't noticed, but I think we're beyond that. I hope we're beyond that." It was a long while before the girl answered. "When we left the restaurant," Biddy said. "Did you see the human mom and daughter?" "Yes." Mary took a deep breath. "I saw them." As the silence resumed, Mary glanced into the rear view. "Did that make you think of your mommin?" All the girl did was nod. Mary waited. And waited. "Do you miss her?" That was what did it. All at once, Biddy began to cry, great sobs racking her little body. And Mary pulled over. She had to. Thank God they were in a good part of town and in a section where there were lots of bakeries and stationery stores and locally owned pet shops. Which meant plenty of parallel parking spots right on the road that were empty. Putting the GTO in neutral and pulling the handbrake, Mary twisted all the way around until her knees were tucked into her chest. Reaching out a hand, she tried to touch Biddy, but the girl shrank away. "Oh, sweetheart, I know you miss her." The girl wheeled back, tears streaming down her face. "But I don't miss her at all. How can I not miss her?" As Biddy covered her eyes with her palms and sobbed, Mary let her be even though it killed her. And sure enough, after an agonizing wait, the girl started talking. "I didn't get that. What that human and her mommin had. I didn't get. That's in laughing. I didn't get going out to dinner or a friendly pickup in a car by my father." When she sniffed and wiped her cheeks with the heels of her fists, Mary fished in her bag and took out a pack of Kleenex. Biddy took the package and then seemed to forget she had it. "My mother was scared and hurt and running for cover. And then she was pregnant and then she got sick and she died. And I don't miss her." Mary turned off the engine, opened her door and got into the back. She was careful to lock them both in the dark car, and as she settled beside the girl, the ambient light helped her see the anguish and the horror on Biddy's face. "How can I not miss her?" The girl was shaking. "I loved her, and I should miss her." Mary reached out, and it was relief to pull Biddy over and hug her close. Stroking her hair, she murmured soft words as Biddy wept. It was impossible not to tear up herself. And it was hard not to whisper platitudes like, "It's going to be all right," or "You're okay," because she wanted to do something, anything to ease the girl. But the truth was, what Biddy had been exposed to growing up was not all right, and kids and people from those environments were not okay for a very, very long time, if ever at all. "I've got you," was all she could say, over and over again. It seemed like years until Biddy took a shuddering breath and sat back. And when she fumbled with the tissue packet, Mary took the thing from her and broke the seal, teasing out a Kleenex. And another. After Biddy blew her nose and collapsed against the seat, Mary unclipped the girl's seatbelt to give her a little more room. "I didn't know your mother all that well," Mary said. "But I'm very sure if she could have had those kinds of loving, normal moments with you, she would have taken them in a heartbeat. Violence is all-pervasive when it's in the home. You can't get away from it unless you leave, and sometimes you can't leave, so it colors everything. Do you think maybe it's more that you don't miss the suffering the two of you went through? That you don't miss the fear and hurt?" Biddy sniffled. "Am I a bad daughter? Am I bad?" "No. God, no. Not at all. I did love her. A lot. Of course you did. And I'll bet if you think about it, you'll realize you still do. I was so scared all the time she was sick." Biddy fiddled with the tissues. "I didn't know what was going to happen to her, and I was worried really about myself a lot of the time." "Is that bad?" "No. That's normal. That's called survival." Mary tucked a piece of hair behind Biddy's ear. "When you're young and you can't take care of yourself, you worry about those kinds of things. Heck, when you're older and you can take care of yourself, that's also what you worry about." Biddy accepted another tissue, putting it on her knee and smoothing it flat. "When my mom died?" Mary said. "I was angry at her." The girl looked up in surprise. "Really?" "Yup. I was bitterly angry. I mean, she had suffered and I had been there by her side for a number of years as she had slowly declined. She hadn't volunteered for any of it. She hadn't asked to get sick. But I resented the fact that my friends didn't have to nurse their parents. That my buddies were free to go out and drink and party and have a good time, young and unattached, unburdened. Meanwhile, I had to worry about tidying up the house, buying groceries, making meals, and then as the disease progressed, cleaning her up, bathing her, getting coverage when the nurses couldn't come in because of bad weather. And then she died." Mary took a deep breath and shook her head. "All I could think of after they took her body away was, great, now I have to plan the funeral, deal with the bank account stuff and the will, clean out her clothes. That's when I really lost it. I just broke down and cried because I felt like the worst daughter in the history of the world. But you weren't. No. I was human. I am human. And grief is a complex thing. They say there are stages of it. Have you ever heard of that? When Biddy shook her head, Mary continued. Denial, bargaining, anger, depression, acceptance. And all that's largely what people go through. But there are so many other things mixed into it as well. Unresolved issues. Exhaustion. Sometimes there is relief, and that can come with a lot of guilt. My best piece of advice? As someone who has not only walked this road, but also helped other folks through it, let your thoughts and feelings come when they don't judge them. I can guarantee that you are not the only person who has had thoughts they didn't like or emotions that felt wrong. Also, if you talk about what's going on for you, it is absolutely possible to move through the pain, fear, and confusion to what's on the other side. And what is that? A measure of peace. Mary shrugged. Again, I wish I could tell you that the pain goes away. It doesn't. But it does get better. I think of my mom still, and yes, sometimes it stings. I think it always will, and honestly, I don't want that grief to disappear completely. Grief is a sacred way of honoring those we love. My grief is my heart working, it's my love for her, and that's a beautiful thing. Biddy patted the tissue on her knee. I didn't love my father. I don't blame you. And sometimes I got frustrated that my mother didn't leave him. How could you not have? Biddy took a deep breath and exhaled long and slow. Is that all right? Is all this all right? Mary leaned and took both the girls' hands. It is 100% absolutely positively okay. I promise. You would tell me if it wasn't? Mary's eyes didn't waver. I swear on the life of my husband. And what's more, I completely understand where you're coming from. I get it, Biddy. I totally get it. 57. Assail had no clue where they were. As Vishouse drove the BMW like a bat out of hell through the streets of Caldwell, and then out into farmland, Assail paid little attention to what they were passing by. All he cared about was measuring the breathing of the slave. Stay with me, he whispered. Before he knew what he was doing, he had reached out and taken the male's cold hand. Rubbing it between his palms, he tried to will some of his body heat, his life force, into what lay so motionless beside him. God, he hated those chains. When he finally looked up out of the windows because he was losing his mind with worry and wondering why the trip was taking so long, he frowned. All around, a fog had rolled in, or rather, visibility had decreased as if there were a mist in the air, even though the telltale pale cloudiness was absent from the landscape. You're going to be safe here, Assail heard himself say as they came up to the first of the training center's gates. They shall endeavor to care for you here. After all the stop and go, they arrived at the last leg of the trip, a descent that took them underground. And then they were in a parking structure as fortified and large as any in the municipality of Caldwell. This house pulled directly up to a steel door. I've called ahead. Assail frowned, wondering when the brother had gotten on the phone. He hadn't noticed. How do we get him? He didn't have to finish the sentence. That portal burst open and a gurney appeared along with the female called Doc Jane and another brother pushing it forth. Assail recognized the fighter. It was the stocky one with the odd human name. Also known as the Destroyer. The healer already had blood on her loose blue shirt. As Vishouse bolted out from behind the wheel, he talked as he ran about and opened the rear door. Male, unknown age. Unknown vitals. Malnourished. Unknown psychological and physical trauma. Assail stumbled to his feet and raced around to help extricate the male who was shaking with fear once again. Let me, he barked. He does not know you. Although in truth, the slave knew Assail no better. He did, however, have the advantage of having extricated the imprisoned. Here now, he said to the male. I shan't leave you. Assail reached in and picked the slave up, pivoting and laying him out upon the gurney. Immediately, the healer further covered his nakedness, and the dignity that afforded the patient made Assail have to blink quickly a number of times. Hi, my name is Jane, the healer said, staring directly into those terrified eyes. I'm going to take care of you. No one is going to hurt you here. You're safe, and we're not going to let any harm come to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? The slave looked at Assail in a panic. It's okay, Assail said. They are good people. What's your name? The healer was saying as she put her stethoscope into her ears. I'm sorry, what was that? Marcus. Marcus. That's a good name. She smiled. I'd like to listen to your heart if that's okay. And I'd like to run and pour into your arm so we can get some fluids into you. Would that be all right? Marcus looked at Assail again. It's all right, Assail said. They're going to make you feel better. I promise. Things moved so fast after that. UNFOR was started, assessments were made, and then they were on the move, entering the sophisticated facility with its medical rooms and its provisions and all sorts of people. Indeed, the entire Brotherhood seemed to be milling about. The chains got everyone's attention. The whole of the variable crowd in the corridor turning toward the sound of clinking as the healer rushed them along, and those links of metal skipped on the floor. "What the hell?" someone said. "Oh God," came another voice. The fighters split down the middle, parting to let them through. Except for one member of the Brotherhood. It was the brother Zadist. And as he saw the male on the gurney, he turned so white that it was as if he had died suddenly, even as he remained standing in the center of the wide hallway. The brother Fury stepped up to him and spoke in a low tone. Then he hesitantly touched his brother on the arm. "Let them pass," Fury said. "Let them take care of him." When Z finally moved aside, Asael followed along as they ended up in an examination room with a large chandelier in the center and glass-fronted cabinets all around the edges. This house held him back to the periphery. "Let them work. And tell me what the fuck happened." Asael was aware that his lips began to move and he was speaking, but he had no clue what he was saying. Something must have made sense and been accurate because Vishouse said, "I swear, she deserves to die if she did this." Doc Jane turned to Vishouse. "Can you help with these chains?" "On it." Vishouse stepped forward, removing the black leather glove on his hand. Reaching out, he clasped one of the lengths and a brilliant glow gathered in his palm, heating the links, disintegrating them such that the weight fell free to the floor with a clank. Asael rubbed his face as the brother went around to each of the 4 points, releasing so much of the weight. The bands around the wrists and ankles stayed in place, but at least the heavy links were off. When Vishouse came back over, Asael said in a low tone, "Is he going to live?" The brother shook his head. "I have no idea." 58. Quinn stood in the corner of the operating room, his eyes locked on Layla as Manny performed yet another internal exam on her, the male ducked in between her spread thighs, a sheet covering what was going on to preserve her privacy. "It's too soon." Quinn shook head and tried to keep his voice down. "It's too soon. This isn't supposed to be happening now." "Why is this? It's not supposed to be happening." "Jesus, this is too early." "What the fuck? The ultrasound said it was okay." "Not happening," his brain insisted. This had to be some kind of a dream. Yup, any minute he was going to wake up and find Blay next to him in their bedroom, and he was going to take that deep, relieved breath you got to suck in when you realized that the bogeyman who'd been terrorizing you was in fact nothing but a figment of your imagination. Or maybe a backed-up chili dog. "Wake up," he muttered. "Wake up now. Wake the fuck up." Blay was, in fact, beside him. But they were not horizontal, and they sure as fuck were not back up at the big house in their suite of rooms. His male was, however, supporting the shit out of him. The only thing keeping him standing was Blay's strong arm was around his waist. Manny retracted his hand from under the sheet and snapped off his bright blue glove. Then he got up and motioned for Quinn and Blay to come over to the bedside. The fact that Layla was still conscious was testimony to how strong a female she was, but oh God, she was pale. And there was so much blood filling the pan under her bottom, scenting the air like a stain in the oxygen molecules themselves. Manny put his hand on Layla's shoulder and addressed her. "The bleeding is slowing. That's good news. But now both of them are showing signs of fetal distress, with the boy's heart rate beginning to fluctuate as well. Moreover, I remain particularly worried about the little girl, what with her being the smaller of the two of them. I strongly recommend that we do a cesarean section." "But it's too soon." Layla looked at Quinn in a panic. "It's too soon." Manny took the female's hand. "Layla, you've got to listen to me. The babies are struggling, but more to the point, you are not going to make it unless we get them out." "I don't care about me. You said that the bleeding is stopping." "It's slowing. But we're running out of time, and I need you as strong as possible when I put you under. I don't care what you do to me. You need to keep them inside." Layla hitched a breath as another contraction hit her, and Quinn rubbed his face. Then he motioned for Manny to step away with him. Lowering his voice, Quinn said, "What the fuck's going on?" Manny's eyes were steady in the midst of all the panic, a harbor in the thrashing sea of emotions. "I've spoken with Havers. There's nothing that can be done to keep the pregnancy going. On ultrasound, it's obvious that the placenta is separating from the uterus. It's exactly what happened to Beth. This is extremely common, especially with multiples, and the cause of most maternal and fetal deaths in your species. Layla hasn't done anything wrong, she did everything right. But the bottom line is, the pregnancy is failing and we're at the decision point where we need to save her life and try to save theirs. There was a pause, and Quinn ran the words that had been spoken to him back and forth in his head. What about their lungs? We need another couple of nights. We have special breathing apparatuses from Havers that can help them. We've got the right equipment. If we get them out, I know the protocol and so do Alina and Jane. Quinn scrubbed his face and wanted to vomit. Okay, all right, we're going to do it. Shoring himself up, he went to Layla, stroking her blonde hair back from her clammy face. Layla. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is my fault. Shoo, shoo, shoo. He continued to run his hand over her head to soothe her protests. Listen to me, no, listen me. Hear what I'm saying, there is no fault in this. And your life matters. I can't lose. I'm not gonna lose everyone in this. Okay? It's in the scribe virgin's hands, all of this. Whatever happens, it's what is meant to be. I'm so sorry. Her eyes clung to his, tears pouring out of the far corners, wetting the thin white pillow under her head. Quinn, forgive me. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. There is nothing to forgive. But we need to do this. I don't want to lose your young. It's our young. He glanced over at Blay. We did this together, and no matter the outcome, I'm at peace, okay? You did the absolute best you could, but at this point, we need to move forward. Where's Blay? Another contraction hit her and she gritted her teeth, straining in the pain. Where is? Blay came over. I'm right here. I'm not leaving. At that moment, Jane came in. How are we? Layla, Quinn said. We need to do this. Now. As Layla lay on the gurney, her body outside of her control, her young's futures in doubt, she felt as though she were in a speeding car heading for a sharp turn on a slick road. The metaphor was so apt that every time she blinked, she felt the careening velocity, knew the ringing screech of the tires, braced herself for impact as she went into a flipping, tire-over-roof accident that was surely going to kill her. In fact, the pain of the impact was already with her, emanating from the small of her back in a steady hum, and then peaking in contractions that racked her belly. It's time, Quinn said, his mismatched eyes burning with a will so fierce she was momentarily reassured. It was as if he were prepared to go to battle with death for her and the young. Okay, he prompted. She looked at Blay, and when the male nodded, she found herself nodding back. Okay. Can we feed her? Quinn asked. Jane stepped in and shook her head. We need her stomach empty for the anesthesia. And we have to put her under, there's no time for an epidural. Whatever you. Layla cleared her throat. Whatever needs to be done to save the young. She remembered when this had happened to Beth, what had had to be done to save her and LW. If it turned out Layla could have no more young, then so be it. She would have two. Or, perhaps one. Or mayhap, none. Oh, dearest Virgin Scribe, she prayed as she started to weep. Take me. Leave the young and take me instead. Turning her head, she looked through her tears at those two neonatal medical cribs that had been rolled in and put against the wall. She tried to picture the young in them, small but alive. She could not. Moaning, she was struck by an absurd impulse to just get up and walk out as if this were a movie she could depart from because she didn't like the plotline. Or a book she could close because she didn't care for the direction in which the author had taken the characters. Or a painting she could abandon with her brush because the scene she had intended to depict had turned into a mess. Suddenly, there seemed to be people everywhere. This house had come in, his goateed face covered with a surgical mask, his street clothes hidden beneath a large sterile yellow suit. Alina was there. Quinn and Blay were suiting up. Manny and Jane were speaking back and forth in a kind of shorthand that didn't register. I can't breathe, she groaned. Abruptly, some kind of alarm went off, the shrill sound separating out from the generalized beeping of the machines that were monitoring her and the young. I can't breathe. She's arresting. Layla had no idea who said that, or even if it had been a male or a female that had spoken. A strange feeling came over her as if she were submerged in lukewarm water that muffled her sight and her hearing and caused her body to become weightless. The pain also drifted off, and that terrified her. If she was hurting, she was still alive, correct? As the abyss came up and claimed her consciousness like a monster devouring prey, she tried to shout for help, to beg for the lives of her young, to apologize once again for transgressions only she knew about. No time, though. There was no more time left for her. 59. Assail sat in a fairly comfortable chair in a room that was of a rather nice temperature, and yet felt as though his skin was being burned off his bones. Across the shallow space, the slave he had rescued was on a hospital bed, looking more like a pre-trans than a full-grown adult male. Sheets and blankets had been set upon his naked form in order to warm him. Nutrients and fluids were being introduced into his veins via tubing. Various machines assessed the performance of his organs. He was asleep. Marcus had fallen asleep, or passed out. And so Asael sat in the hospital room of a total stranger, as incapable of leaving as if his own blood were under those covers, hooked up to those monitors resting on that mattress. Rubbing his arms, he wanted the sensation of heat to stop in his own flesh so he could concentrate more fully on Marcus's health. But he had already removed his suit jacket and taken off his tie. Next stop was naked. It took him a while to realize what the problem was. With a curse, he extracted his vial of cocaine and held it in his palm, looking at the brown transparent belly and the black screw on top. He took care of his gnawing need quickly, feeling embarrassed that he had to snort the drug no more than a matter of feet away from the male. How long before Nasha discovered what had been taken from her? He wondered. And how could she have done that to another? Especially considering she had a stable of vital young males to service not only her sex, but her blood needs. Indeed, every time Asael closed his eyes, he saw that cell, smelled that stench, relived bursting into that underground prison. Where had she stolen him from? Was his family looking for him? How long had he suffered down there, not but a meal to be tapped into? The diagnosis thus far was malnourishment, a kidney infection, fluid in the lungs, and a sinus infection. But the medical staff had indicated there were further tests to be done. The horror of it all made it difficult to breathe, and Asael had to sit forward in the chair. Outside, he heard the brothers talking and pacing in the hall. Clearly, someone was injured seriously given the anxiety level, but he had not asked and no one had offered an explanation. Further, this house had had to go be of aid to whatever emergency was being dealt with, although he had promised to return. The knock was soft. "Do come in," Asael murmured, even though he felt as though he had no right to invite or disinvite visitors for Marcus. It was a while before the door opened even a little. "Hello," Asael called out. When he saw who it was, he recoiled. Zadis was a brother he had long heard tales of. After all, such was the warrior's history and behavior that his reputation, even in the New World, had traveled to ears all around the Old Country. And yes, the male's scarred face was something to fear, the ragged, badly closed old wound distorting his upper lip whilst his narrowed eyes glowed with malice. Standing just inside the room, with his nearly shaved head and his tremendous body, he appeared to be exactly what gossips had suggested he was, a sociopath to be avoided at all costs. Asael had learned, however, that things had changed for him of late. That he had made it. Had a young, retracted from the murderous rage that had defined him ever since he, too, had been held against his will. In fact, as his yellow eyes locked on the male upon the bed, he crossed his arms over his chest, rather as if he were seeking to comfort himself. "I found him." Asael had to clear his throat. Chained to the wall. Zadis walked slowly to the bed and stared down at Marcus. He stayed there for the longest time, barely blinking, only the rise and fall of his chest and an occasional twitch of his eyebrows suggesting he was not a statue of some sort. Asael could imagine what memories had perhaps come for him. Those slave bands around the brother's neck and wrists seemed black as the evil that had put the ink into his skin. "His name is Marcus," Asael offered. "That is all I know about him." Zadis nodded. At least Asael thought he did. Then the fighter spoke. "Let me help. In some way. In any way." It was on the tip of Asael's tongue to say that there was naught to be done. But then a curling fury licked into his chest. Asael was not a savior. Never had been. His interests had always been his own and no one else's. He was also not one to form attachments, quickly or permanently. But Asael found himself narrowing his eyes on the brother. Exactly how far does that invitation extend? Instantly, that yellow stare flashed black, those eyes becoming soulless pits of dust. As far as is required. And then 100,000 feet farther. Even if it puts you in conflict with the king? For the manner I shall be seeking to exact justice does not involve edicts or resolves, and it will not be with Wrath's permission. There will be no conflict. Asael's first thought was to rise out of his chair, ask for further arms, and proceed immediately back to that house. But no, upon further reflection, that was not strategic enough. And not violent enough. I pray that you mean that, kind gentle male. I am not gentle or kind. Assail nodded. Good. And worry not. I sense the outlet you are in search of and I shall provide it to you post-haste. Back at the library in Nasha's Helren's vast mansion, Thro took the female by the shoulders and gave her a shake. Listen to me. You must listen to me. Even as he sought to quell her incessant ranting, he had to confess, though only to himself, that he was likewise frustrated beyond measure. He had wasted how long in this household? Bedding her, catering to her, seducing her into a false sense that they were in some kind of enduring relationship. And all along, she had assured him of the fealty of her beloved Helren, spoken of how the money would flow like wine all over her when the old male finally passed, related to throw her love for him regardless of her mated status or her other lovers. Assail had entered the picture, however, and that bastard's presence had created such a flush in between Nasha's thighs that Thro had had to act earlier than he would have liked. The proper sequence would have been first to change Nasha's own will, naming Thro her next of kin under the guise that he would be mating her as soon as the mourning period for her current Helren had passed, and then for Thro to arrange for the death of the old male, followed by a suicide for her. Whereupon Thro's coffers would be set and he could use the funds to embed himself in the Glimmerer properly and set up a strategy for taking wrath off that ridiculous elected throne he had created for himself. Assail, that fucking slut, however, had changed the order, forcing Thro's hand such that forgeries were going to become necessary. It was either early action, though, or him running the risk that Nasha's rather oily affections could transfer to her newest suitor, upsetting the apple cart all over the market square, as it were. Thro had seen the way she looked at Assail, had felt the pull to that male himself, goddamn them both. And now this mess. That old Helren of hers had left everything to a distant relation, a male whose name Thro did not recognize. Nasha, my love, Thro said urgently. I need you to be logical. This looked so bad. That solicitor waiting out in the foyer, no doubt coming to all kinds of conclusions that were both accurate and unhelpful. Her falling apart to anger. Him getting increasingly frustrated. Taking another tactic, Thro walked over to the ornate desk and placed his hand upon the stack of papers that Saxton had brought with him. This is your only focus. Anything other than successfully challenging these provisions is an unacceptable distraction. I have been shamed. To be forsaken like this is an abomination. It is. Do you want to be reasonable or poor? Your choice is now. That shut her up. Imagine all of this gone. Yourself surrounded by none of this, your clothes, the jewels, the servants, this very roof over your head gone. Because that is what is going to happen unless you get some control over yourself. The abomination is not what your Helren did to you. The abomination is your letting it happen. Now, I am going to get the attorney back in here. You are going to shut up and listen to what he says. Or you can continue to prance and stamp around here, wasting time and strategy, just so that you can enhance your victim's statusto, absolutely no cash avail. It was rather like zipping up a ball gown, he reflected. All at once, a composure stilled her and transformed her face from flushed and crazed to, if not placid exactly, certainly something far more even-keeled. Thro walked back over to her. Taking her shoulders, he kissed her. That is my female. Now you are ready to proceed. No more outbursts. No matter what else is contained therein, you will allow the solicitor to finish this presentation. We do not know how to fight if we do not know what we have to fight against. For the virgin scribe's sake, let this stick, he thought. Now, I shall bring him back in, yes? When she nodded, he stepped back. Be aware of all you have to lose. That can be remarkably clarifying. You are right. She took a deep breath. You are very strong. You have no idea, he thought as he turned away. Back at the double doors, he opened them. Sniffing the air, he frowned and glanced around the foyer. Saxton was over by a Flemish painting, inspecting the depiction of dewy flowers upon a black background, his hands clasped behind his back, his lean torso tilted forward. Are we ready then? The solicitor asked without looking up. Or does she need even more time to compose herself? It has been over an hour. Thro looked about. The doors of the parlor and the study were all in the same positions they had been in. There was no one rushing anywhere. All looked as it had. But why was there a prevailing scent of fresh air all around? Fresh air and something else. Is there aught wrong? Saxton inquired. Do you wish me to return at another time? No, she is ready. He stared at the attorney, searching for some sign of He knew not what. I have calmed her. Saxton straightened, adjusted his tie, and came over in a gait that was unhurried, totally natural, without any airs. Mayhap she shall allow me to finish this now. Saxton stopped. Although, if you'd prefer, I can just leave the papers and the two of you can go through them. My verbalizing the provisions, or not, shall not change a thing. No, Throw said smoothly. It is best that she have an opportunity to ask questions. Do come in again, and please pardon our delay. As he stepped to one side and indicated the way, his instincts pricked and refused to be quieted. In fact, perhaps it is better if you take a moment with her privately. Mayhap my presence is the problem. Saxton inclined his head. As you wish. I am here to serve her note at her behest. We are ever in your debt, Throw murmured. In a louder tone, he said into the room, Nasha, darling, I shall go see about some victuals. Perhaps that will be of aid to this tedious process. He waited as she placed her hand across her bosom and sighed dramatically. Yes, my love. I am feeling weakened from the news. But of course. Shutting the doors behind the attorney, he sniffed the air again. Too fresh. And too cold. Someone had opened a door or a window. Striding across to the front entrance of the manse, he opened it wide and stepped out to regard the parking area. Saxton had come in a car. He'd seen the mail arrive from up in his bedroom. Wheeling around, he strode back into the house and went directly to the study doors, sliding one side back. A sale, he snapped. Alas, the room was empty. 60. Quinn held his breath as the anesthesia was administered to Layla and a dark brown, pungent-smelling antiseptic was splashed across her round belly. And he further did not breathe as Manny, Jane, Alina, and Vishouse clustered around the operating table, two on each side, their gloved fingers picking up and trading instruments back and forth. You could scent the blood in the air as the cut was made, and Quinn felt the floor go into a wave pattern under his feet, sure as if the tile had liquefied. As Blaze Hold bit into his arm, it was hard to tell whether that was because the male was worried about Quinn fainting or because he himself was likewise unsteady. Probably some of both. How did it come to this? Quinn wondered silently. But as soon as the thought hit him, he shook his head. What the fuck had he assumed was going to happen with too young in there? Is she all right? He barked. Are they alive? Here comes one, Blaze said roughly. Baby A, Manny pronounced as he handed a little purple bundle to Alina. There wasn't even a chance to look at the kid. The nurse moved fast, rushing the infant over to one of two triage beds that had been set up. Too silent. Motherfucker, it was too damn quiet. Is it alive? Quinn yelled. Is it alive? Blay had to hold him back, but then again the lunge forward was ridiculous. Like he could do anything to help any of this? Oh, and as if he wanted the nurse to be thinking about anything other than saving that infant? But Alina looked over. Yes, he is. He's alive, you just need to keep him that way. Quinn took no comfort in any of that. How could he when the entity she was intubating and giving drugs to looked like some kind of tiny alien? A tiny, fragile, wrinkly alien that had nothing in common with the fat babies he'd seen born to humans on TV from time to time. Jesus Christ, he moaned. So small. The infant wasn't going to survive. He knew it down to his soul. They were going to lose him and... Baby B, Jane announced as she handed something over to Vishouse. V steamed by with the young, and Quinn gasped. His daughter was even smaller. And she wasn't purple. She was gray. Gray as stone. All at once, the memory he had taken with him when he had serviced Layla during her kneading came back to him. It was from when he had nearly died himself and had gone up onto the fade and had faced off at a white door in the midst of a foggy white landscape. He had seen an image on that door. The image of a young female with blonde hair and eyes that were shaped like Heise's that had changed color before him from the precise shade of Layla's to the mismatched blue and green of his own. With an animal's cry of pain, he bellowed into the air, screaming with an agony he had never felt before. He had guessed wrong. He had been wrong. He had misinterpreted what he had seen. The vision on the door had been not the prediction of a daughter to come, but a daughter he had lost in birth. A daughter who had died. 61. As Mary sped through the underground tunnel to the training center, the slapping sounds of her rushing feet echoed out in front of her, an auditory shadow seemingly in as much of a hurry as she was to get where she was going. When she came to the door that opened into the office's supply closet, she put in the code and burst through into the shallow space beyond, passing by the shelves of pens and pads, the backup flash drives and stacks of printer paper. Out in the office, she pulled up short. Tor was sitting behind the desk, staring at a computer screen that had all kinds of rainbow-colored bubbles obscuring the Daily Mail UK homepage. He jumped as he noticed her and then scrubbed his face. Hey! How are they? I don't know. They've been in there for what feels like forever. Where's Autumn? She's out at Shex's hunting cabin. It's my night off and she was getting it ready for us to. You know. He checked his watch. I've been debating on whether or not to call her. I was hoping for news first so she wouldn't worry. Well, good news, that is. You should tell her what's going on. I know. His eyes returned to the monitor. I'm not handling this very well. Mary went around the desk and put her hand on the male's huge shoulder. The tension in that big body was so great. She felt as though she'd laid her palm on a knot, made out of granite. Tor, I don't think you should be alone. And if I were her, I'd be really upset if you didn't let me support you. Now he looked at the office phone. I'm back in the old days, you know. I know. And she'll understand that. Autumn is one of the most understanding people I've ever met. The brother glanced up at her, his deep blue eyes boring into her skull. Mary, am I ever going to be all right? In that moment, she was transported back to sitting with Biddy, enraged GTON. She thought, yes, that is what everyone wants to know, isn't it? Am I okay? Am I loved? Am I safe? Will I get through this? Whatever this was, be it death or loss, confusion or terror, depression or anger. You're all right already, Tor. And I really think you need to call your Shellin. You don't need to protect her from your pain. She knows exactly the burdens you carry and she picked you with all of them. There is nothing here that will shock her or make her think you're weak. I will guarantee, however, that if you try to keep this from her, it's going to make her feel like you don't trust her or you don't think she is strong enough to handle things. What if the young don't make it? What if? At that moment, a scream, a horrible masculine scream, racked what seemed like the entire training center, the sound so loud it rattled the glass door, a sonic boom of mourning. As Tor scrambled out of the chair, Mary bolted for the exit, ripping it open. It was not a surprise to see the entire Brotherhood gathered once again in the vast corridor. It was also not a shock that every single one of the males and their mates was staring at the closed door of the main or. It was further apt that all of the Chosen and the Directrix, Amalia, stood among them looking equally panicked. No one said anything. It wasn't as if that scream of Quinn's didn't explain enough. Mary went to rage, slipping her arm around his waist, and as he looked at her, he pulled her in close. When there was nothing further for a moment, people began to mill. Soft talk broke the silence. Tor took out his phone with hands that shook as he sat down on the concrete floor like his legs had fallen out from underneath him. Oh God, Rage said. This is unbearable, Mary thought. To lose a child, no matter how premature, no matter the circumstances, was an agony like no other. For the first time in his adult life, this house froze in the midst of a medical emergency. It was only a split second and he came back online an instant later. But there was something about the little lifeless body in his palms that stopped literally everything about him. He would never forget the sight of it. Wouldn't forget, either, the scream that Quinn let out. Shaking himself into focus, however, he snapped back into action to do the one thing that might possibly help. With steady hands, he got a small tube down the infant's throat, slid a mask over the face and hooked the breathing apparatus up to a piece of medical equipment that was not human, but strictly for vampires. When he initiated the flow, a fortified, oxygenated saline solution went into the young's lungs, flushing out the sacs, blowing them open, and then sucking out the liquid, which was sent into a filtering system that would clean it, reoxygenate it, and send it back in. Using his thumb, he pressed into the achingly tiny chest, massaging the heart with a rhythm. That color. Really wrong color. Goddamn gray of a headstone. And the young was lax, nothing moving, the arms and legs that were scrawny and wrinkled as a hatchling's flopping loose from shoulders and hips. The eyes were open, the all-white orbs showing no pupils or irises because the little girl was so fucking premature. Come on, wake up. Come on. Nothing. There was nothing. Without thinking, he shouted over his shoulder, pain. Get me fucking pain right now. He didn't know who responded to the command. He didn't fucking care. All that mattered was that a millisecond later, his sister was right next to him. Wake her up, Pain, he barked. Wake this kid up, I am not having this on my conscience for the rest of my goddamn life. You wake up this fucking kid right fucking now. Okay, yeah, his delivery sucked. But he didn't care and neither did his sister, evidently. And she knew just what to do. Extending her open hand directly over the infant, she closed her eyes. Someone hold me up. I need. Quinn and Blay were on it, each of the males taking one of her elbows. And shit, V wanted to say something to the pair, offer some kind of anything. But there was nothing that could be helped with mere words here. Pain, you gotta do this. As the aching syllables hit the airwaves, it was a shock to realize that he had spoken them, that it was his voice that was cracking, that he, the one male on the planet who never begged, ever, for anything, was the person uttering the shaky. Warm. He felt a warmth. And then he saw the light, the glow that, unlike the destructive force that he housed in his palm, was a gentle healing power, a rejuvenating force, a blessed, miracle-giving benediction. Quinn, his sister said roughly. Quinn, give me your hand. Vishouse got the fuck out of the way, although he had to still hold the breathing mask in place because the infant was too premature for even the smallest one Havers had. Quinn extended an arm and shit, the male was shaking so badly it was as if he were standing on an agitator. Pain took what he put out though and laid it under her glowing palm so that the energy had to pass through his flesh to get to the infants. The brother gasped and jerked in response, his teeth beginning to chatter, his flushed face instantly paling. I need another set of hands over here, Vishouse barked. We need to keep Dad off the floor. Next thing he knew, Manny was by Quinn, the human jacking a hold on the guy around the waist. As energy began to leave him and channel into the young, Quinn started to breathe hard, his chest pumping, his mouth falling open, his lungs clearly burning. The infant changed color in the blink of an eye, all that was matte and gray and the terrible hue of death going red and pink. And then the tiny hands, the impossibly tiny but nonetheless perfectly formed, hands twitched. And so with the legs, the feet kicking once, twice. And so with the belly, the hollow pit expanding and contracting along with the beat of the machine. Pain didn't stop. And Quinn lost his footing, only Blaze's strong arms and Manny's extra support keeping his body from the floor. Longer, Vishouse thought. Keep going longer. Bleed the well dry if you have to. And that was exactly what his wonderful sister did. She kept pumping energy from herself into and through Quinn, where it was magnified and focused and thereafter funneled into the young. She kept going until she passed out cold. Quinn wasn't far behind her. But Vishouse couldn't worry about them. He just kept his eyes on the young, looking for signs that the life force wouldn't hold. That the gray would return and signal death's renewed grip on the little thing. That the miracle would be but a short, cruel respite. Don't you do this, Mother, he thought. Don't you do this to these good people. Don't take this life from them. 62. Rage was probably crushing Mary with the hold he had on her, but she didn't seem to notice. Good thing, as he doubted he could have loosened his arms. All around him, he was both dimly and achingly aware of his brothers, their mates and the chosen, the household and community standing together in the midst of the tragedy on the far side of a door that was too flimsy to contain all the ensuing grief. Rage just couldn't help thinking about Biddy. God, if he got the chance. If he and Mary got the chance, he would never rest from protecting that little girl. Making sure she got the life she deserved, the education she needed to be independent, the grounding to know that she was never without a home, no matter how far away she traveled. It's so awful, Mary whispered. So terrible. There's just been too much death around here lately. The door opened wide and Blay exploded out of that, or like he'd been shot from a cannon. She's alive, he yelled. They're both alive. They're alive. And Layla is stable. There was a moment of total silence. As if everybody who was in the corridor kind of had to reprocess everything, switch to a different track, change to another gear. And Quinn's out cold on the floor. Later, Rage would think it was bad timing that the cheering started up right after that little update, but who the fuck cared? Blay was engulfed in bodies, everyone shouting and crying, hugging and slapping palms, cursing and laughing and sputtering and coughing as details were demanded and given once, twice, many times. There was just so much noise, so much life, and Rage was right in there with the best of them, feeling like the lottery had been won, the gift given, the semi-trailer truck sailing by instead of striking one of their own. Doc Jane was the next one out and she peeled her mask off her face as everyone cheered for her. But unlike the new dad, she was careful to shut the door behind herself, holding it in place. SHHHH, she said with a laugh. We have a lot of patients in there. I need 2 gurneys to come through here. Can you guys make some room? Oh, thanks, Elena. The nurse had obviously exited through the other door and was doing a push and pull with the rollers. People milled to get out of the way, but Blay was still getting hugs, which led to a little bit of a delay. How can I help? Rage asked Doc Jane. Well, right now we're good. Everyone's okay, we just need to move some patients around. Rage took the doctor's arm before she turned away. Are we really out of the woods with the young? Those forest green eyes held his. As much as we can be right now. It's going to be a long couple of nights, but that water ventilation system of Havers's saved both their lives. We owe him. Rage nodded and let the female go. And then he was going over to where Mary and Tor were hugging and waited his turn. He just wanted to feel his Shellen against him once more. As Mary pivoted toward him, he held out his arms. It was so damned good to have her jump into them, and he lifted her off the floor. You ready to give it a shot? He said into her ears. You ready to be a parent with me? Oh, Rage. His Shellen's voice caught. Oh, I hope so. Me too. Putting her back down on the ground, he frowned. What? Ah. Mary looked around. Where do you think we can get a little privacy for a sec? Come with me. Taking her by the hand, he led her away from the crowd, going past the locker room and the weight room to the entrance to the gym. Ladies first, he said as he held one of the steel doors open. The security lights softly illuminated the vast space, and the exit signs over the doors glowed red like little hearths. I've forgotten how big it is in here, Mary said as she broke away, put her arms out and circled around, going Sound of Music. Rage hung back and just watched her move, her body lithe and beautiful to him, stirring him in places that were going to get greedy fast if he didn't look away. I can turn on some lights, he murmured, hoping for something to do. I like it dim like this. It's romantic. I agree. As his cock kicked behind the leathers he'd thrown on for dinner, he shook his head. Clearly, they had something important to talk about, yet here he was with sex on the brain. Disgraceful. But man, she was hot. And he was juiced from the good news. And they were alone. And then Mary did a pirouette and some kind of sachet thing that made his eyes go to her ass and stay there. Cursing under his breath, he cracked his back and stretched first one arm and then the other. Is there something wrong? God, he hoped not. On a lot of levels. Mary. Oh, Rage. Loss is hard, you know? The sadness in her voice was like a great eraser wiping all the erotic right off his mind. Is Biddy okay? That's what she wanted to know. Mary smiled in a way that seemed mournful. That's what Tor wanted to know, too. Isn't that what everyone does? And yes, she's all right. She's just going through a lot. She needs a family. Mary nodded. On the way here, while I was driving, I talked to one of the social workers, the one Marissa has assigned to our case or adoption petition or whatever we're calling it. We're kind of making up the procedure as we go, but she's going to talk to you and me separately and then together. About where we are in our lives. How we came to the decision to want to adopt. What our plans are both with and without Biddy. What do I need to study to pass that? She twirled her way back over to him. Just be honest. And thoughtful. There are no wrong answers. Are you sure about that? 'Cause I'm pretty frickin' sure she's not going to like my response to, do you have a beast living inside of you? We talked about that with Marissa, remember? We can't hide it, but the beast has never hurt me and it's never been a threat to anyone in the household as long as they were not in the field. And I can counter any mortal danger argument with the whole I can't die stuff. No problem. God, what in the world made them think this was going to work, he wondered. It will kill me if we can't do this because of my curse. We can't think like that. She picked up his hand and kissed it. We just can't. Fine, so assume we pass. Whatever that looks like. What then? After that, if we were to follow human procedure, Rhyham would come and do a site visit at the mansion. But it's a little different considering where we live and with who. Whatever. If someone has to come here, I'll take care of that. Well, let's see what she wants to do, okay? Mary tucked her hair back. And listen, while we were talking, Biddy's been through so much and so much so recently. I really think it's better for everyone if we start off in a foster kind of relationship. No, I don't want to lose her. Hear me out. Biddy's just lost her mother. It's important that she not feel as though we're trying to eclipse anything. I think when we talk to her, we tell her that she's welcome to stay at safe place for however long she wants. Or she could come here with us. Can we bribe the kid? Mary laughed in a burst. What? No. Ah, come on, Mary. What do you think she'd like? Ice cream? Unlimited TV privileges? Pony, for Chris' sakes. Or can I just buy her off with a handbag? Is she that age yet? Mary batted at his chest. No, you cannot buy her off. Then she dropped her voice. I think she's an animal lover. When in doubt, we'll play the Boo/George card with pictures. Rage laughed and pulled his female in for a kiss. Have you thought about where she could stay in the house? I mean, if it actually goes down? As a matter of fact, yes, but it's going to mean some reorganization. And a move for us. To where? The pit is full and Butch and V swear like truckers. They're worse than me. Well, I thought maybe we could ask Trez if he'd be willing to switch rooms with us. We could be up on the 3rd floor in those bedrooms he and I use. I mean, both suites are their own spaces and have their own bathrooms, but we'd be so close if Biddy needed us. That's a great idea. Holding his Mary against him, he became curiously aware of the great space that surrounded them. In the dim lighting, the gym's contours and corners were mostly obscured in shadow. The bald bleachers, the ropes that hung from the ceiling, the basketball markings on the shiny pine floors, nothing but footnotes in the cavernous interior. Rage frowned, thinking there was a metaphor here. The world was kind of like this, vast and empty except for who you loved, nothing but a warmer version of space filled with random junk you bumped into. The grounding was your family, your friends, your tribe of like minds. Without that, he broke away and started to walk around. No pirouettes for him. Rage? He thought about what she'd said about those meetings with the social worker, him with his beast, her with her. Unusual situation. And then he remembered lying on the field of that abandoned campus, him on the ground, her over him, his Mary fighting to keep him alive even though they had an out that in a moment like that was a miracle indeed. When he stopped, it was on the free throw line. No basketball in his hands, no hoop to shoot it through, no lineups of teammates and opponents. There was an urgency, though. He stared up to where the basket would have been, if the great metal arm with its glass square had been lowered from the ceiling into place. Mary, I want you to promise me something. Anything. Looking over at her, he found it difficult to speak and he had to clear his throat. If you and I end up with Biddy? If we take her in as our own, I want you to promise. The center of his chest began to burn. If I die, you have to stay here with her. You can't leave her behind, okay? If I go, you stay. I won't have that little girl losing another full set of parents. Not gonna happen. Mary put her hand to her mouth and closed her eyes, lowering her head. I'll wait for you, he said hoarsely. If I die, I'll wait for you in the fade just like everyone else does. Hell, I'll watch over the two of you from the clouds. I'll be an angel to you both. But you have to stay with her. Biddy, after all, was going to live longer than he would. That was the way you hoped and prayed it worked. Children succeeded their parents, took their places, walked in future paths carrying on the traditions and the lessons so that that which had been passed down could be passed on again. It was immortality for the mortal. And that was true whether you birthed your young or opened your arms to them. You stay here, Mary. As the implications of Rage's request started to sink in, Mary felt her heart pound and her body break out in a cold sweat. Even though she had confessed a desire to keep him on the planet for exactly the rationale he was laying out, to hear him put it like that, the whole thing made her queasy, returning her to that moment when she'd thought she was going to lose him, even though, at that time, she'd been aware she could go find him in the fade. It was as if he were once more lying there gasping for breath he could not quite catch, bleeding inside his chest, slipping away even as his body stayed before her. Then she thought of Biddy in the back of the GTO, crying, lost, alone. Yes, Mary said roughly. I will stay. For her. For however long she is alive, I'll stay with her. Rage exhaled long and slow. That's good. They met in the middle, each walking toward the other. And when they embraced, she put her head to the side of his heavy chest, hearing his heartbeat right next to her ear. Staring off across the dimly lit gym, she hated the choice she had just made, the vow she had just taken. And at the same time, she was so very grateful for it. She can't know, Mary blurted as she pushed back a little and looked up. Biddy can't know about me, at least not until after she makes her decision. I don't want her fear of being alone coloring the choice she's going to have to make. If she wants to come with us, it has to be because she chooses to freely. All the death in her life can be part of it, but it can't be all of it. Agreed. Mary went back to being close to him. I love you. I love you too. They stood there in the gym for the longest time, And then Rage switched his hold on her, extending one set of their arms out to the side and snaking his other around her waist. "Dance with me," he said. She laughed a little. "To what kind of music?" "Anything. Nothing. It doesn't matter. Just dance with me here in the dark." For some reason, tears pricked her eyes as they started to move, swaying at first, the shuffle of their feet over the smooth floor and the rustle of their clothes the only auditory accompaniment. Soon, they found a rhythm, and then he was leading her in a waltz, an old-fashioned, proper waltz that he was far better at than she was. Sweeping around the empty space, she discovered that a symphony started to play in her mind. The strings and the flutes, the timpani drums and the trumpets giving majesty and power to their dancing. Around and around they went until she was smiling up at him even as a tear fell. She knew what he was doing. She knew exactly why he had asked her to do this. He was reminding her that the future was unknown and unknowable. So if you had the chance, even if there was no music and no ball gown, no tuxedo or gala, when your true love asked you to dance, it was important to say yes. 63. This house stood outside of the gym, looking through one of the steel doors that had the glass windows with chicken wire running through them. Rage and Mary were dancing in the empty space, twirling around, the female's smaller body held tightly and led by her male's much, much larger one. They were looking at each other, staring into each other's eyes. Shit, you could swear there was a quartet or maybe a full orchestra playing in there, the way they moved so well together. He wasn't much of a dancer himself. Besides, you couldn't waltz to Rick Ross or Kendrick Lamar. Taking out a hand-roll from the ass pocket of his leathers, he lit up and exhaled as he leaned a shoulder on the jam and continued to watch. You had to respect the two of them, he thought. Going after that kid, trying to make a family happen. Then again, Rage and Mary were always on the same page, nothing ruffling their relationship, everything always perfect. Which was what happened when you paired a level-headed therapist with Brad Pitt and Channing Tatum's love child, Cosmic Harmony. God, in comparison, his and Jane's relationship seemed kind of clinical. No dancing in the dark for them, not unless it was the horizontal kind. And when was the last time that had happened? Jane had been flat out at the clinic and he'd been dealing with all kinds of shit. Okay, this was weird. Even though he was not one for envy, it, along with so many emotions, was just a waste of fucking time. He did find himself wishing he was a little closer to normal. Not that he apologized for his kink or the fact that he was predominantly a head guy, not a heart guy. Still, when he stood like this on the outside looking in at what his brother had, he did feel broken in some unnamed way. It wasn't that he wanted to turn into the male version of Adele or some shit. Yeah, file that under goodbye. But he did wish. Oh, fuck, he didn't know what the hell he was going on about. Changing gears before he ended up with a pair of lace panties, one thought of Quinn's daughter, of that tiny little thing that had come back from the dead. How had Payne known what to do? Shit if she hadn't. This house frowned as a memory of Mary surfaced and refused to sink back down. She had been talking about when she had saved Rage's life. When she had moved the dragon around to the center of his chest so his beast could somehow heal the gunshot wound. I don't know how I knew what to do, she had said to him. Or something to that effect. He thought of himself confronting his mother as Rage had been dying, demanding that she do something before he'd stormed off, all pissed and shit. And then he recalled the demand that he'd sent out as he'd worked on the lifeless body of Quinn's daughter. Shit. Leaning down, he stamped out his half-smoked cigarette on the sole of his boot and tossed the butt in the trash. Closing his eyes, he dematerialized up to the courtyard of his mother's private quarters, reforming in front of the colonnade. Instantly, he knew there was something off. Looking over his shoulder, he frowned. The fountain that had always run with crystal-clear water was still. And when he walked over to its basin, he discovered that the thing was bone-dry, its pool empty, sure as if it had never been full. Then he glanced over at the tree that had held the songbirds. They were gone. All of them. As warning bells started to ring in his skull, he broke out into a run, crossing over to the entry to his mom's private quarters. He pounded on the door, but not for long. Once again, he braced a shoulder and slammed himself into the panels. This time, the thing broke free of all its hinges, falling flat as a dead body onto the stone floor beyond. Mother. Fucker. Everything was gone. The bedding platform, the dressing table, the one chair, even the double-locked cell where Payne had been kept behind drapes was exposed. The white fabric swaths that had hung on runners no longer in place. Closing his eyes, he let his senses sweep the room, probing for clues. His mother had just been here. He knew it in his blood, some remnant of her energy source remaining in the space as a scent might linger after someone departed. But where had she gone? He thought of the crowd down below in the training center. Amalia, the directrix, had been among them, standing with Cormia and Fury and all the other chosen who had come to pray for and witness the births. The scribe virgin had waited until she was all alone before leaving. She who knew all, saw all, had deliberately picked a moment of crisis down on Earth when everyone who might have had reason to be up here was otherwise occupied. This house bolted out of the private quarters. Mother, where the fuck are you? He didn't expect an answer. A sound rippled to his ears, emanating from somewhere outside of the courtyard. Following it, he went to the door that opened into the sanctuary and looked across the verdant land. Birds. It was the songbirds singing somewhere off in the distance. Falling into a jog, he tracked the dulcet harmonies, crossing over the cropped green grass and passing by empty marble temples and dormitories. Mother, he hollered across the barren landscape. Mother. Hi, Maman, you're awake now. As Layla heard the male voice above her, she realized that, yes, her eyes were open, and yes, she was alive. Young, she shouted. A sudden burst of energy had her trying to sit up, but gentle hands eased her back down. And as a flare of pain clawed its way across her lower belly, Quinn put his face in front of hers. He was smiling, from ear to ear. Yes, his eyes were red-rimmed, and he was pale and a little shaky. But the male was smiling so widely, his jaw had to hurt. Everybody's okay, he said. Our daughter gave us a hell of a scare, but both of them are okay. Breathing. Moving. Alive. A tidal wave of emotion swamped her, her chest literally exploding with a combination of relief, joy, and the afterburn of the terror she'd felt before they'd put her under. And as if he knew exactly what she was feeling, Quinn started hugging her, wrapping her in his arms, and she tried to hug him back, but she didn't have the strength. Blay, she said roughly. Where's? Right here. I'm right here. Over Quinn's big shoulder. She saw the other male and wished she could reach for him, and as if he were aware of that, he came in, too, all three of them wrapping up in an embrace that left them wobbly, and yet somehow stronger, too. Where are they, she asked. Where? The males inched back, and the way Quinn looked at Blay made her nervous. What? She demanded. What's wrong? Blay took her hand. Listen, we want you to be ready, okay? They're very small. They're really very small, but they're strong. Both Doc Jane and Manny checked them over Elena, too. And we video-conferenced with Havers and reviewed everything with him. They're going to be here for a while on the water ventilators until their lungs mature and they can breathe and eat on their own, but they're doing great. Layla found herself nodding as she swallowed a load of fear back down into her gut. Looking at Quinn, she teared up again. I tried to keep them, Einie tried. He shook his head firmly, that blue and green stare dead serious. It was an issue with your placenta, Nala. There was nothing you could have done or not done to prevent it from happening. It was exactly the same thing that happened with Beth. She put her hands on her much flatter stomach. Did they take my womb? Blay smiled. No. They got the young out and stopped the bleeding. You can have more young if the virgin scribe provides. Layla looked down her body, feeling a rush of relief. And also sadness for the queen. I was lucky. Yes, you were, Quinn said. We were all lucky, she corrected, glancing at them both. When may I see them? Quinn stepped back. They're right over there. Layla struggled to sit up, taking the father's arms. And then she gasped. Oh. Before she knew it, she was getting off the mattress, even though it hurt, and in spite of the fact that she was connected to about 150,000 pounds of medical equipment. Shit, Quinn said. Are you sure you want to? Okay, we're moving, Blay interjected. We are up and moving. With a single-minded focus she had never known before, she didn't pay any attention to anything other than getting over to her young. Not the way the males scrambled to organize the rolling monitors, or how much she had to lean on various arms and shoulders, or how much pain her abdomen hollered about. The incubators were up against the wall, side by side, separated by about 3 feet. Brilliant blue lights were shining down on the tiny little forms and fates. The wires, the tubes. That was when she got a little lightheaded. Don't you love the sunglasses? Blay commented. Suddenly she laughed. They look like mini-rats. Then she got serious. Are you sure? Positive, Quinn said. They've got a ways to go, but shit, they are fighters. Especially her. Layla inched closer to her daughter. When can I hold them? Doc Jane wants us to give them a little time. Tomorrow, Blay said. Maybe the night after? I'll wait. Even though it would be the hardest thing she would ever do. I'll wait for however long it takes. She turned the other way and looked at her son. Dearest virgin scribe. Does he look like you, no? I know, right? Quinn shook his head. It's just crazy. I mean, what are you going to name them? Blay asked. It's time for you two to think of names. Oh, indeed, Layla thought. In the vampire tradition, young's births were not anticipated by any kind of planning. There were no showers as humans did, no lists of boy names and girl names, no stacks of diapers, racks of bottles, or even bassinets and booties. For vampires, it was considered bad luck to get ahead of oneself and assume a healthy birth. Yes, she said, refocusing on her daughter. We must have a naming. At that moment, the little tiny infant girl moved her head and seemed to look up through the sunglasses and the plexiglass past the distance between mother and child. She's going to grow up to be beautiful, Blay murmured. Absolutely beautiful. Lyric, Layla blurted. She shall be called Lyric. Blay recoiled. Lyric? You know that's my. Do you know that's my mommin's? As the male stopped speaking, Quinn started to smile, and then he bent down and kissed Layla's cheek. Yes, absolutely. She'll be called Lyric. Blay blinked a couple of times. My mommin will be incredibly honored. As am I. Layla squeezed the male's hand. Your parents shall be the only grandman and father these young will e'er know. It is fitting that one of their names be represented. And for our son mayhap we shall petition the king for a brother's name? It seems fitting, as their sire is a brave and noble member of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. Oh, I don't know about that, Quinn hedged. Yes, Blay nodded. That's a good idea. Quinn started shaking his head. But I don't know if. So it is settled, Layla announced. When Blay nodded, Quinn put his palms up. I know when I'm beat. Layla winked at Blay. He's a smart one, isn't he? Outside the birthing room, Jane reviewed the chart Alina had just handed her, flipping through pages that detailed the blood slave's progress. Good. His vitals are really improving. Let's continue to push those fluids. I want to keep him on the fore for a little longer, and then let's see if we can get a chosen here to feed him. I've already asked Fury. Rev's Shellen winced. I honestly don't know how that's going to go, though. That male is in really bad shape. Up here. As Alina indicated her head, Jane nodded. I talked to Mary about it. She said she's ready to speak with him as soon as he's medically more stable. She's awesome. Too right. Jane gave the folder back, trading it for Layla's. Yes, she could have easily transitioned to all electronic medical records, but she had been trained back in the days before everything was computerized, and she'd always preferred good, old-fashioned paper. She had to smile as she thought of Vicious's disapproval. He was dying to get a halfway decent computer system going down here, but he respected her prerogative, even as he was frustrated by her. And they did enter summary notes into a database, something that Jane liked to spend Sunday afternoons on when everybody was quiet. It was a meditation exercise as much as anything else. So how are our kids doing? She murmured as she ran through the notes Alina had made during the latest hourly check. Oh, you go, girl. Look at those oxygen stats. Right where we want them. There's something special about that little girl. I'm telling you. Absolutely agreed on that. Jane flipped another page. And, Mom, how you doing? Go, good. Very strong vitals. Urine output is perfect. Blood count's great. I'd like to get her to start feeding as soon as she can. I know the brothers are dying to help. I had to kick them out. I swear. I thought they were going to stay down here for however long it took to get those kids off to school. Jane laughed and closed the folder. I'll do a quick check on everyone while you start Lucius's PT. Roger that. You're the best. Hey, partner. Jane glanced up. Manny was striding down the corridor, his hair wet, his scrubs clean, his eyes alert. I thought you were taking off the next 6 hours? Can't stay away. Might miss something. You going in there? You want to join me on the visit? Always. Jane was shaking her head at herself as she put her hand on Layla's door and pushed. Medical people were always the same. Just couldn't leave well enough alone. She stopped in the jams. Across the room, the new mom was standing at the incubators, Blay on one side of her, Quinn on the other, the three of them staring at the babies and talking softly. The love was palpable. And for the moment, all the medicine that was needed. Something wrong? Manny asked as Jane backed up and reshut things. Jane smiled. It's family time right now. Let's give them a minute, Kay. Manny smiled back. High five, document. You were a hell of a surgeon in there. As she clapped his palm, she nodded. And you saved her uterus. Don't you love good teamwork? Every night and every day, she said as they wandered back down the hall, taking their time for once. Hey, you want something to eat? I can't remember the last time I ate anything. I think I had a Snickers bar last Wednesday, her buddy murmured. Or was that Monday? Jane laughed and bumped him with her ass. Liar. You had a milkshake. 2 nights ago. Riothiite. Hey, where's your man? He should sit with us. Jane frowned and looked back and forth down the empty hall. You know, I have no idea. I thought he wandered off for a smoke, but he was supposed to be coming right back. Where had Vishouse gone? 64. Up in the sanctuary, Vishouse followed the call of the birds past the bathing area and the reflecting pool, all the way to the edge of the forest. For a moment, he wondered if the intention wasn't to draw him into the boundary itself, even though it was his understanding that if you tried to go through that stretch of thick trees, the shit just spit you back out where you started. But then he slowed and stopped. The birds that had been lending their voices to the air fell silent as he looked over at the one place he hadn't even considered ending up. The cemetery where the chosen who had passed had been set to rest was ringed on all 4 sides by a boxwood hedge that was tall enough so he couldn't see over it. An archway broke up the dense, small leaves, and it was on the trellis that the birds sat, staring at him mutely, their job now done. Walking over, he ducked down as he entered, even though there was no need to, as the arch was plenty high to accommodate his head. And as he stepped inside, the birds flushed into the air, taking flight and disappearing. It was impossible not to think of Selena as he stared at the statues of the females, which were not in fact statues at all. They were chosen who had likewise suffered from the arrest, perishing as Trez mate had from a disease that was as relentless as it was deadly. A flapping noise turned his head. There, on one of the boxwood hedges, waving as if it were a flag, was a block of glowing symbols in the old language. The missive was not actually mounted on anything. The text was free-floating, coalesced into an order that presumably would make sense to whomever read it, and yet it moved in folds upon a non-existent wind. Like the words had been stitched into cloth and sent up a pole. With a sense of dread, he approached what he knew his mother had left behind for him. Reaching up, he grasped the top edge and pulled the message flat, feeling weight, though none existed, and a terminus, though there was none. The golden symbols fell into a series of straight lines, and he read them through once. And then again. And then a final time. There are seasons to all things, and my time has come to its end. I am saddened by much that has transpired between us and between your sister and myself. Destiny proved to be more powerful than what was in my heart, but such as it shall be. I shall appoint a successor. The Creator is allowing me that discretion, and I shall exercise it when the time comes, which is nigh. This successor shall not be you nor your sister. You must know this is not out of animus, but in recognition for what you both have chosen for your lives. When I exercised my due to bring the race into existence, this was not the ending I foresaw. It can be difficult, however, even for deities, to differentiate between what they will and what will be. In another dimension, mayhap we shall meet again. Tell your sister I send my love unto her. Know that I bestow it upon you as well. Goodbye. When he let the text fall back into place, the symbols scattered into the air much as the finches had, rising up and vacating into the milky white sky. Vishouse turned around a couple of times as if the act of pivoting would somehow prove or disprove this reality. Then he just stopped and became one more statue in the cemetery, his eyes fixed, but seeing nothing, his body frozen where he stood. He couldn't decide whether what he was feeling was relief or grief or, hell, he didn't know what the fuck it was. And yes, he had a sudden impulse to go get Butch and have his best friend stretch him out on a rack and whip him until the blood spilled cleaned out the mess inside of his head. The bloodletter was dead, V's sire long since having been killed by his sister, the fucker passing on to Dund if there was any justice in the world. Now his mommin was gone. Neither of them had been much in the way of parents, and that had been fine. That had been his normal, such that people who had had a mommin and a father who were functioning properly in those roles had always seemed like the weird ones. So it seemed utterly fucking bizarre to feel rootless now, considering he'd never actually had a family. He thought back to Rage's survival on that battlefield, and then considered that tiny little infant pulling through when she really shouldn't have. Fuck, he exhaled. Just like his mother. The last thing she did before she kicked it, if you could call her disappearance by the mortal sobriquet death, was grant him his prayer and save Quinn's daughter's life. A final fuck you, as it were. Or, shit, maybe that was just his nasty filter twisting everything into a bad light. Whatever. She was gone. And that was that. Except. Jesus Christ, he thought as he rubbed his face. The scribe virgin was gone. 65. As night fell, Assail was still down in the Brotherhood's training center complex, sitting in the chair opposite Marcus, who had been asleep the entire day. Given the length of time Assail had been gone and his plans for the evening, he took his phone out, his fingers flying over the screen as he texted his cousins. "Whatever is that?" came a hoarse inquiry. Whipping his head around, he was surprised to see that Marcus was awake. "An iPhone." He held the device up. "It's a cell phone." "I am afraid." The male pushed himself up a bit higher on the pillows. "I am afraid that tells me nothing." For a moment, Assail tried to imagine all that stringy hair being gone, some pounds on that frame, the face filled out so it didn't look so skeletal. Marcus was going to prove to be rather comely, as it were. Shaking himself, Assail murmured, "It's a phone? You can call people? Or text them." "Oh, do you know what a phone is?" Marcus nodded. But they were on tables, not in pockets. Assail sat forward. "How long did she hold you down there?" The male's entire body reacted to the question, tensing up. But he did not turn away from the inquiry. "What year is it?" When Assail answered, that pale face seemed to crumble. "Oh, dearest virgin scribe." "How long?" 32 years. What month is this?" "October. Almost November." Marcus nodded. "It felt cold. When you carried me out of the house. It felt cold. But I was not sure whether that was me or—" "It was not you." Jesus. Nasha must have abducted him very close to when she'd first mated her Hellrin. She must have known what she was in for with the old male. But why hadn't she taken better care of Marcus? Morality issues aside, blood sources were, after all, only as good as the health of the flesh they inhabited. Except then Assail thought of the way Nasha had used him and others. She had clearly found many outlets for feeding. Neglect had obviously occurred when the necessity decreased. There was a silence. And then Marcus said, "How did you know I was in there?" "I was exploring the house in search of—" Assail waved the explanation away for its lack of importance. What mattered more was, "We have all wondered where your kin are? Who may we call on your behalf?" "My blood are all back in the old country. I left them to come here because I wanted." Marcus's voice trailed off. "I wanted an adventure. I came unto that house to apply for a workmail's position. The mistress passed by my quarters one evening and then she summoned me unto her presence down in the cellar. She gave me some wine and—" The male's eyes seemed to cloud over as if his memories were so dark and heavy they were capable of robbing him of consciousness. "How may we contact your kin?" Assail prompted. "I know not." Marcus focused abruptly. "No, do not contact them. Not now. I cannot see them like this." As the male lifted his wrists with their tattoos, he seemed as helpless as he had been when chained in that cell. "What shall I e'er tell them? We are not but commoners. I had to work for my passage on the ship to New York Harbor. But all bloodlines have pride. And there is no pride in this." Assail scrubbed his face so hard that his poor, fuck-up nose hummed. Which reminded him. He had to get more coke before he performed his duties at nightfall. "You may stay with myself and my cousins," he announced. "You will be safe there." Marcus shook his head as he ran his fingertips over the band on his left wrist. Why would you do that?" "It is as I told you. You are in need. And I find myself in need of serving someone." Assail put both palms out. "And there is naught that is dodgy. We are but 3 males who cohabit one among each other." Naturally, he left out the coke habit, the fact that he had arguably whored out his relations, and also his past as a drug importer and dealer. Was he starting fresh, then, he wondered? Considering the arms deal he had just made for the Brotherhood? Perhaps the term was more starting next, rather than fresh. "Is there work to be done at your home?" Marcus nodded to Assail's clothing. "By your wardrobe and your accent, it is clear you are a male of means. Is there work that I may perform so that I can earn my room and board? Otherwise, I cannot avail myself of your offer." "I shall not do that." Assail shrugged. "It is but menial work. No effort is menial if it is done well. Assail eased back in the chair and regarded the haggard scrap of flesh on the hospital bed. Even barely out of captivity for over 30 fucking years, and already the male was showing a character of note. I shall have to leave you the now, Assail heard himself say. But I shall return prior to dawn, and when they will release you, you will come home with me. And that is what shall be. Marcus lowered his head. I am heir in your debt. No, Assail thought to himself. I rather sense 'tis the other way around, my good male. Rage and Mary walked arm in arm up the mansion's grand staircase. As they ascended, she smiled as she remembered them waltzing around that empty gym. And then she flushed as she recalled what they'd done as the dancing had slowed to a stop. That equipment room had never seen so much action. When did she say I had to be there? Rage asked. You've got about 30 minutes to get ready. It's the I've been waitin' coffee shop down on Hemingway Avenue. I think Raheem is going by car, but you certainly don't have to. I'm not ordering anything while I'm there. I don't want to have coffee breath. Rage. Seriously. She stopped him as they came up to the second floor. You're going to do fine. Taking his beautiful face in her hands, she smoothed his worried eyebrows and stroked the shadow of his beard. Just treat it like any other conversation. I'm being interviewed to be Biddy's dad. How the hell is that supposed to be like any other conversation? And God, will you tell me what to wear? Should it be a suit? I feel like it should be a suit. Taking his hand, she led him in the direction of their room. How about just a regular pair of slacks and one of your black silk shirts? She'll be so distracted by how gorgeous you are, she won't remember her own name, much less whatever she was going to ask you. He was grumbling as they entered their suite, and his attitude didn't get much better as she shooed him toward the bath. No, she said as he tried to pull her along with him. We'll get seriously distracted. Let me go lay out your clothes. You're right. Plus every time I think about where I'm going I want to throw up. They went their separate ways in the middle of the room, he to a cleanly shaven jaw and freshly shampooed hair, she to the walk-in closet where the scream that emanated from the loo was enough to give her a frickin' heart attack. Rage. Rage, what's wrong? She blasted across the carpet and into Theonly to slam against his backside. Are you fucking kidding me? He barked. What are you? Mary started laughing and she got on such a roll with it she had to sit down on the edge of the jacuzzi. Someone or someone's more like it had Little Mermaid their bathroom. There were Little Mermaid towels hanging on all the hooks and rods, a Little Mermaid rug in front of the double sinks, Little Mermaid cups and toothbrushes and kids' toothpaste on the counters, Little Mermaid shampoo and conditioner in the shower. Action figures lined up on the lip around the tub and down the sill of the big window that looked out over the gardens. But the piece de resistance was undoubtedly the wall stuff. About 150 different stickers, posters, clings, and cutouts from coloring books had been stuck, glued, or pinned to every square inch of vertical surface. Rage wheeled around and went to march out, but he didn't have to go far at all. A gathering of his brothers filed into their suite, the males high-fiving one another and smacking Rage on the ass. I'm going to get you back, he growled. Every single one of you, especially you, Lassiter, you fuckstick. How the fallen angel countered. By flooding my room? You already tried that with the pantry and Fritz got it fixed in a night. No, I'm going to hide every cocksucking remote in this house. The angel froze. Okay, those are fighting words. Blam! Rage yelled as he hit his hips. What's up, bitch? Lassiter started looking to the brothers for help. That's not funny. That shit is so not funny. Hey, Hollywood, can I pay you to hide those? Someone said. We can still get access to them though, right? Somebody else demanded. Fuck all y'all, for real, Lassiter muttered. I'm serious. One of these days you are gonna respect me. Mary just leaned into her arms and smiled at the bunch of crazies. In a way, this was exactly what Rage needed, a little steam blow-off on his way to the coffee shop. Heck, on that theory, they all deserved to release some tension. It had been a heavy-duty couple of hours. Fucking Little Mermaid, Rage thought when he left their bedroom 25 minutes later. Shutting the door, he retucked his already tucked-in shirt and pulled on the jacket Mary had picked out for him to hide his guns. As he walked down the hall, he fiddled with his hair, rolled his shoulders, tugged at his belt. His palms were sweaty. How the hell was he going to shake the social worker's hand if he was sweating this bad? She was going to have use a napkin to dry off. Or a set of drapes. Coming up to Rath's study, he saw that the doors were open and he paused, wondering if now would be a good time to tell his brother and his king what the hell they were up to. When he looked around the jam, though, he got an eyeful of wrath and V talking together, the king on the throne, the brother right next to him, crouching on the floor. Their heads were together, their voices low, the air so thick there might as well have been mice around them. What the fuck was going on, Rage thought as he was tempted to go inside. But then he checked his gold Rolex, the one that he'd given Mary, but which she'd insisted he wear for good luck. No time to ask, and on that note, no time to go into the whole Biddy thing either. Later, he decided. Hitting the stairwell, he bottomed out on the mosaic floor and beelined for the exit. Good luck. Rage pulled up short and looked to the right. Lassiter was in the billiards room, bluing up a cue. What are you talking about? Rage demanded. As the angel just shrugged, Rage shook his head. You're crazy. When she asks about how the father died, don't fudge it. She already knows it was you and your brothers who killed him. It's in the file. She hates the violence, but she knows that the two of them wouldn't have survived otherwise. She wants you to have the kid. You and Mary. As Rage felt all the blood leave his head and end up in his shoes, he wished he had something to hold onto. How do? Did Mary talk to you about this? Even though he found it hard to believe. Marissa? And the beast. That makes her nervous. Don't try to calm her down about it. You'll dwell too much on the subject and it will rattle her. Mary will handle that. Mary will tell her all she needs to know on that issue. How do you know all this? Lassiter put the square of chalk down and shifted those oddly colored eyes over. I'm an angel, remember? And it's going to work out. Just hang tight, you're going to have to keep the faith. For both you and Mary. But it's going to happen. Really? He found himself asking. No lie, I might fuck with your bathroom. But never ever about this. Rage's feet moved of their own volition, crossing the way to the pool table, and the next thing he knew, he was bear-hugging the blonde and black motherfucker. You got this, Lassiter said as they clapped each other's backs. But just remember, you've got to keep the faith. Before things got too sappy, Rage backed off and headed for the front door again. Stepping outside through the vestibule, he took a deep, bracing draw of the cold air. And off he went, traveling through the night in a rush of molecules, zeroing in on a very human establishment. When he arrived at his destination, he was careful to reform in the back of the shallow parking lot, and yes, he did a recheck on his hair and his shirt before he walked around to the I've Been Waitin' coffee shop's front door. Opening things up, he got hit in the nose with a whole lot of coffee aroma, and he had a momentary wobble about the whole not ordering thing. What was he going to do with his hands while he sat there? With a curse that he didn't smoke or bring needlepoint, he looked through the human men and women, a lot of whom glanced up at him and kept on staring. And then met the stare of the only other vampire in the Placino. Wait, there was a Preet-Ans in the crowd he didn't recognize. He knew who Rhyme was, though. He'd seen her in plenty of pictures from Mary's work. As he took another deep breath, it wasn't quite the cathartic experience the one on the front stoop of the mansion had been. But there was oxygen in here, right? God, that coffee smell was making him suffocate. Or maybe that was his adrenal glands. Rage tried to pin down his freak out as he began making his way one of the tables in the back. When he stopped in front of Rhyme, he wanted to pass out. Instead, he rubbed his hand on the ass of his pants as discreetly as he could, and then extended his arm. Hi, I'm Rage. The female was a little wide-eyed as she stared at him, but that was common. And no, he wasn't being arrogant. People did tend to do a little double-take when they first met him, and then yes, they usually ended up looking at him closely, as if trying to figure out whether he was for real. I'm sorry, she stammered. I'm Ryan. As they shook, he nodded at the vacant chair. You mind if I sit down? Oh, please. I'm sorry. Wait, I already said that. Geez. To her credit, she didn't ogle him unnecessarily or come on to him. And the fact that she was also nervous made him feel a little better. Are you going to get something? She asked. No. I'm fine. Would you like another? What is that? It's a latte. And no, thank you, this is plenty. There was a pause and she opened a little notebook. So, listen, I've got to be honest. I've never been in the presence of a brother before. He smiled, being careful to conceal his fangs because they were in mixed company. I'm just like everyone else. Not even close, she muttered under her breath. So, I have some questions for you? If that's okay? I know Mary's talked to you about all this. Rage crossed his arms and leaned on the table. Yes, she has. And listen, if I could just. He looked down at the wood grain under his elbows and tried to figure out what he was attempting to say. As the chatter around them and the ins and outs of the front door and the seething of the coffee machines droned on, he started to worry that he'd been quiet too long. Rage looked at the social worker. Bottom line is, I'm prepared to lay down my life for that little girl. I'm ready to get up at high noon for her if she has a daymare. I'm ready to feed her and clothe her and show her how to drive. I'm also prepared to hold her close when she gets her heart broken for the first time and present her to her mate if she finds someone she wants. I want to help her get a good education and follow whatever dreams she has and be there to pick her up when she stumbles. I understand that it's not going to be all puppies and unicorns, and there's going to be conflict and maybe even anger, but none of that will change my commitment. I knew my Mary was the one I was supposed to be with the moment I met her, and I knew the other night with the same clarity that Biddy is my kid. If you'll let me have the chance to be her father. He sat back and held his arms out. Now, ask me everything. Rhyme smiled a little, and then a lot. Well, let's start at the beginning, shall we? Rage smiled back. Which was what happened when you got the very clear sense that you had just hit one out of the park. Let's do that, he said with a sense of profound relief. 66. Joe Early could not stop staring. Then again, she wasn't the only one in the coffee shop whose lattes were left unattended and cooling as they tried not to look at the guy. He'd come in alone, sucking up most, if not all, of the oxygen in the building and then proceeded over to a back table to sit with a nice-looking, if unremarkable, woman. All things considered, he should have been with a Miss America type. He was huge, just incredibly tall, but also built big as if he were a professional athlete of the football, not basketball variety. His hair was blonde, but it seemed to be actually that shade, no roots showing, no professional streak job growing out, just thick and healthy and blonde. His eyes, though, were the big thing. His eyes were totally a thing. Even from across the crowded coffee shop, they glowed with a color blue that was something you'd see in the Bahamas by the ocean. The color so iridescent, so clear, so resonantly teal that you had to wonder whether it was contacts, because how in the hell could that be found in nature? And P.S. the clothes weren't bad at all. Nope. He was wearing all black, from a silk shirt and very well-cut and well-tailored slacks, to a jacket that had lapels like something a suit would have, but a loose body like an overcoat. The shoes were spectacular, too. It was as if a movie star had wandered into I've Been Waitin', and for a moment, Joe wondered if maybe she'd seen him on the big screen. As her cell phone went off, she was grateful for the distraction. This hyper-focus of hers kept up, and she was going to see that handsome face every time she closed her eyelids. Not that that would have been any great sacrifice. When she saw who it was, she rolled her eyes, but accepted the call anyway. Dougie, what's up? No. No, you may not. What no? Look, I told you I'm leaving my job. I'm not going to be able to lend you money for a while. Well, then ask one of them. No. No. Okay. Fine, but only the Fig Newtons. I come back and you've eaten my Milanos and you and I are going to have words. And would you go out and get employed, for God's sakes? As she hung up, a dry voice said, I agree with you about the cookies. Recoiling, she put her hand over her heart. Geez, Bill, you scared me. What's this about leaving Bryant's? He said as he sat down with his latte and did that scarf unwindy thing he did. You quit. It's nothing. Well, other than the fact that her boss was a manipulator and she had allowed herself to be his pawn. Really? Oh, but BT-dub, Bryant thinks we're boning, she tacked on in her head. Listen, Bill murmured as he leaned in and pushed those glasses up higher on his nose. First of all, I'm sorry I'm late. And second of all, I have to ask. With parents like yours, I really can't believe. I mean, the money thing. She opened her mouth to brush things off, but then decided, screw it. After I walked out on them and their whole lifestyle, they cut me off. That must have been a hard thing to dolave your family, I mean. Well, and the money. Joe swirled her cappuccino around. I never really fit in with them. My dad, I am sorry, my father, as he would insist I call him, engineered my adoption because my mother went through a phase of wanting a kid. I guess she thought babies were like purses or something. After they got me, I was raised by nannies, some of whom were good, some of whom were bad. I was then shipped off to boarding school and college, and by the time I got out, I just kind of had it with pretending to be who they wanted me to be when I was around them. Outside of that big house, I was my own person. In the presence of the pair of them, I was a facsimile of myself, just like they were constructed versions of themselves. She batted at the air with her hand. It's your standard boring poor little rich girl stuff. Standard and boring unless you're going through it. Be that as it may, I told them I wasn't coming back, and they said fine, and that was it. The monthly checks went poof and honestly, it's okay. I'm smart, I'm willing to work hard, and I have an education. I'll make it on my own, just like a whole bunch of people before me have. Bill shrugged out of his coat. May I ask one more personal question? Absolutely. As she tried her chino, she grimaced. Watching that blonde man had drained a lot of the warmth out of things. Anything. You say you were adopted. Have you ever thought about looking up your birth family? She shook her head. The records of everything are beyond private, or at least that's what they told me. I guess my father paid to keep it that way? And it makes sense. I heard that my mother tried to pass me off as hers in the beginning, saying that she had been hiding the pregnancy under loose clothes and then had spent the last month down in Naples or someplace like that. As my hair got redder and redder, though, that lie became more difficult to support, especially as she didn't like the idea of people thinking she'd stepped out on my father. So you never hear from them at all? No, and it's all right. At this point, hey, my Ivy League education's paid for. If that's the worst thing those two do to me for the rest of my life, I came out on top of the deal. Well, Bill cleared his throat. So segue, Hurrito, you want to apply for something at the paper? I know there are a couple of openings and I could put in a good word. You've shown me that you're a hell of a good investigator. For a minute, Joe just sat there like a lump, blinking. Then she shook herself. Really? Oh. My God, yes. I mean, thank you. I have a resume I can email you. Consider it done. Like, I know they're looking for an online content editor right now. The pay has to be about what you're making as a receptionist, but at least it's a stepping stone. And better than worrying about Bryant's love life and laundry, she thought to herself. Thank you. I mean it. She flashed him the napkin she'd been writing on. And on that note, I've made a list of the places I've visited. I've got a couple more to go. I want to check out that closed restaurant where Julio Martinez said he got ambushed by a vampire. And I want to go to this alley where. Have you seen the footage of the shootout in the alley? Where there's this guy up on a roof who kills someone while this other guy runs out into a spray of bullets. There were no fangs in the clip, but it was put up on YouTube by the same guy who posted a lot of the footage of the massacre at that farm. Bill took out his phone like he was ready to go net surfing. No, I haven't seen that yet. Here, let me get it up for you. Don't ever say that again. A sail waited on the periphery of Nasha's Hellren's great mansion, tracking the movement of the staff and its mistress in the windows on the first and second floors. One advantage of the female being an exhibitionist was that pulled draperies were an anathema to her, and thus the stages of her dressing were on display for all to see. At the moment, she was in her bathroom, seated in a makeup chair in front of a window that faced due west. Her maid was rolling her hair in curlers whilst she focused on something in her lap. Perhaps it was email on an iPad. Or a phone. Taking out his cell, he sent her a text. And watched as her head came up and she pointed across the way. The maid put down the roller she'd been about to put to use and scampered out of view. And then she was back, placing a device in her mistress's hand. A Sailzone phone went off a second later. When he read what she had texted, he looked at his cousins. You know what to do. Eker said. Is the brother here? Right behind you. All three of them turned about to find Zadist exactly where he'd said he'd be at exactly the time he'd told Asail he would arrive. Like the rest of them, the brother had a large backpack on and plenty of weapons with him. Shall we, gentle males? Asail murmured. At his nod, his cousins dematerialized to the back of the mansion to the infiltration point that had been established beforehand. Asail put his backpack down at the base of the tree he had been taking cover behind, and then he strode into view, straightening his suit coat and tugging out his cuffs. When he hit the walkway that led to the front entrance, his loafers made a clipping sound. Zadist, who tracked in his wake, made no sound as he stuck to the grass, staying just outside of the light thrown by the short lanterns at the edge of the flagstones. When Asail got to the door, he tried the handle. No such luck this time, it was locked. Using the bell, he had a smile on his face as the butler answered the summons. Good evening, I'm afraid I am a good 20 minutes early. I do not wish to inconvenience your mistress, however. May I tarry in her parlor? As the dog-gen bowed low, Asail checked to make sure there was no one else in the foyer. And then, as the butler straightened, Asail outed his 40. Such that the servant looked the muzzle eye to eye. Do not move a muscle, Asail whispered. And do not make a sound unless you are answering my questions. Do you wish to live? Nod. How many other staff are in the house? SSS7. Is Throw in residence? Nod. Where's he? He is eating upstairs in his bedroom. Zadis walked right into the house and the dog Jen looked like he wanted to faint at the sight of that scarred face and those black eyes. Do not worry about him, Assail said softly. Focus on me. I'm SSS sorry. Listen to me and listen to me well. You have 7 minutes to get the staff out of the house. That is 1 minute per person. Do not waste a moment. Do not explain why they have to leave. Tell them to gather at the base of the driveway. Do not alert your mistress. If you tell her of my presence, I will consider you a co-conspirator in the keeping of the blood slave whom I rescued last evening, and I will kill you where you stand. Am I clear? Nod. Tell me what I just told you. Why you? I have SSS 7 minutes to get the staff out. Head of the drive. Base. I said the base of the driveway. I'll be able to see you because there is a street light there. And what about your mistress? A hard look came across the butler's face, one that very probably was going to save his life. I shall say not a word to her. She and her lover killed my master. What is your name? I am the Rem. The Rem. I want you to go to the king's audience house after this. Tell them everything what was in that basement, what she did to him, what I am doing here. Do you understand? I took pictures, the butler whispered. On my phone. I didn't know where to go with them. Good. Show them. But go now. 7 minutes. The Doggen bowed low. Yes, my lord. Right away. The uniformed male took off at a dead run, heading for the kitchen, and before Assail was even halfway to the main stairs, 3 Doggen dressed in chef's whites came rushing out through the dining room. One had flour all over his hands, and another had a pot with something in it. Their eyes were wide and afraid, suggesting that the butler had not stayed completely truthful to their bargain. He clearly had imparted there were deadly forces within the house. No matter. The motivation had worked, and it was obvious that there was not to be worried about in terms of allegiances to Nasha. The 3 chefs took one look at him and his gun and just ran even faster as opposed to causing a ruckus. And meanwhile, the sweet smell of gas was already wafting in the air. Soon that would not be the half of it. Assail walked up the stairs rather than taking them at a run. And as he ascended, 2 maids came hurrying down, their fastened hair bouncing loose from pins, the pale gray skirts of their uniforms flying. They, too, took a single glance at him and ducked their heads in response, redoubling their speed without interfering. Up on the second-floor landing, he took a left and stopped at the first door he came to, just as the butler skidded into view at the far end of the hallway and came down at a run. I'll take care of the dressing maid, Assail said. As the male blanched, he rolled his eyes. Not like that. She shall join you anon. The butler nodded and scampered off. Grasping the doorknob, Assail turned the ornate brass knot slowly and then pushed. The panels gave way without a sound, and he instantly scented Nasha's perfume and shampoo. As he let himself in and reclosed things, he had a brief impression of a great deal of pink and cream and silk and taffeta. The carpet was thick as a male's brush cut, and his loafers were silent as he crossed the distance to the archway. The marble bathroom beyond was larger than some people's living rooms. And indeed, the setup could not have been more perfect. Nasha was facing away from him in that professional hairstylist's chair, her long locks falling over its short back, a table with brushes and curling provisions beside her. There were many mirrors all around, but they were trained on her, leaving his presence unreflected. Told you I do not care for my hair as such, Nasha snapped. Do it again. He is going to be here soon. Phone, it is ringing, give it to me first. As the maid backed off from her ministrations, she happened to turn in Assail's direction and froze. Pointing the gun right at her head, he put his finger to his lips and mouthed, "SHHHHHH." The maid paled. Get my phone. What are you doing? Assail nodded in the direction of the iPhone, which was vibrating on the marble counter well within Nasha's reach. The maid went to pick the thing up, fumbled it, and took a verbal lashing as she scrambled to retrieve the cell from the floor. Finally, hello? Oh, hello, darling, how kind of you to call. I am devastated, simply devastated. Assail crooked his finger at the maid, beckoning her over. The poor thing was statued in panic, however, until Assail mouthed you and safe. The female came across haltingly. As Nasha continued to play the role of bereft widow, Assail whispered, go out the front door. Keep running until you see the others at the bottom of the driveway. Do not come back into this house for any reason. Am I clear? The maid nodded and offered a trembling curtsy, and then she was off like the wind, out of the room. Assail stalked his way over and waited patiently as Nasha continued to talk whilst she trailed her finger across the screen of her iPad. Looming behind her, he was a grim reaper who had fucked her and was about to fuck her again. When she finally hung up, she said, where are you? Where the hell are? Assail clamped a hand on the hair on top of Nasha's head and yanked back. As she dropped the phone and the tablet scattered to the floor, she started to struggle in earnest until he put the barrel of the gun into her mouth and stepped off to the side. Terrified eyes met his. "This is for Marcus," he growled. "So how'd he do?" Mary asked as Raheem came into her office at Safe Place. "Your Helen is quite a thing and he did wonderfully." The female sat down with a smile, arranging her coat over her legs. "He truly did. He's got a huge heart. The biggest." There was a pause and Mary leaned in over her paperwork. "And you can say it. I'm not going to be weird about it. I have to live with him, remember? I don't know what you're—" Rhyme threw her hands up. "Okay, fine. I mean, he's just ridiculous looking. I've never seen anything like it." Mary had to laugh. I know. And the good news is that he doesn't particularly care. He's aware of it, sure, but geez, if he took that stuff seriously, his head would be so big you couldn't fit him indoors." Rhyme nodded. "Too right. So, are you ready?" "Always." Mary got up and went to shut the door. "Anything you want to know?" "I'm sorry, I should have done that." Mary swiped the air with her hand. "Not to worry." Back at her desk, she sat down again and acknowledged, at least to herself, that she was nervous. Rhyme shucked that coat, and then stared at the urn by the lamp. "Is that—" "Yes." Mary took a deep breath. "That's Annalai. Originally, Biddy was saying that she wanted to save the ashes for when her uncle came, but now—" "About the uncle. Have you heard anything on him? At all?" "Not a thing. Rage even had one of his brothers search for him. We've come up with absolutely nothing." Rhyme shrugged. "The issue, for me, is how long does the notification period last? Marissa and I agree this has to be a foster situation while Biddy adjusts and while whatever relations she might have an opportunity to get in contact with her. But that can't go on forever. Is it a month? 6 months? A year? And how do we do the notifications? What's fair?" Mary's heart jumped off the diving board of her rib cage, somersaulted, and hit her stomach badly, belly flopping all over the place. Oh God, a year. Of not knowing for sure. Of wondering every night if they were going to lose her. Even a month of that seemed like torture. "Whatever you think is best," she said as she tried to keep her wince to herself. "But I have to tell you, I'm not a good person to weigh in on all that. As much as I try to be objective, the reality is, I just want her for our own. The old laws are not really helpful in this regard, although I did check to see what the humans do. When it comes to terminating parental rights, it's clear that there is a very high standard to be met. But for other relations and next of kin, it depends on state and local law how it's all handled. Accordingly, I'm going to leave it up to the Kingets exactly the sort of thing we need him to weigh in on. Plus, because of Rage Station, the two of you would have to get his sign-off anyway. That sounds very fair, and I really want to make sure we do this right. It's too important to cut any corners on." "I'm glad you agree, and I'm not surprised." Rhyme sat back. "So tell me about your relationship with Biddy. I've seen glimpses of it, but I'd like to get a sense from you not as a professional, but as a person." Mary picked up a pen and wove it in and out between her fingers, the way she had when she'd been in college. "I've known her ever since she came to the house. I've been her primary caseworker the entire time, as you know, and honestly, she was so reserved and self-protective, I thought I was never going to get through to her. I'm aware that this whole adoption thing seems to have just come up since her mother died. But the truth of it is that Biddy's been on my mind and in my heart for the last 2 years. I refuse to look too close at the opportunity, though. As you know, I can't have children, and when that's your reality, you don't want to touch that closed door. All there is, on the other side, are flames that will burn your house down. Are you prepared to let the girl go if a relation surfaces? Can you do that?" This time, there was no keeping the grimace off her face. Then again, when someone got your bare foot even close to an alligator's mouth, you did tend to flinch. "Whatever is good for Biddy." She shook her head. "And I honestly mean that. If we have to let her go, we will. Well, the truth is, I've also looked for that uncle. Looked for anybody tied to her. No one fits any of the information. We lost so many in the raids, it's possible that he died at that time along with others of her kin. Or perhaps in some other way. Can I just say, I'm really not a big fan of death. For a moment, She thought back to dancing with Rage in the gym. They'd had to be close to each other in the wake of their agreement. That future separation they'd had the luxury of not worrying about suddenly looming over them as it did for all other couples. "Neither am I," Rahim said. And then the female cleared her throat. "And on that note, can we talk about your situation? You mean with the scribe virgin?" "Yes, please." There was an awkward pause. "I don't really understand the quasi-immortality. I guess you'd call it, not that it isn't possible. With the scribe virgin, anything can happen. And then I need to ask you about the beast. I have to confess, that's the only red flag for me in any of this." Mary chuckled. "That thing is just a big purple teddy bear. I promise you it couldn't hurt a flyer, at least not a female one, and certainly never me. But I digress. My story starts back a couple of years ago, when I was diagnosed with 67. His mistake had been the unmuffled gunshot. As a sale proceeded from Nasha's suite to Thro's, and then broke down the male's locked door, he was greeted with an empty bedroom and an open window, the traitor having obviously dematerialized out when he heard the 40 go off. "God damn it," a sale muttered as he wheeled around and checked the bathroom. And the closet. Nothing was particularly out of place, and the true telltale of quick departure was the open wall safe across the way, that landscape that had been ever so slightly cockeyed upon its hook before now sitting on the seat of a chair, the metal belly of the keep-all exposed, the light inside illustrating that its contents had been removed. But whatever did it matter? Nasha had been the true target. Thro could be pursued at leisure on another night. A sale doubled back to Nasha's and strode through her bedroom, going to the window that he had seen her in from down below. Willing the lights off in the bath, he peered out of the glass as the sweet chemical stink of gasoline now reached even the second floor. Down below at the foot of the drive, as prescribed, was a group of 8 standing beside the lamppost, the illumination detailing that the 7 servants and that butler had arranged themselves in a line and were staring up at the mansion. "Good mail," a sale muttered as he turned away. He was about to leave when something caught his eye gleam over on one of the counters. Reigniting the lighting, he stepped over her dead body and picked up the diamond necklace. The thing was modest, by Nasha's standards, naught but a revere of 2 and 3 carat stones. Below where it sat, there was a series of thin drawers, each with a pair of brass key locks that were engaged. Mayhap it was nostalgia for his cat burglar, or perhaps a final fuck you to Nasha, but he extended his gun arm and pumped off a number of rounds into the fucking things, splintering the wood, scattering the locks, ruining the pristine bank of cabinets. When he had emptied his clip, the top drawer lolled open like a cartoon character's tongue. Inside, in a jumbled mess, were all kinds of things that sparkled, and he grabbed handfuls, stuffing the rings and earrings and necklaces and bracelets into his pockets. His jacket was near full to bursting when Zadist came in. The brother had ready his flamethrower, the tip of the discharge nozzle spitting blue fire, the wand in those so capable hands like the head of a dragon who was ready to roar. "Time to go," the fighter said. One had to admire his disinterest in the thievery. Then again, a sale had just committed murder right over there in that swivel chair, and the brother seemed unbothered by that as well. With a last look at Nasha's sprawled, motionless form, a sale walked out with the brother. In the hall, the fumes were strong enough to water the eye, and that became even more prevalent as they descended. Eric and Avail had gathered in the foyer, and, ever thoughtful, they had retrieved his pack from where he had laid it down outside. After he strapped it on and lit his pilot, so to speak, he pumped off several bursts of orange flame. "Shall we?" he said. Splitting up, they went to the 4 corners of the grand mansion. The gasoline, which his cousins had liberally doused all manner of textiles and wood in, was perhaps overkill. However, the flamethrower's kisses would thereby be capable of igniting whole walls of fabric and expanses of pine, oak and mahogany with naught but a burst. As the arson was initiated with efficiency, a sale moved through the dining room, setting ablaze the antiques and the Zuber wallpaper, the Aubusson rug, the federal table that was 25 feet long and 2 centuries old. He had a momentary pause before he went on his way into the kitchen, a spark of grief for the Waterford chandelier that was in the midst of the now ear-expanding bonfire making him wish he had removed it first. But sacrifices had to be made. He did not bother with the pantry. it would be consumed soon enough. Instead, he set about lighting afire the fine professional kitchen, starting with the drapes on either side of the banks of windows and continuing on to all the wooden cabinetry that his cousins had so competently covered with accelerant. The great whoosh, as things caught and flames held, was a rush every time it happened, and he felt himself get hard, some primal part of him expressing dominance and demanding submission from the static environment of inanimate objects. Indeed, with each explosion of power, it seemed as though he were reclaiming some part of himself that he had lost along the way. Sure, as if he had been the one chained down below. Soon, the redoubling heat became unbearable, his hair curling up at the ends, the skin of his face tightening to the point of pain. As he rounded the circuit back to the foyer, he realized that he was surrounded by the fire he had sought to create, trapped in the inferno. Smoke, billowing and toxic, needled his eyes and stung his nose and sinuses, whilst undulating walls of fire blocked every exit. Perhaps this was the end, he thought as he lowered the muzzle of his thrower. All around him, great waves of orange and red flames ebbed and flowed, like mouths chewing on the mansion and its contents, and he was momentarily mesmerized by the deadly beauty of the blaze. Calming down, he took out his phone. Summoning up a number, he hit send and turned in a circle slowly as it rang and rang and rang. "Hello?" came her voice. He closed his eyes. Oh, that voice. Marisol's beautiful voice. "Hello?" she demanded. There was a silence over the connection, although no silence in the house. No, things were creaking and popping, moaning and cursing as if the studs and plaster had bones that broke and nerve receptors to feel the pain. "A sale?" she said urgently. "A sale. Is this you?" "I love you," he replied. "A sale. What is?" He cut off the call, turned off his phone, and then he removed the pack and placed it at his feet. As the temperature increased and the chaos rose air higher, he straightened his jacket and tugged his cuffs into place. After all, he might have been a degenerate, self-interested, drug-dealing sociopath, but one should have standards and look good when one passed. Dunned or the fade, he wondered. Probably dunned. From out of the tsunami of flame, a black figure streaked into the eye of the Inferno's hurricane where a sail was standing. It was the brother Zodist. And contrary to the impending death and destruction that was overwhelming things, the gentle male seemed more annoyed than frantic as he skidded to a halt. "Not going to die here," the male yelled over the din. "This is a fitting end for me." Those black, soulless eyes rolled. "Oh, please. Even though this arson is for proper reason," a sail hollered. "Your king will have to prosecute me for murder, as there was no due process for the blood-slave transgression of that female. So allow me to perish here on my terms, satisfied that I have." "Not on my watch, asshole." The punch came from the right and plowed into a sail's jaw so hard, it cut off not just his rather poetic speech, if he did say so himself, but his link to consciousness. The last thing he heard as he went lights out was, "Carry you out of here like luggage, you goddamn fool." For fate's sake, a sail thought as everything went dark and silent. The principles of others were so fucking inconvenient, especially when one was trying to kill oneself. 68. As Rage went back home after his meeting at I've Been, he was feeling like a fucking boss. Rhyham had even given him a hug at the end of the interview. And that had to mean something, right? The first thing he wanted to do, as he headed up the mansion's grand staircase, was call his Mary. But she was in her meeting now, so he'd have to wait. Whatever, he could get changed and maybe go downtown to do some hunting and burn off some. His phone went off with a bing, just as he hit the second floor and saw that the king was sitting on the throne at his desk as opposed to being at the audience house, where he should have been. Ignoring the text, Rage strode forward and knocked on the open door. "My lord." Wrath's head jerked up as if he'd been surprised by the interruption, which was the first clue that something big had happened. That brother might have been blind, but he had the instincts of the keenest predator. "You're early," Wrath muttered. "The meeting doesn't start for another 20 minutes. "I'm sorry. You get V's text?" Rage entered the frilly pale blue room with its French furniture and its air of butter wouldn't melt in my mouth. The study or parlor or whatever it was, the most ludicrous environment to plan fights and wars and strategy in. But now, like so much of Darius's mansion, It was a tradition that no one wanted to change. Patting his chest where his phone had vibrated, he murmured, "Guess that's what just came through. What's doing?" Wrath sat back in his father's great ornate chair, and beside him on the floor, George lifted his boxy blonde head in inquiry, as if the dog wanted to know whether they were going somewhere or staying put. The king reached down and stroked the retriever. "You'll find out soon enough with the others. You got something on your mind, my brother? You came by when V was talking to me earlier." Rage glanced around the empty room. "Actually, yeah. Talk to me." The story came out in a rush of sound bites. Biddy, her mom, Mary, him, the GTO up. For some reason, the fact that the girl liked his car made it in there. He also explained that he'd had his interview with Rhyme, that Mary was having hers, that they needed Wrath's approval. Blah, blah, blah. When he ran out of nouns and verbs, he discovered that he'd wandered around and ended up sitting in the chair on the far side of the throne. He and his brother separated by the expansive desk, all those carved figures and sacred symbols marking the divide between their stations. And yet he felt as though he and Wrath were one and the same as the male smiled. "You got it, my brother. Whatever you need, it's yours. And if they want to do a site visit or whatever you call it, the social worker is welcome here. We'll have Fritz bring her in." Rage was exhaling a fuckload of tension as Butch and Fury walked in. "Thank you," he said hoarsely. "Thank you so much. You've come a long way from being that asshole I once knew and tolerated." When Wrath extended the black diamond ring of the king, Rage got up and leaned over to kiss it. "Yeah, we all have." Just as he was straightening, someone goosed him so hard in the ass, he nearly face-planted all over that desk. Wheeling around, he saw Lassiter smiling. "Sorry," the angel said. "Couldn't help it." Rage bared his fangs. "Lass, seriously, could you be any more annoying?" The fucktwit put his forefinger to his chin and tapped as he tilted his head. I don't know, but I'm willing to try. I swear to God one of these days." Except it was a lie. He wasn't going to do shit. The trouble with the current asshole crown holder was that it was impossible to truly hate him. Not when on a regular basis he proved there was a stand-up guy under all that goddamn fucking irritation. The rest of the Brotherhood filed in and took their customary places in the room. As Rage camped out with Butch on one of the spindly sofas, it took him a minute to realize someone was missing. Nope, here was Vishouse, with Pain at his side. One look into the pair of grim faces, and Rage cursed under his breath. And he wasn't the only one. The doors were shut and then everyone got dead quiet. Before something could be said, Zadist burst into the room and everybody recoiled. "What the fuck happened to you?" V demanded. The brother had steam rising up off of him, and not because he was pissed. There was like actual smoke curling from the shoulders of his leather jacket and the bottoms of his shitkickers. And, Jesus Christ, the stench smelled like burned rubber, bad chemicals, and a 3-day-old campsite. "Nothing," the guy said as he sauntered over to his twin. "Just roasting marshmallows." "Is that my flamethrower?" somebody asked indignantly. "How many square feet was the marshmallow?" someone else muttered. "Hey, was it a Stay Puft?" Lassiter cut in. The king cursed. "Oh, for fuck's sake. Did you burn that bitch's house down?" "Well, hello," everyone clearly thought as they went quiet and stared at Z. "Technically, it was her old man's." Rage felt compelled to comment. "Assuming we're talking about the cunt who held that blood slave in her basement." Wrath shook his finger in Rage's direction. "Hey, no, see you next Tuesdays if you're gonna be a father. You need to drop that shit right now and get used to it before you bring that little girl into this fucking house." And now everyone and their uncle turned around to eyeball him. "Fantastic. Can we go back and talk about the marshmallow?" he thought to himself. As he hoped for a change of subject, and absolutely nothing like that happened, he shook his head. Wasn't this just like the Brotherhood mansion, where news traveled faster than, well, a bonfire, for instance? "Okay, he said to the crowd. "I don't know if we can adopt Biddy yet. Too, that holier-than-thou, no-cussing speech would have been a lot more effective if it didn't have shit and an F-bomb in it. And D, yes, Mary and I are trying to become parents, and no, I don't want to talk about it yet. Can we be done?" Lassiter came over. "High five for the Home Alone ref. I did it for you, you piece of shit." Rage clapped palms with the douchebag. And thanks for your support. Now let's move on to the next crisis. Does anyone want to drop their trousers and admit to having a thong on? Or are we going to get serious and start sharing pedicures? Wrath spoke up. Rage is right. We got problems. V and Pain, take it away. Instantly, the vibe in the room changed, everybody getting serious as the siblings went over and stood in front of the fire. Man, you could see the family resemblance between them, with that jet black hair and those diamond eyes. V was a little taller than his sis, broader too, of course, and then there were those warning tattoos at his temple and the goatee. Pain was no slouch, however. Her fighter's body covered in exactly the same leather as her brother's was. Her muscled arms and legs making Ronda Rousey look like someone's shrunken grandmother. The scribe virgin is dead. As V dropped the bomb, there was a momentary period of silent say-a-wa-wa-wa-wa-wa-wa-wa. Then a shit ton of gasps and cursing in the room, all kinds of WTF hitting the airwaves. This house put his palms out. Before you ask any questions, we don't know more than that. I went up to see her, found all of her shit gone, and a missive in the chosen cemetery. She said she was going to appoint a successor in due time. That's it. Rage glanced back and forth between the pair of them. Pain's face was a mask of not gonna go there, like she had been fed up with the drama about 200 years ago and was piecing out over her mother. V was much the same. How can she die if she's immortal? Somebody asked. This house lit up and shrugged. Look, I don't mean to blow this off, but I got nothing else to offer you all at this point. Rage whistled softly and took a Tootsie Pop out of his pocket. As he saw that he'd outed a grape one, he thought, well, maybe it was all gonna work out somehow. Fuck, who was he kidding? Down in the training center, Layla was going to the bathroom. Again. Ever since the young had been born, she felt as though she had been peeing, and sure enough, her body was showing the change of not just having jettisoned the infant's weight, slight though it was, but apparently 700,000 gallons of water. Unbelievable. Why hadn't anyone told her about this? Then again, there had been a lot more important things to talk about. And there still were, she thought grimly as she changed the pad in the mesh underwear she'd been given and got back on her feet. As the toilet flushed, she walked across to the sink and washed her hands with the fragrant French soap that Fritz stocked even the clinic rooms with. As she emerged, she was waddling on account of the size of the pad she needed, but all in all, she was feeling so much stronger. How we doing, little ones? Even though she was exhausted, every time she was up and around she paid them a visit, and it was so magical. Even through the plexiglass, they seemed to hear her, recognize her, their little heads turning to her voice. Lyric, are you breathing better? Yes, I think you are. The little girl had had some difficulty several hours ago, the ventilation machine increasing its pump automatically in response to a drop in blood oxygen. But now, according to the monitors that Layla found herself reading like a doctor, everything was well. And you, Mr. Man? Oh, you're doing very well indeed. Heading back to the bed, she stretched out and put her hand on her flattening stomach. It was amazing to see the swelling go down by the hour, her body bouncing back thanks to all the feeding she had been doing. Quinn and Blay had been so generous with their veins, to the point that she was convinced she must be bleeding them dry. There remained a period of recovery ahead for her, however. From what she understood, human women took far longer, even though their pregnancies were shorter for vampire mothers. It was less in terms of time, but there were still all kinds of things, hormonally speaking and otherwise, that her body needed to do to recalibrate. Funny, she had wanted her body back. Now, it seemed kind of lonely to just be by herself in her skin. When a knock sounded, she said, "Come in." Visitors were good. Visitors were a respite from the questions buzzing in her head. Questions about what she needed to do about Eker. Torment and Autumn came in with hesitation. And oh, the look on the brother's face as his deep blue eyes went to the young. Such pain. Such sadness for what he had lost. And yet he smiled when he glanced at her. "Hello, Mommin. You are looking well." Layla inclined her head and smiled back. "You are too kind." "Autumn. Hello?" As Autumn came forward for a hug, Layla studied Tor's face as she embraced his Shellen, searching for features that linked him with his half-brother. There were so few, but the color of the eyes. Exactly the same. Why had she not noticed before now? For both he and Eker had sprung forth from the same loins. "I've come to offer you my vein," Tor said roughly. "I received permission to approach you from your males? But obviously, if you'd prefer to use only them, I understand." "Ah, no. No, please and thank you. I've been concerned that I'm taking too much from them." Tor's stare returned to the young. "You can go introduce yourself," Layla said gently. Autumn went with her male to the incubators, and the two stood for the longest time, looking at the little ones. "I always wondered what having a blooded brother or sister would be like," Tor remarked. Keeping her voice calm, Layla said, "Have you none?" He shook his head. "My father undoubtedly spread his seed far and wide, as they used to say, but no one's ever come out of the woodwork. Until now," she thought. "Torment, I need to. But enough about me." He turned around with resolve. "Let us take care of you. As Autumn says, it's a balm to help others." While the brother's female smiled and said something, Layla retreated into her own head. This was not going to hold much longer, she thought as Tor began to roll up his sleeve. 69. The following evening, Mary couldn't decide who to argue with. And when she picked the 13-year-old in the back of the GTO, that was a heck of a commentary on the 200-year-old behind the wheel. "All I'm saying is that I think we could wait a little bit. You know, like a couple of years? It's going to be hard for you to reach the pedals." Biddy looked up into the rear view for help. "But he said we could move the seat up, right?" "Please, Mary," Rage whined. "Come on. What's the worst that can happen? Don't get me started on that." "Please," Biddy cut in. "I'll drive carefully." "Oh, look." Rage put on his directional signal and turned into a strip mall that had a real estate office on the corner and a bunch of high-class looking shops in it. "If we go behind here, I'll bet there'll be plenty of room." "Plenty of room," Biddy echoed. "Plenty." Mary put her head in her hands and shook everything she had back and forth. She knew when she had lost, however, and this was one of those times. The pair of them were not going to let up, and she might as well give in now. It would cut down on greenhouse emissions and global warming from all the hot air. "You'll go slow," she said into her palms. "Very. She'll go so slowly, you could walk faster, right, Bits?" "Absolutely." All in all, the evening had been a great time, the three of them going to an Ocarlies for dinner before Rage had to head out and work. Apparently, he had decided it was absolutely crucial to Biddy's development as a living, breathing vampire being to experience every single one of the restaurants in town, and he had set up a schedule for the next 15 or 20 nights. On it, places like WW Cousins, the Burger Joint, Zaxby's, the Cheesecake Factory, Pizza Hut, Texas Roadhouse. Yes, even McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King. Biddy, not to be outdone, had taken his phone and created a rating system on the darn thing, the pair of them spending a good half hour with their blonde and dark heads together, debating the relative merits of various criteria for some kind of point system. It was going to be a Dickensian march through trans fat and huge portions. The good news? Biddy did have to gain weight, and this was as good a redress for that as any. "Here we go," Rage announced as if he'd found the cure for IBS. "See? Plenty of space." Okay, at least he had a point. As he hit the brakes and let the headlights do the talking, the back stretch of asphalt was long and broad, and completely empty but for a couple of dumpsters. All things considered, there was nothing behind the strip mall but scruffy grass and trees. "Fine. But I'm getting out of the car." Mary cracked her door. "I've been in 2 near misses in the last how long? I'm not risking a third." As she held the seat up for Biddy, the girl looked grave. "I won't hurt it. I promise." Mary put her hand on the girl's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "I don't care about the car." "What?" Rage yelped while he got out of his side. "How can you say that?" Shooing him, she refocused on Biddy. "Just be careful. Go slowly. You'll do great." Biddy gave her a quick hug, and what do you know? It was something that stopped Mary's heart every time it happened. And then the girl and Rage were by the driver's seat, talking in that fast way they did, the rapid-fire chatter making Mary's head spin. Stepping out of the way away out of the way, she ended up leaning back against the single-story, long as a football field building, right next to a sign that read, "Deliveries Only." The night was unseasonably warm, so much so that she let her jacket fall open, and overhead, the sky was cloudy, as if God had pulled a woolen blanket over the earth against the chill of late October. "Here we go," Rage said as he hightailed it around to the passenger side. "Get ready." As he waved like he was on the deck of a cruise ship that was about to depart, she waved back and thought, please no Titanic here, people. Fits, starts, grinding gears, hopping and skipping, and then Biddy got it. Somehow, the girl gathered the reins of that 12 billion horsepower whatever engine under that hood, and she and Rage were cruising by, at 5 miles an hour. Mary found herself jumping up and down and clapping like the kid had graduated medical school with a cure for cancer. "You did it. Go, Biddy." God, it felt so good to cheer, to watch a mastery happen, to be a witness as the girl turned the powerful muscle car around at the far end and started back again, waving madly as she passed by once more, her face aglow with happiness as Rage sat beside her clapping and whistling sure as if Biddy were running a touchdown at the Super Bowl, dunking the final basket at the NCAA championship, and crossing the Boston Marathon finish line all at the same time. Here they came once more, gathering speed, until Biddy was shifting into third on the straightaway. It was magic. It was family. It was absolutely, positively everything that mattered and was important. And then it all went into bad territory. Biddy and Rage had just made the turn again and were heading away for the long run to the very far end, when the sound of a bottle being thrown against the pavement brought Mary's head up. 4 or 5 guys came around the corner and stopped short like they were as surprised to find anyone back there as Mary was to have her white picket fence moment interrupted. "What the fuck?" one of them muttered. "What's up, bitch?" Mary crossed her arms over her chest and stared right at them, holding her ground without saying a word. They were your typical 15-16-year-old bunch of nitwits, trying to make like they were gangstas with their low-hanging pants and side-tilt baseball hats when in reality they might as well have been on a mall crawl by Macy's and the Sunglass Hut. The trouble, though? In a pack, they were like coyotes, dangerous even though they were scrawny. "How you doin'?" a third drawled. "What, like you're Tony Soprano, you little punk?" she thought as they closed in on her. Except, when she saw that one of them had a knife down by his side, she stiffened. What was worse? The boy who was armed was twitching like he was on something. By this time, Rage and Biddy had turned around and were making their way back down, and all Mary could think of was, please just keep going. Get Biddy the hell out of here. But no. The GTO stopped a good 20 feet away, its headlights illuminating Mary and the pack of animals. "Oh, haha, shit, check that ride out," one of them said. "I'm taking that whip home." The chorus of whistles and curses toned down as Rage opened the passenger door and rose to his full height. "Mary, come over here." Mary started to walk away, but she didn't get far. Next thing she knew, the one with the knife had grabbed her and dragged her back against him, putting that blade to her throat. "What you gonna do?" the boy blustered. "Huh? What you gonna do?" Mary trembled, but not because she was worried about her own life. What the hell could they do to her? Instead, all she could think of was, no, not in front of Biddy. "Keep going," she called out to Rage. "Just drive." "I'll cut you," came the voice in her ear. "Fine, do what you want," she muttered. "Not in front of them, though. Let them go and you can cut me up all you want." "What?" the kid sputtered. "Get out of here, Rage." "Yeah, nope. Not even by half." All at once, the light shining in her eyes and all over them got brighter by a factor of 150,000 kilowatts. And Mary cursed. Shit, she knew what that meant. "It is not much farther." As Assail spoke, he eased off on the Range Rover's accelerator and made the right-hand turn onto the lane that proceeded down to the peninsula on which he lived. Beside him, riding shotgun, as the humans called it, Marcus was rather quiet, his eyes glued to the windows both in front of him and next to him. The young male was transfixed by the environs and also seemingly confused. "The bridge was different," he said roughly. "The one we just went over. It's different from when Much has changed indeed, I imagine. There are far more tall buildings downtown. More cars. More. Everything. Wait until you encounter the internet, my friend. Then you shall see a truly dubious improvement." Soon enough, they came upon the house and Marcus gasped. "It is so beautiful. There is a lot of glass. And much irony in that." Assail pulled up to the garage doors, triggering the proper one, and then he proceeded inside and under cover. When Marcus went to open his door, Assail stopped him with a hand to the forearm. Not until the panels are back down. Precautions must be observed. My apologies. When they were shut in properly, they stepped out on their own sides, and Assail waited for the other male to come around. Marcus was moving slowly and using the Range Rover for support, but he had made it amply clear that he would accept no help and would not be availing himself of any canes or walkers either. Assail stepped over to the house door and opened the reinforced steel expanse. The scent that boiled out of the mudroom was heavenly, everything that was good about first meal. Bacon and eggs, coffee, pancakes. No scones? Marcus faltered as he entered the house. Oh, that is? Indeed. Who knew the bastards could cook? Assail made his way slowly toward the kitchen, attempting to make it seem as if he always sauntered thus. In the galley proper, it was obvious that Eric and Avail had done their utmost to make their guest feel welcome, setting the table albeit cockeyed and with the forks on the wrong side of the plates, cooking many things at which they fared far better, brewing coffee. No, wait. That was instant, but still seemed very viable, going by its aroma. Sit, Eric said unto Marcus after introductions were made. We shall serve you no argument, sit. Marcus shuffled over, groaning with relief as he took his scant weight off his scrawny legs. As he pushed his long hair back, his face was revealed, the anomaly that had led to him having no beard growth, meaning that his cheeks and his jaw, his chin and his throat were veiled to the cousin's curious eyes. Indeed, Assail thought to himself, the male was rather something to behold. I shall prepare you your last meal then, Marcus said. We'll see about that, mate, Eric returned as he put a heaping load of food before their guest. Out of habit, Assail reached into his suit jacket, grasping his vial, but before he retrieved it, he stopped and glanced at the clock on the microwave. Then he confirmed said time on the stove and upon his Piaget watch. Join us, then, cousin, Eric said as he and Avail plated themselves and sat down. Avail picked up his fork and poked it in the direction of Marcus's plate. Dug in, yeah? That's dig in, Assail corrected absently. Are you not eating, cousin? Eric inquired. Assail turned toward the sink. With steps that were as halting as Marcus's had been, he went over, opened the top of the vial, and poured the cocaine out into the drain. Downstairs, he said in a rough voice as he ran a rush of water from the tap. You know where my blocks are kept? Of coke, that was? Eric whispered. We do. You will get them out of the house. As his cousins went to jump up, he motioned them to return to their seats. After your meal is fine. I need you to stay and make him eat. Then take him down to the spare suite downstairs with you all. I do not require luxury, Marcus said. Merely a place to lay my head during the day. You have more than earned the respite, my dear male. There was a knocking on the door, and Assail glanced over at the threesome. You will find that I shall be, how shall I put it, indisposed elsewhere for a number of evenings. I know not how long. Take care of him, will you? I shall be most displeased if Marcus is not fatter and steadier upon my return. As he lifted his hands, he noted the trembling in them. This was going to if he might use a vernacular term suck ass. Going to the back door. He opened it wide and felt an absurd urge to bow, which he promptly followed through on. In response, Dr. Manello indicated the black Mercedes with the blacked-out windows that was running in the car park. You ready? Yes. How bad is it? You're shaking. I fear it shall only get much worse. The last thing he did before he left his glass house was glance back at Marcus. The male was eating slowly, his bony, skeletal hands holding the sterling silverware he was using awkwardly as if he had not put utensils to use in a very long time. It was going to be a long journey back for him. But if after all he had been through he had the courage to grab for the ring of life, then Assail could as well. Assail? In his mind, he heard Marisol's voice on his cell as he stood within the ring of fire he had created. Detoxing was going to be rather like that blaze, he feared. Assail? Indeed, he said to the good doctor. Let us go. 70. As soon as the brilliant light blinded her attacker, causing him to loosen his grip, Mary broke out of the boy's hold and elbowed him in the gut. And while he bent over and dropped his knife, she ran full tilt for the GTO. Get her out of here, Rage said. Fast. Those were the last words he spoke. The beast was already coming out of him as she raced to get behind the wheel, his huge body falling to his knees, his head bowing as he braced his strength against the pavement as if he were trying to give her time to hit the gas before the dragon emerged. Skidding to a halt by the driver's door, Mary ripped the thing open just as Biddy scrambled over to the passenger seat. Rage, the girl screamed. Rage. What's happening? What's wrong? Rage somehow had the presence of mind to reach up and shut his door, and Mary didn't waste a second. Seat belt. Put your seat belt on. We can't leave him. Seat belt. He's going to be fine, but we have to go. Mary hit the clutch and the gas at the same time, slamming the gear shift into first before releasing her left foot. Tires squealed as all those horses dug for purchase on the asphalt, and she got ready for the momentum to explode them forward. Meanwhile, back in the asshole zip code, the group of idiots had decided to rush toward the car. Yeah, like that was going to last. Cue the slow mo. At the very moment the GTO started to scream forward, as Biddy was yelling and Mary was fighting to stay cool, a great roar lit through the night, so close to them that it actually disturbed the traction of the muscle car. And even though it was just in her peripheral vision, Mary got a totally clear picture of the second Biddy saw the beast emerge from Rage's body. The girl froze, a slack-jawed expression overtaking her previous fear. What is that? It won't hurt us, okay? Mary said. And they were off like they were shot out of a cannon, careening forward, getting out of dodge. Unfortunately, the humansa.k.a. The bowling pins with the attitudes were directly in front of the GTO, which was how Mary's dream of not getting into car accident number 3 was sorely thwarted. Wrenching the wheel to the right, she avoided killing one or more of Thema courtesy none of them deserved, but the bad news was that she hit a dumpster, crashing into the thing, all that forward momentum turning into totally going nowhere in a split second. As the steering wheel punched her in the chest and a bad news bear's hissing sound came out of the crumpled hood, she wrenched around in a panic to Biddy. The girl had managed to put her seat belt on before the impact. Thank you, God. Another roar cut through the night, and yup, out the back window she saw that the beast was fully present, not just voicing its opinion. And yup, the humans had changed their minds about their little attack, stumbling over themselves to get headed in the opposite direction. As if they were very clear that, however improbable it was for a dragon to materialize in the back parking lot of a strip mall, they were not about to argue with what seemed to be happening. Before she could stop Biddy, the girl was out of the car. Damn it, Biddy! Mary jumped out too and cursed a whole lot more. The beast had curled forward on its powerful legs and was going all Jurassic Park. Things are closer than they appear, crouching into attack position as it blew the cobwebs out of its lungs. No, not lunch. Nope, not going to happen. Get back in the car. Mary barked as she ran into the beast's path, putting herself between the retreating idiots and her darkling husband. What is that? Biddy yelled out. What happened to him? Hey! Hi! Waving her hands, Mary caught the beast's attention. There you are. Hello, way up there. The beast chuffed, its jowls lifting off its enormous teeth in a smile. Then it let out a keening sound, part inquiry, part protest. No, you may not. You cannot eat the humans. Yeah. Okay. She still couldn't believe it any time those words came out of her mouth. Oh, the places you will go, indeed. But the beast dropped its head, like it was pouting. I know, but you have a sweet tooth. You like slayers more. Abruptly, the beast's gigantic head snapped to the left, and Mary closed her eyes, thinking, shit, she knew why. Biddy, she muttered without looking away from the dragon. I told you to get back in the damn car. The beast's nostrils flared wide, and then it blew out the inhale as it scented the girl. Biddy, get back. Chuffing sounds abounded as the beast stretched out on the ground, laying its head down on the asphalt toward Biddy. Mary lowered her hands, glanced over at the girl. Biddy stood there, utterly motionless, as if her brain simply couldn't compute it all. And then she came forward, moving slowly, her arms down and her eyebrows way up. Her expression was wary and nervous, but she seemed determined to see for herself what was going on with the dragon. More chuffing, as if the beast were trying to communicate that it was okay. He wasn't going to be a bad boy. He just wanted to say hi. Biggest lapdog on the frickin' planet, Mary thought. And let's just hope it stayed that way. Be careful, Mary said. No sudden movements. I think he likes me? I'm not sure, but I think he likes me. A minute later, Biddy stopped right next to the dragon's head, right beside those gnashing jaws, right by those reptilian eyes that blinked vertically, not horizontally. Can I pet you? she asked. The beast made an inquiring sound, as if it were mimicking her tone. Is that a yes? When it did the half-purr, half-exhale thing again, Biddy extended a shaking hand and placed it right on the beast's cheek. Oh, you're so smooth. You're much smoother than I thought. There was a sudden rush of movement, and Mary lunged forward and grabbed the girl, dragging her out of range. But she shouldn't have worried. The beast had rolled over onto its back, its comparably small arms curling up on its chest, its house-size rear legs stretching out. In order to scratch its belly, Biddy would have needed a 6-foot ladder and Mary 2 Xanax and a bottle of wine. Thank you very much, but the girl made the best of it, going over and reaching up on her tiptoes as the beast angled its head to watch her with soft eyes. He's so cute, Biddy said. Aren't you? Who's a cutie? I really need a drink, Mary muttered to herself. I need a frickin' drink. But at least we have this part of it all solved, she thought. When rage came back into his body, it was full-on panic time. Mary! Biddy! Mary! But then he realized that 2 sets of hands were holding his palms, and there were 2 beautiful voices that started to reassure him. Well, one did the reassuring. The other one was just reassuring to hear. It's okay, we're okay. Rage, you have a dragon. A pet dragon. I got to rub his tummy. Say what, he thought in the blindness. When can he come back? I want to see him again. Can I play with him? His delirium was thankfully not accompanied by stomach pains, so he took that to mean that he hadn't snacked on any of those fucking douches who had aggressed on his Mary. And oh, good, there was a blanket over the lower half of his body so he wasn't naked. But he had to start shaking his head even though he wasn't sure where the girl was looking. That is not a toy, Bits. He's dangerous. He likes me. That was amazing. And I can't just call him out of me, okay? But when you come to live with us, I'll see what I can do. Complete silence. And then Biddy said in a small voice, Come live with you? Oh, shit, he muttered, even though his king had brought up the whole no-cussing thing. I mean crap. Live with you? The girl repeated. As Mary cleared her throat, Rage tried to sit up, even though he lacked the strength to get very far in the vertical department. Biddy, his Shellin said, I've tried to find your uncle. Actually, a lot of people have attempted to locate him and nothing's come of it. I don't know what happened to him or where he is. I can't even begin to guess. But assuming he isn't available, Rage and I have been talking, and, we don't want to take the place of your mommin. Not at all. It's just, we'd really like it if you'd consider coming to stay with us. It can start out on a trial basis, and if you don't like it, you can always. There was a muffled impact and Mary stopped talking, at which point he smelled tears. What's happening? He flailed around. What's wrong? What's she doing? All of a sudden, little arms wrapped around his neck, and Biddy's voice was in his ear. Does this mean you'll be my father? Rage's breath caught in his throat. Then he carefully hugged the girl back, mindful not to crush her. If you'll have me. Okay, he couldn't talk here. Yes, I will. He felt Mary rub his back in circles and could sense his mate's happiness soaring right beside him, but that wasn't enough. He pulled her in tight so that both females were up against his chest. So this was his family, he thought with a sudden shot of pride. These were his 2 girls. The smile that hit his face stretched his cheeks so much he knew they were never going to be the same. Especially as he thought back to when he had been holding LW down in the kitchen, staring out across a room he did not see, his heart aching for all he would never have. And yet here he was now, everything he had wanted not just within his grasp, but in his arms. Can I move in tonight? Biddy asked. And when do I get to meet everybody? 71. The resilience of children was amazing, Mary thought later as she and Biddy and Rage drove up to the front of the Brotherhood mansion. In spite of everything she had been through, the girl was open-eyed and open-hearted at the prospect of a totally different kind of life, ready for anything, excited, happy. Then again, she was with people who loved her, even if it felt too early to speak of it. Which wasn't to say there hadn't been some sadness. Especially as she and Biddy had been up in that attic room at Safe Place, retrieving the 2 suitcases. When the girl had asked if she could bring her mother's things too, Mary had teared up. And then there had been the urn. But overall, this was joyous. and Mary was focusing on that. As she stopped the GTO right at the foot of the stone steps, it was probably overkill, given that the little girl didn't have more than those 2 pieces of luggage and the urn. But somehow she just wanted to get Biddy in the house, and any distance seemed too far away. After Rage had called Wrath and Mary had called Marissa, it was decided that under a foster care situation there was no reason Biddy couldn't move in. Besides, it would mean that Doc Jane and Manny could check her out medically more easily, and there was really nothing to hold her at safe place. The fact that there was no paperwork yet made Mary a little uneasy, but RHM was taking care of that. What was really worrisome? The 6-month waiting period was starting tonight, and until that mutually agreed-upon clock ran out, this wasn't a done deal. And yes, Mary would continue to look for the hypothetical uncle, even though it gave her a frickin' heart attack any time she thought of that male coming out of the woodwork. Still, she had a duty to do right by Biddy. "Are we here?" Rage asked. "I think we're here." "Biddy, what do you see?" "Do the Munsters live in this house?" the girl asked. "It looks like the Munsters' house, only. How big is it?" "100 rooms or so. It's tight quarters, but we managed to make it work." Rage's hand flapped around the door until he hit the handle and opened things up. As he stood up, he tightened the blanket wrapped around his waist and nearly tripped on the curb. Mary turned the engine off and pulled the emergency brake. When she glanced back at Biddy, the girl was just staring up at the great stone expanse. Cradled in her arms right against her chest were her mother's ashes in that urn. This was not a restart, Mary reflected. This was not even a reset and erase, or a replacement of everything that had been hard, brutal, and poor with shiny, sparkly fresh stuff. It wasn't Christmas. It wasn't happy birthday, surprise it say puppy, confetti and balloon and frosting time. This was another chapter. One that was going to be so much more stable and emotionally supportive, but was still going to have its own ups and downs, its challenges and triumphs, frustrations and happiness. "Biddy," she said, "you don't have to do this." The girl turned and smiled. "Which one is my room?" Mary laughed and got out. "Rage, I'll get the suitcases." "The hell you will." His blind eyes rolled around. "Where are they?" "Fine, let me just get them and bring them over. And tuck that blanket in again, will you? I don't want you flashing everyone as we make our grand entrance." Biddy stepped up next to Rage and held the urn close. "Wow, it's even bigger than it looks. Wait till you get inside." Popping the trunk, Mary got out Annalai's suitcase first, and she couldn't help herself. She looked at the sky, trying to picture the female staring down from above, watching over all this and hopefully approving. "I'll take good care of her," Mary vowed. "I promise." "Let's go," she said as Rage shut the car door next to him. "Suitcases? Right here, big boy." As she turned them over to his very capable hands, they kissed. "How about I take your arm to help you navigate?" "I can help too," Biddy said, grabbing onto Rage's other elbow. Mary had to blink back tears as Rage's bare chest expanded to 5 times its natural size. His pride at having his 2 females with him as he walked up to the king's residence was the stuff of legend. Even blind and no doubt a little sore, it was plain to see that he was in heaven. And then they were in the vestibule and Mary was putting her face in the security camera. "Get ready," Mary murmured to Biddy. "It's a big space." The door opened wide and the butler started to smile, only to freeze when he saw Biddy. "It's Fritz," the girl exclaimed. "It's Fritz. Hi, I'm Biddy." Okay, cue the melting. If that old butler had been any more entranced with the girl, his entire face would have dripped off his skull and landed on the marble floor. Raiders of the Lost Ark, indeed. The dog Jen bowed low. "Mistress." And "Sire." And "Mistress." Biddy looked around Rage's heft. "Am I a mistress?" Mary nodded and whispered, "You'll get used to it." "I did." The 3 of them walked into the grand foyer, and the first thing they saw was Lassiter on the couch in the billiards room. He was clicking the remote at the TV and swearing. "I don't care about football. ESPN my ass. Whatever, where the hell's who's the boss?" "Lassiter." At the sound of his name, the angel looked out over the pool tables to where they all stood. And oh, how he smiled, that gentle, kind expression more associated with angels than the stuff he usually put out to the world. Rising to his feet, he came over, and yes, Mary was really glad he was dressed in something normal, just jeans and a black Hanes t-shirt, his blonde and black hair all over his shoulders. With him, you never knew. Getting down on his haunches, he extended his hand. "How did you know who I am, Biddy?" The girl shook what was offered to her and pointed up at Rage. "He told me all about you." All about everyone. Wait, how did you know my name? Did he tell you about me? Lassiter looked up at the three of them and brushed the little girl's cheek. My little one, I have seen this moment since I first met your new mommin and father. No, Mary cut in. Don't call me mommin. That's Annalai's title. I'm not mommin, just Mary. I'm not looking to take anyone's place. You have the strangest eyes, Biddy whispered. They're beautiful. Thank you. The angel inclined his head. I'm always here, Biddy. You need something, you come find me, and it's yours. I think you'll find the true about a lot of the folks here. The girl nodded as Lassiter rose up. And then Rage put down one of the suitcases and the males clapped each other's shoulders, Lassiter with better coordination because he could see. Listen, Biddy, Mary said as the angel went back to the remote, I have an idea for rooms for all of us, but we didn't know you were coming tonight. So if it's okay, you'll stay in the guest suite right next to ours? If you need us, we'll be. Cue the water fight. Up on the second-floor balcony, behind the gold leaf balustrade, John Matthew and Quinn came racing out of the Hall of Statues. Quinn in the lead, John Matthew pumping off rounds of Poland Spring. Without warning, Quinn hopped over the balcony into a free fall of 20 or 30 feet, dematerializing at just the right moment before he went fried egg all over the mosaic floor. John was right behind him, sliding down the balustrade on one butt cheek, laughing mutely. The two stopped as soon as they saw Biddy. Quinn, she exclaimed. With the blue and the green eyes, the brother looked gobsmacked at the little girl, even as he came over and towered above her. Yeah, that's my name. Oh my God. Rage and Mary. Your little girl. It worked out. Mary got a bear hug. A huge bear hug. A gigantic, bone-crushing bear hug from the new father. And then John Matthew was signing. You're John Matthew. Biddy stared at his fingers. What is he saying? Wait, what? Then she looked up at the humongous fighter and said, you need to teach me that. If I'm going to live here, you need to teach me that. Well, that puddled John Matthew. Yup. To the point where his fingers didn't seem to work, the ASL equivalent to someone stuttering. And geez, Biddy was amazing, so outgoing and friendly and courageous considering all she had been through. Mary rubbed the center of her chest. Yes, she thought she was getting a real live dose of maternal pride here and it was better than a million glasses of wine. No hangover either. Are you blind again? Quinn asked his brother. Yeah, I tried to eat some humans. Tried? That beast of yours on a diet. They were all laughing when someone came out from under the staircase. Instantly, the chatter stopped as if people were worried about who it was. Zadist was dressed in his fighting gear, black leather coating his body in a second skin, weapons strapped on his chest, his thighs, under his arms. In spite of the way he looked, Biddy broke away and went right over to the scarred male, her well-washed, handmade dress frothing under that ugly black coat of hers. Z did a stop short just as everyone else had kind of like he'd seen a ghost. And then he looked around in what seemed to be confusion. You're Zadist, Biddy piped up. You have a young may I meet her? I should like very much to meet her, please. In response, Zadist moved extra slowly, lowering himself down to her level. And then he just stared at her for a time, as if she were some wild creature that had unexpectedly proven to be tame. Her name is Nala, he said roughly. My daughter is much younger than you. She would like to have a big sister if you'd like to teach her things. Oh, yes. I would. What's that in your arms, little one? Biddy looked down and Mary held her breath. This is my mommin. She passed. That's why Mary and Rage are fostering me. I hope I get to stay here, though. I like them a lot. Just like that. The explanation was simple and heartbreaking, and had all the adults blinking back tears. Zadist inclined his head low, his yellow eyes glowing. My condolences for your loss. And welcome to our home, which you should now call yours, too. Biddy leaned her head to the side and regarded the brother. I like you. You're nice. Hours later, after they got Biddy settled next door, Rage and Mary headed into their room. He was still blind as hell, but Rage didn't care how many times he stubbed his toe or clipped something on a door jamb. Biddy was under the same roof as he and Mary were, so all was hella right in his world. And man, had she blown everyone away. Even though she was this little thing in this huge, grand mansion with all these people she'd never met in her life, she had gone up and called everyone by name, introducing herself and smiling and laughing. She had kept her mother's urn with her the entire time, and somehow that had seemed apt, not ghoulish or morbid. Her mommin was very much a part of her and always would be, and oh, his Mary was being so respectful of that. Like his female could make him love her more? Jesus. I can't believe we have a kid. He was saying as his Shellen took him into the bathroom and loaded up his brush with toothpaste. We are parents. We have a kid. And I'm sorry, I may already be biased, but how fantastic is she? Did you see Wrath? He's in love with her. I think he wants LW to marry her. Well, she's strong. She's smart. Who wouldn't want to? From out of nowhere, a snarl twitched his upper lip and a growl percolated up out of his chest while at the same time, the beast surged around his back looking for a way out. And all that got worse as he pictured some male standing next to his Biddy with all kinds of bright fucking ideas in his. Rage. Stop it. She's going to probably want to date someone at some point. Over his fucking dead body, anyone is touching my daughter. Rage. Okay. 3-part yoga breath. She petted his shoulder like she was soothing a lion. It's perfectly normal for little girls to grow up and want to get mated to. Nope. She's not dating. Ever. Mary started laughing. You know, this would truly be funny if I didn't worry that you weren't slightly serious. I'm totally fucking serious. Here we go already. Mary sighed. I swear, Bella and I are going to have to get you and Zadist into a support group. Yes, he announced. My brother will know exactly how this is. Solidarity among fathers. Mary cut off his rant by shoving a boatload of Crest toothpaste into his hole. Shut up and brush, honey. We'll talk about this after her transition. In, like, 12 to 15 years. Jgehu hast pine jidgil. What was that? Not gonna change a fucking thing. But he was a good boy and worked his chompers over. Then he and Mary took a shower. Where all kinds of other things happened. All of which reminded him exactly why there was going to be no dating, like, ever. When they were finally lying in their big, ornate bed together, he positioned his beloved next to him and let out an exhale that lasted a century and a half. Are the lights off? He asked after a moment. He kissed her head. Why do all the best things happen when I'm blind? I met you when I was blind. Now, she's here and I'm blind. Must be your version of a lucky horseshoe. Rage stared up at the nothingness over their heads as Mary yawned so hard her jaw cracked. Just before he was about to go to sleep, his lids popped back open. Mary? Thank you, he whispered. For what? For making me a father. Mary lifted her head up out of the crook of his arm. What are you? I didn't do that. You most certainly gave us our family. Damn it, he wished he could see her. Instead, he had to make do with his memory of her beautiful face. Good thing. He'd spent a lot of time staring at his Shellen. You absolutely made me a father. I was dying on that battlefield and you saved me. If you hadn't done that, we never would have gotten Biddy because we would have been up in the Fade and she would have been down here, alone. You made this happen. And it isn't just about me almost passing. You hung in with Biddy from the moment she lost her birth father through the death of her brother and then of her mother. You worked with her in the aftermath, helping her come out of her shell. And then when we decided to try to do this, you set up the procedure and made sure it was done right. You coached me with my interview. You focused on Biddy. You made this happen, my Mary. You birthed my daughter, maybe not out of the womb, but certainly out of circumstance. You made me a father. And that is the greatest gift any female can ever give her male. So, thank you. For our family. The sweet scent of his Shellen's tears wafted, and he found her face in the darkness, bringing her mouth to his. The kiss he gave her was chaste and reverent, an expression of his gratitude. You have quite a way of putting things, you know that, she said in a rough voice. Just being honest. That's all I'm doing. When Mary resettled on his chest, Rage closed his eyes. I love you, my Mary Madonna. And you're always going to be my prince with shining fangs. Really? You are the best thing that ever happened to me. You and Biddy. That's so sweet. He sighed again. Geez. I feel sorry for Bits, though. Mary lifted her head again. Why? Because she is never dating. Rage, seriously. You gotta give that a rest. 72. Sitting in the back of I've Been, Joe looked up as Bill came over to the table. We have to stop meeting like this. The reporter laughed as he sat down with his latte. So, good news. You found the restaurant Julio was talking about downtown? No, you got the online editor position. They're going to call you in about an hour and officially offer it. They wouldn't tell me what the salary is, but it has to be in the low 30s. Joe pumped her fist. Yes, That is awesome. I can start right after I finish my notice period at Bryant's. Do you know he called me? What? Bill unwrapped another one of his scarves and draped it over the back of his chair. Yeah, I think he's obsessed with you. He wanted to know whether or not we were dating. You're married. I pointed this out to him. P.S. Lydia wants to invite you over for dinner Saturday night. My cousin's coming. Troy, you remember him. Tell her I'd love to. What can I bring? Just yourself and not Dougie. Done. There was a slight pause, something she didn't associate with the guy who had somehow become her older brother over the last week or so. What is it? She said. Bill looked around the crowded coffee shop like he was in search of a familiar face in the crowd. More likely, he was picking out words in his head. Employment is good, she prompted. Dinner is good. Sue, I don't want you to get pissed at me, but I looked into your adoption. Joe's heart stopped, then started thumping. What did you find? And you had no right to do that, yada, yada, yada. If he'd asked her, she would have said no. But considering he'd clearly found something, Bill reached into the pocket of his corduroy coat and took out a sheaf of papers that was folded lengthwise. Your birth mother was a nurse, up in Boston. She left the hospital there when she found out she was pregnant. Back then, in the 70s, single mothers weren't viewed the same, and she had a son that she gave up for adoption. She continued to work in various places. 15 years later, she gets pregnant again by the same guy. She never married him, though. Not from what I saw. It was definitely the same man, though, according to diary entries that were copied and put into the file. This time, with you, she moved away, came here, settled in Caldwell. When she had you, she didn't make it, unfortunately. It was a high-risk pregnancy because she was older by that time. She never disclosed who your father was, however, and there were no next of kin who came forward to claim you. Joe sat back in the chair and felt all the noise and the people around her disappear. Brother, and her mother had died. I wonder if she would have kept me, she said quietly. Your father, your adoptive one, that Ishid asked a lawyer to keep his eyes out for possible babies at St. Francis here in town. As soon as your birth mom died, he paid to claim you and it was done. And that's that. Not exactly. Bill took a deep breath. I found your brother. Kind of. The reporter put a black and white photograph down on the table. It was of a dark-haired man she didn't recognize, who was about 40 years old. His name is Dr. Manuel Manello. He was the chief of surgery at St. Francis. But he went off the grid over a year ago and no one's really seen him since. With a shaking hand, Joe picked up the picture, searching the features, finding some that, yes, were like her own. We both ended up in the same place. Caldwell has a way of bringing people together. We have the same shaped eyes. Yes, you do. They look hazel, don't you think? Or maybe they're brown eyes. I can't tell. May I keep this? Please. And I'm sorry I stuck my nose in where it arguably didn't belong. But I just started digging and couldn't stop. I wasn't sure what I'd find, so I didn't say anything. It's okay, she said without looking up. And thank you. I always wondered what my blood looked like. We can try to find him, you know? Now she lifted her eyes. You think? Sure. We're investigative reporters, right? Even if he's left Caldwell, there must be some way of locating him. It's extremely hard in modern life to go completely blank. Too many electronic records, you know? Bill, are you some kind of fairy godfather? He nodded and toasted with his latte. At your service. A brother, Joe thought as she resumed staring at the image of an arguably handsome face. Just one brother? She murmured, even though it was greedy, she supposed to want more. Who knows? That's all your mom seems to have given birth to. But maybe through your dad's side? Anyway, maybe there's some way of finding him. The trail might be cold, but we could get lucky. You know, this whole vampire search is such a distraction. She smiled ruefully. I'm well aware that they don't really exist, and certainly not in Caldwell. I think it would be better to start looking for my real family than some fake fantasy, don't you think? Maybe that's why you went a little crazy with it all. Although I admit I've been right there with you. Family, she murmured, still staring at the picture. Real family. That's what I want to find. 73. Should I wear a suit? As Rage came out of the bathroom, he had a cleanly shaven face, mostly dry hair, and a towel around his waist. "Mary." Coming, he heard from out in the hall. "I'm just helping, Biddy." "No hurries." He was smiling as he crossed the carpet and headed for the walk-in closet. The ceremony was supposed to start in half an hour, so there was still time to get thought up about which black silk shirt to put on. "Motherfucker," he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Are you fucking kidding me?" As soon as he let fly with the F-bombs, all 12 kinds of laughter bubbled into the room, his brothers and his Shellin and his Biddy girl streaming in, yucking it up like the total defacement of his wardrobe was super-frickin' hilarious. It was like Baywatch had thrown up all over his shit. "A surfboard? Fishnets? Is this a harpoon?" He stuck his head back out of the jams. "Where do you bunch of lunatics even find a harpoon in Caldwell?" "Internet," someone said. "Amazon," somebody interjected. He rolled his eyes and pointed at Biddy. "And you're in on this too?" "ET2, Brutus Bits." As the girl laughed harder, he went back into the closet and picked up the blow-up great white shark. How many hours did someone spend putting air into this thing? While Rage threw the nightmare out into the bedroom, Vishouse raised his hand. "That was me. But I used a tire pump and actually, I blew up the first one." "Good thing we had a backup," Butch pointed out. "You guys are insane." "Insane. Never gets old," Wrath announced. "Ever. Even without the visual, it's some priceless Shia sure take." "Mushroom. That is." "Ha," Rage said to his king. "Having fun with that?" "Not quite so easy, my lord, is it? Technically, I can have you beheaded for that kind of insubordination." "Promises, promises." Rage rolled his eyes as the crowd began to disperse and he had to fight to get to his clothes, beating back the OMG, was that a taxidermied tarpon, for fuck's sake? "You people have too much time on your hands," he shouted at no one in particular. 5 minutes later, he came out dressed in the same version of black and tailored that he'd put on to get interviewed by Rhyme. His 2 females were sitting at the end of the bed, his Mary in a black dress and Biddy in a bright blue frock that had been hastily made with pride by the household's dog Jen. Both had silver bows around their waists, and between them on the duvet were 2 long bindings of satin ribbons in blue, black, and silver. "Oh, my girls." He just had to stop and look at them. "Oh, my beautiful females." Both of them blushed, and Mary was the first to cast it off as she got to her feet and put her hand out for Biddy. "Here are your ribbons," his female said as they came over with the arrangement. "Our ribbons," he corrected. As they left the room together, they joined a river of other people, everyone streaming down the grand staircase, making the turn, continuing through the hidden door and into the underground tunnel. "It's so long," Biddy said as she walked between them. "The tunnel is long." "This is a big place," Rage murmured. "Does anyone get lost ever?" He thought of Lassiter. "No," he grumbled. "Everyone always finds their way back. Especially fallen angels with bad TV viewing habits." "I resemble that remark," Lassiter cracked from the back of the pack. Through the supply closet. Out of the office. Into the gym, which had been specially lit with hundreds of candles. Standing just inside the double doors, Layla, Quinn, and Blay were beside the incubators, which had been moved into the gym and skirted with white fabric just for this sacred occasion and which would be removed back to Layla's room as soon as this was over. Beside them, in a wheelchair and a suit and tie, Lucius was very much a part of the family, even though he remained quiet. In vampire tradition, this ceremony was critical and not something that could wait, considering that the medical team felt as though the infants were stable enough. Still, everything was kept dark and no one spoke so as not to agitate the young. After all in the household, including servants, Trez, Iam and Iam's mate, as well as all the Chosen and the Directrix, and also Blaylock's parents, had assembled together, Wrath and the Queen entered with George between them and LW in Wrath's arms. Ordinarily, there would be long speeches in the old language, but in deference to the infants, Wrath kept it short. "We gather here, this night, to welcome into the community the blooded son and the blooded daughter of the Black Dagger brother Quinn, son of Lowstrong, and the chosen Layla, begotten of the Premale and the chosen Helhina, and the adopted son and the adopted daughter of Blaylock, blooded son of Rock and of Lyric. May these young be of health and strength and long life, a testimony to the love of their fathers and their mother. Now, as king, I confer unto this female." Wrath put out his hand and Beth guided him over to where the tiny female lay, the name of Lyric, in honor of her grandmamman on her father Blaylock's side. As Blay's mommin sniffled and Quinn and Blay put their arms around her, Wrath laid his hand on the other incubator. From all around, a burst of energy bubbled through the crowd, and Rage shook his head, amazed that he got to be a witness to this. With his royal dagger hand on the little male's bassinet, Wrath pronounced, "In recognition of this young sire's status as a member of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, it has been petitioned unto me that I confer, as king, a brotherhood name upon this male. I have considered the request and deem it appropriate. I hereby choose the venerable name Rampage." A growl of approval rose up from the brothers, and Rage was right there with the others because he knew that he was welcoming that male into their midst. This was done right, he thought. This was the old way, the proper way, the way that preserved the traditions. Rampage. It was a very good, very old name. With his son in his arms and his Shellin at his side, Wrath then placed the sacred red and black ribbons of the first family on the skirting of both incubators. And then, one by one, everybody did the same, each family unit heading up together, Fury and Cormia and Z, Bella and Nala going after Wrath and Beth, followed by everyone from V, Jane, Payne and Manny, to Rev and Alina and John Matthew and Shex. When it was their turn, Rage smiled down at his females and they approached the incubators. It was hard not to be emotional as 3 hands reached forward with his bloodlines blue, black, and silver lengths, first on Lyric skirting and then on Rampage's. And afterward all 3 of them went and hugged the family members. So much love. All around. The Chosen went next, and then Trez and IM's queen put a ruby from the territory on each of the young's bassinets as a way of participating. After that, the Doggen went, their ribbons thinner but no less important. As Rage hung back and watched, he had 1 arm along Mary's shoulders and 1 arm on Biddy's. It was amazing how much things had changed when he thought back to that first night when he tried to get Mary to say luscious or whisper or strawberry. She had countered him back then with nothing, said over and over again. Funny that she'd chosen that particular word. Because, in fact, she had over these last years given him absolutely, positively, everything. 74. It was a great party. As Mary finally had to take a load off at the foot of the mansion's grand staircase, she was breathing hard. Her left heel had a blister on it, and she knew she was going to be stiff later. But the dancing. V's version of house music, which was strictly rap and hip-hop, was inspiring all kind of aerobics, and she was proud to note that her hubs was chanting all over his Tatum out here, shaking what his mama gave him with the best of them. Bits was right with him, learning the moves, laughing, eating and drinking soda. Funny how sometimes the best time could be just sitting back and watching your kid have a good time. Through the crowd, Rage motioned for her to come over, and when she fanned herself and shook her head, he gyrated across with Biddy. "Mary, I just need a minute's rest," she shouted back, because that was the only chance of being heard. "Biddy, can you get your mom?" Rage caught himself. "Can you get your, Mary, to join us?" The small bite of pain in the middle of her chest was no big deal, especially when Mary thought about how much the little girl's real mommin would have loved to be a part of all this. And then she didn't think anything more about it as Biddy dived in, grabbed her hand, and pulled her up. So there was even more dancing, and more food, and more drink, and more laughter, and more cheering. Until 2 in the afternoon, and then 3. By 4 o'clock, even Lassiter had decided it was a wrap, and people started to scatter up and around to various beds. Naturally, that meant that she and Rage and Biddy ended up in the kitchen. "So, Bits, this is my pride and joy," he said as he led the little girl over to a hallway just outside the pantry. "This is my ice cream freezer." Leaving them to it, Mary made quick work getting out 3 bowls, 3 spoons, and 3 napkins, and she just had to sit back and smile at the setup after she'd put them out on the oak table. Humming to herself, she waited to see what came in from the cold, so to speak, and felt grateful that with Fritz's anal-retentive sense of organization, all the food for the ribbon ceremony had been cleaned up hours ago. "Okay, wow," she said with a smile. "That is a load." "For gallons? No, wait, 5? "We have chosen wisely," Rage said with great gravity. "I present to you this afternoon." They took over from there in the same pseudo-deep voice. "Rocky Road, coffee, mint chocolate chip, raspberry chip, and your favorite, chocolate chip." As the 2 of them bowed at the waist to her, Mary clapped. "Very well chosen. Very, very well chosen. And now," Rage Darth Vadered, "I shall commence the dispensing." Biddy parked it next to Mary, and the pair of them watched the show, Rage doing all kinds of tricks, throwing scoops of "oh God please catch that" in the air and, in fact, catching them in the bowls. When everybody had what they wanted, they dug in. Or rather, Rage and Mary dug in. As she noticed that Biddy wasn't eating, Mary frowned. You okay? You have too much of the cakes that were put out. It was a while before the girl spoke. What do humans call their mommin? What's their name for a mommin? Mary flicked her eyes over to Rage as he froze. Then she cleared her throat. Ah, we call them mother. Or mom. Mother. Biddy stared into her ice cream. Mom. MMM. After a moment, the little girl looked right into Mary's eyes. May I please call you Mom? Abruptly, Mary found herself not able to breathe, her throat tightening up to an unbearable extent. Leaning in, she cradled that face between her palms and looked over the features that she suddenly knew without a doubt that she would watch grow and change into maturity. Yes, she whispered roughly. I would like that. I would like you to call me that. Biddy smiled. Okay, Mom. And just look at that. The girl went in for one of her hugs, wrapping those skinny, but oh so strong arms around Mary and holding on tight. Mary blinked hard, but the tears came anyway, especially as she held Biddy's head to her chest and met Rage's own watery eyes. Her Helen gave her a thumbs up and mouthed, way to go, Mom.